Hello, welcome. Welcome in, welcome in. Have another great show for y'all at Poetic Lady Show Live. Tonight, the topic is BOK men do not want solutions to fix the BOK community, only excuses. Once again, BOK men do not want solutions to fix the BOK community, only excuses. Next one, BOK men refuse to take accountability. Again, BOK men refuse to take accountability. So these are our first two topics we'll be discussing tonight. As you come in, you want to go ahead and get the likes up. If you guys can be power tapping the screen, we want to get it to 10K within the first few minutes. Welcome AB5. Thank you for tapping. If everyone can join AB5. If you've never been to my show is about standing on business, meaning, hey, let's have a genuine, uncut, raw conversation about the set topics to see what your true thoughts are. So as you come in, if you can go ahead and tap the screen. I see we have 7 viewers. If you guys all can tap the screen. Lovely Lane, FC, Fred, Ty, if you guys can tap the screen. Trey, you can tap the screen also. You're definitely not genuine. Okay. That was just rude. You have no reason to say that. You're just saying it. Okay, BOK men do not want solutions to fix the BOK community, only excuses. So I continue to hear over and over when we have these conversations addressing the issues in the community and addressing the things that BOK men have done wrong, it turns into a peacemaking approach where now BOK men want solutions. But it seems to be only when the problematic things that they do and say is brought out that they want solutions. And it has become another strategy to deflect and to pivot by acting as if you want solutions just to take the light off of your wrongdoing. I mean, this psychology is crazy that they use just to escape shining the light on their wrong and doing better. With that being said, again, today we're going to be talking about BOK men do not want solutions to fix the BOK community, only excuses. I see people requesting up, but we need to get the taps up. Know them products do you harm in the long term? What products? That's not even a topic. Bando says, are you AA or African? Wow. No, I'm not African, but AA would be African American, right? No hidden thoughts. I see you, but we need to get the likes up. ABC said that's an excellent question. You know what? Well, I mean, it could be you. Don't wait for anyone else to come up. Go ahead and start sending your request up, and also send a daily heart me, follow me, and send a daily heart me. Get the likes up. Let's go ahead and get this live. Getting down to business. Tootsie Rose said, "What's your goal?" I mean, what's your goal? What's your goal? You're a BOK man. What's your goal? Do you want some more excuses or solutions? What's your goal? You tell me. We're at 1.2. Thank you guys. Let's continue to get the likes up. BOK men refuse to take accountability. We can talk about the widespread of single mother households. We continue to hear that, hey, women control access. Men don't even take accountability for fertilizing eggs. They don't even take accountability for spreading their tadpoles everywhere. So that's one example. Another example, D-Rugs, right? So we know D-Rugs took our community and our progress back. after civil rights movement, after us getting, to a point where we're actually recognized as human beings, you guys decide to sell drugs to your own community and destroy it. Any accountability there, guys? Huh? Crickets? Leon says, "What's up? What's up, Leon? Let's see if you're gonna stand on business today." Bando says, "If you're African, then you can't speak on this." I'm definitely American, so I don't know what you're talking about. What the heck you talking about? That's another word. That's another way of deflecting. Don't try to change the subject and try to act like this is not valid. Okay? Okay? Don't even try to do it. There's another way for BOK men not to take accountability is to try to say that, hey, this is not even a BOK woman speaking on these issues. Very interesting. All right, I'm gonna start letting people up, but let's get it to 10K really fast. Welcome up, Earl.
Hey, what's up, sis? Um,
So let me
so
give you the rules
go
really
ahead.
quick. No profanity, TikTok friendly language. You could read out the question first and answer it.
Okay, do black men or BLK men do not want solutions to fix the BLK community, only excuses. BLK men refuse to take accountability.
Let's just stay on the first one at a time.
Okay. So on that first one, right? I don't really hear excuses, right? I do hear a lot of solutions, however, right? But a lot of those solutions require both parties to come to the table. But if nobody feels as though it's not their fault, nobody's going to want to fix it. So where does the excuse come in?
Okay, so you're saying you don't hear people making excuses?
No, I've never heard someone argue that the community is fine the way it is, that we don't need to fix it, or we don't need to fix it because the women don't want to fix it. I've never heard that. So could you give me an example of the excuse? Because what you said thus far, even when it comes down to some of those individuals that sell smugs, if you look at how they started, right? Their mothers failed to keep a man in the house. So then they started as young men trying to help their mothers out. That's how they got into the game in the first place. But once they become older men,
Okay, wait,
some
hold
of them
on, hold on,
go
hold
ahead.
on. So you're saying that you never heard excuses, and a lot of those men who actually sold drugs, their
Mhm.
single mothers needed help financially. That's why they did it.
And a lot of
So
them,
I'm
that's
just
how they got
highlighting.
introduced
Oh,
to it.
wait, hold on. I'm just highlighting what you just said.
Hmm.
So what you just did, if you don't realize it, you just gave an excuse. You
No,
just
that wasn't an excuse. That was an
saying that
explanation.
the single moms did needed financial help. This is why the
Hmm.
son sold drugs is an excuse,
Hmm.
and it's a way to blame the single mom. So you just proved the prompt already. Thank
No.
you.
So how was that proven the prompt? Because it wasn't an excuse, it was an explanation. If you talk to some of these young men, right, and you ask them why they do some of the egregious things that they do, the most common answer you'll get is, I'm putting food on the table. I'm either trying to help my mom, or it's either him trying to help the mother of his child. It's never for his own greed.
Okay, so again, that was an excuse. Okay.
That's an
It's,
explanation.
no, no, no. So see, now you're trying to use semantics to make an excuse.
Well, doesn't an
That
excuse
that is
excuse
not.
it?
That is no. It doesn't excuse it. So you're
Yeah,
admitting this
that's
is
the
an
question.
excuse. So you're admitting that it's an excuse. So
No, I'm asking a question, sis. I'm saying, doesn't an excuse excuse the action itself? I gave an explanation. I said when I talked to these young men, these were the explanations that they gave me. I never said they were justified for doing it. I'm telling you their reason and why they did it.
Okay, so do you not understand what an excuse is? Excuse does not mean you're saying it's justified. You're just using an excuse for why you did it instead of taking accountability and just say you were
Okay.
wrong. So okay, hold
These
on. So let me give
yeah.
you an example. If the son said, "Hey, you know what? My single mom did not put a pew pew to my head and force me to go do it. I take full accountability. I was wrong for doing it. I apologize for my community, ruining my community." That would be not making an excuse. Then if he said, well, what is the solution where we can start building the community? That would be the second part too.
Mm.
Actually, let me finish. That would be the second part to actually fixing the problem, which would be the solution. But what you just explained was an excuse. I don't know why you
Mm.
don't understand that that reasoning you just gave was exactly what the
Mhm.
prompt is saying.
So,
That the men don't,
so
hold on, let me finish. That the men don't really want solutions. All they want to do is have excuses. And those excuses are not justified either. It's not justified.
okay.
Not only is it
So
an
can I meet you? Go ahead.
hold on, not only is it an excuse, it's an unjustified reason. Okay? Because again, nobody forced this young man that we're speaking hypothetically to go sell smugs just because his mom was struggling. Okay? There's other options. There's other solutions
Hmm.
in that situation. He didn't have to. So you're sitting up here making a excuse for this hypothetical person that we're making up for an example. Everyone else that
Okay.
came up to the panel, share the live out to 20 people. You'll be next.
Okay. So what if I said I agree with you, right? What if I say I agree that that's also part of the problem? But then if we're looking for solutions and not just band-aids, we have to address these mothers that tell their sons that they're the man of the house and put that pressure on a child, right? Rather than providing another adult to help mom if mom actually needed help and not turn a blind eye. Some of these families, they know that their sons are out here doing this egregious acts and they turn a blind eye. They only cry up and down when they get unalived. That's the only time they cry about it most of the time. Not all
All
the
right,
time, but most of the time.
one second, because I don't have just a one-on-one debate with guests. I let other people come up, so let me get other people into what you're saying right now. I see Jazz Doll shared, so I'll get her in. Whoever else shares will get in first. Jazz Doll, go ahead and read out the question, answer it, and you can respond to Earl.
Yeah, so BLK men do not want solutions to fix the community, only excuses. Absolutely, and we just witnessed that with Earl. They would make up stuff at the top of their head just to not have solutions. And the reason they don't have solutions is because the root cause of our issues in this country is the YT man and racism. And because the black man is a coward and he would rather blame women, the black woman, for all of his issues in society, he's not going to acknowledge that YT man. So he's going to place all the blame on our community on the BLK woman, which is what Earl just did. Now, ain't no sister, ain't no black woman that ever told her son, go out there and sell D-Rugs so you can put food on the table. And furthermore, when these grown men who were out there selling D-Rugs, they were not bringing the money back home to their mothers. So this lie that he came up with is just a way to blame the woman. The first thing he said was, well, she couldn't even keep a man in the house. Unless she's going to tie the man down and handcuff him to her wrist, there's no way you can force a man to stay in the house. If we're going to talk about it, let's talk about how the men abandoned the woman and the children. The BLK man abandoned the woman and the children. And he's always done it because he's now doing it to the YT woman that he's created a family with. He's now doing it to the Latino woman that he's created a family with. So I don't know what multiverse that Earl lives in, where BLK women are telling their sons to go out there, or she just knows, even if she does knows, she can't control these boys. And these 16, 17, 18-year olds standing 6 feet tall, way bigger than their mama, and their mama can't tie them down in a room either. So mix me with this false narrative that you came up here with, Earl. I land.
Okay, so why is it the white man's fault
Well, hold
because
on,
mom failed
one
or
second, you
dad
guys.
failed?
Hold on, one second. I just started this live. I will turn it to sub chat only. This is ridiculous. We're at 2.9K. The likes ain't even moving. Y'all already into the conversation. Okay, so my live is about standing on business. We have real raw conversations, but I cannot go live if we're not supporting. So go ahead and get the likes up to 10K. I've been streaming already for about 10, 20 minutes. There's no reason for us not to be at 10K. So I appreciate you guys. Also, those on the panel, if you want to talk, go ahead and share the live out. You will contribute to the live before you get platformed. So share it to 20 people and then you'll talk. Earl, I'm waiting for you to share the live out also. So Jazdo, why do you think that BOK men continue to make excuses instead of just taking accountability so that we can move forward in our community?
Because the BLK man knows it's two people at the root cause of our issues. YT men and the BLK man. At today is mostly the BLK man. The BLK man knows that you can't talk to the BLK man. You can't reason with the BLK man. If you step on his J's, you may get your brains splattered out across the concrete. So the BLK man knows that he cannot talk to his fellow BLK men about the issues in our community. So he will just put it all off on the black woman. This unspoken bro code that they have to never hold each other accountable has helped destroy our community. And this is why Earl won't acknowledge what the black men are doing, but instead he will make them all children and say it's their parent. You spend the least amount of time in your life as a child. You spend the least amount of time in life under the rulership of your mother. That's for about 18 years. The rest of your life you're spent as an adult male. So the fact that he won't hold the grown men accountable, but he turns them into children because your program doesn't say black teenage boys, BLK boys, BLK children. It says BLK men, but he emphasized them. He turned them into children just so he can blame the mother. This is what they do because once you turn 18, if your mother taught you wrong, now you're an adult to say, I don't like what my mom has taught me. Let me seek some therapy. Let me seek some help. And I'm going to go against what she's taught me, and I'm going to go a different direction. I'm going to land on this. I don't agree with a lot of things that go on in the church. My mother is rooted in the church, but I don't agree with it. But I was born and raised into the church. My grandparents was a pastor and a first lady. But there's a lot that I don't agree with. I chose on my own to go against the conditioning that I had been taught because I didn't agree with a lot of it. So BLK men have a duty of their own to go against what they feel like is wrong if they feel like their mother taught them wrong. But instead, they're cowards and they're lazy, like Earl, and would rather blame the woman than hold the men accountable. I land.
Wow,
Okay,
wow. Hold on
so
1 second,
what
Earl.
is
Sir, Earl, I'm gonna let you respond. Just give me 1 second. Jazza, that was groundbreaking. Just let me just tell you guys, warning. I am not responsible for anything said on the panel. I'm not responsible for anything said in the chat. I do not own the rights, and I do not police adults. All I do not, but I'm not going to let you disrespect me. I'm going to defend myself. Since I'm the host, I'm probably just going to mute you or drop you if you disrespect me. But between y'all can hash it out yourselves. Um, Regardless of the fact, another thing is everyone shares the live out to 20 people on my live. When I come to y'all panels, I respect y'all panels for those who are creators. So go share the live out to 20 people. The person that shares out first to 20 people is the person that goes next. So COL, I see you share to 20 people.
wait?
Go ahead and read out
Can,
the first question and answer it.
wait, can I not defend myself?
Yes, after you share the live out, you didn't just hear
I
me.
did. You didn't you
You only
see it in
shared
the
it one
chat?
time. I said 20 people. You have to share it to 20 people. That's
Dude,
it.
I shared to a group.
Okay, but on my live, you have to share it to 20 separate shares.
So I have to share to okay,
Okay,
it's fine.
okay. So COL, go ahead and read. It's free to share. COL, go ahead and read out the first question and answer it.
Yes, sister, it is the return. It is trendy. We are back once
Hey,
again.
Cindy.
How are you doing, sister? Just doll, how are you doing?
I'm
Big you up,
okay.
big you up, right? So BLK men do not want solutions to fix the community, only excuses. That is 100% facts. The BLK man has become the most spineless, weaker, yellow belly man on the planet, and all he does is whine and complain about the woman, and that is because he does not have the testicular fortitude to stand up to the real enemy, who is the YT man and the rest of the people who keep our people in this position, because he has become a scared yellow belly weaker who whines on the front line about his woman and does not want to take up the responsibility of dealing with who his real enemies are, and that is the men against men. And every time I hear a BLK man whine and sorry, me can't even say the word. In BITCH about the woman, he is only exemplifying that he is a weak-heart, stupid ass who doesn't know nothing about how the world operates, and all he is doing is making our people look like complete fools, because we don't hear any other group of men come up on platforms and whine and complain about the woman like I hear the BLK man come up on these platforms and act like a little girl himself.
Wow. Now that was groundbreaking. Let's go to the next person. We see Cherry. He's such a little yellow belly man that he want to sit there and run just because he can't share the lie. He want to come up here and defend his lies and try to persuade the audience of BS, but he can't even share the live while he's doing his little BS. He gonna go run. Y'all can share the live out to him and tell him to stop being a corny little boy. Next person. Question, upside down question. I see you shared the live out. Go ahead, read out the question.
What they say? Yeah, I had a question before.
Can you read out the question and answer it?
Yeah, it say black man. I can't really see the other side because
You can. Go ahead.
I can't.
I can
It
see.
say do black men want solutions? I can't see because it's my dependent in a way. But basically fix the issues in the community. And I was wondering, like, that don't have like really nothing to do with us because we don't really own the communities. Like, it's really like the systematic racism and the position that the so-called white man put us in. So I feel like it should be, kind of implemented in them to help fix the communities too, since they started the problems. Because honestly, like, we don't have no airports or boats or anything to import the so-called I don't want to say the word, but the stuff, and that destroy the communities, and it's really just a plan. So really, it's not our fault. I mean, and y'all can't speak for every man, because all men don't think the same, So that's really all I want.
Too many men think like you, and that is the problem.
I mean,
Too many men want to come with excuses and don't want to deal with what the realness is. You talk about the white team and put our people in this position, then what is the duty of us as men to do?
I mean, I can't really speak for all men, but
you see, this is the problem. This is the problem. The mentality of the BLK man has become a defeated and conquered little weak heart. He don't want to deal with the real issues. He wants to whine and complain about the woman. He wants to make up excuses and talk about the white team man, the Arab man, the J man, but he don't want to deal with what really needs to be done. And what really needs to be done is that the men need to stand up and have some testicular fortitude and be ready to fight for any means necessary, just like Malcolm said.
Right. COOL, thank you so much for addressing him, because he doesn't want to face the truth. Upside down question mark. You said that you don't own the community. Okay, so that gives you an excuse to destroy it because you feel like you don't own it?
I mean, no, but obviously that the people who own the communities, they want them destroyed because they're the ones who implemented the stuff inside the communities to destroy it. No, like if I wanted to like put somebody down, I would like give them poison. No, so that's like the same
But
thing.
you guys took the poison and sold it to your community. Do you not
I
understand
mean,
that?
but they giving them the poison to do it.
But
Yeah,
you
that's right.
took it. That's the part you're
That's
not
that's
understanding.
the only
BOK men,
opportunity.
hold on, I'm responding. BOK men took it in that instance because that's not the only way that you guys don't want solutions in your community. D-Rugs is just one example. So, but you guys took the D-Rugs and sold it to the people in the community. Didn't even care if it was women, children, didn't care if there were mothers. It doesn't matter. You guys sold it and destroyed your own community. That's the part you're not addressing.
Do you hate black
Giving
men?
me excuses. You're proving the prompt. You're
Do you
still
hate
giving
black men?
excuses. No, I love BOK men.
Yeah, right.
I love them, and I just went out with one this morning. It took me on a nice date. I love BOK man, especially the one on the prompt. He's fine.
Why you didn't ask him about the
I
problem?
love them.
Why didn't you
Girl,
ask him?
him on that prompt is fine.
Have any of you guys tried? Can I say the word?
Rocket, you just came up. Share the live out to 20 people. Please stay on mute until it's your turn. So yeah, I
Yeah,
love
I'm
BOK
going
men.
to.
And it's funny, you see that, you see, this is just another example of the men making excuses. Because we're having a conversation about them taking accountability. Oh, you don't like black men. That's another
I'm asking you a
excuse.
question though. Do you?
Listen, upside down question mark. That is another excuse. That is another way to pivot and deflect. Man, this is ridiculous.
How
Let's
can
go
we
to
fix this? How can we fix the?
Go ahead. Question mark. 1 second. Let's next person. No hidden. If you can read out the question and answer it.
All right. Black men do not want solutions to fix the community, only excuses. I'm gonna go off two things. I'm gonna answer the prompt first. First, there are excuses. There's no reason to say there's not, but there's also solutions. But the issue is people don't like those solutions because it requires them to actually do stuff. And it's not just on the women's side, it's on the men's side too. Everyone's quick to say, well, we could fix this. But when you offer a solution to fix it, they go, I don't know about that. I don't know if I want to do that. So don't fucking, I'm sorry. Don't ask the question then. Don't ask me for a solution. Then when I give you the solution, because the solution is hard for you, you then don't want to do the solution. Because that tells me you don't actually want to fix anything. Rather, you just want to make it seem like there is, right? So that's the first thing. Also, to go off the second thing with the DRUG or whatever, as a 14-year-old kid who was raised by a single mother, she didn't force me to go out and do it. But I had a younger brother and a younger sister, and there was no food in my house, and lights were constantly off, and rent was due. So I went out and did what I had to. Although it wasn't anything hard, it was just, at Mary J. I take responsibility for what I did, but if you ask me if I do it again, 100 times out of 100. Because if it comes down to my brother and my sister and my mother eating, I will go do it again with no problem. So I'll wait there and we'll let everybody else answer.
All right. I don't allow people to reply to the comment section. So if you want anything answered, comment section, just go ahead and send it Cash App. Put your question in the memo, and I will ask panelists different questions that you guys want answered. That was interesting. Because that was a mix. That was mixed with, hey, I take accountability for it, but I feel justified. I feel like I did the right thing. So that's an interesting take. Um, but at the same time, I just wonder, like, why do BOK men come up here? Because this is not the first time I went live. They come up here and make this excuse as if selling D-Rugs was the only option. The only option to make any money is selling D-Rugs, which is another form of an excuse to make it seem like there's no other opportunity than selling D-Rugs.
So I'll say this, right? At that age, And believe me or not, it's completely up to whoever, because at the end of the day, no one knows my life, so I could really care less. But I was out looking for jobs. There was one point I was cutting lawns in my neighborhood to try to make sure the money came in, but it wasn't enough to sustain. And all these jobs that wanted to hire me, they were like, "Oh, we'll hire you at 14, but we're only going to pay you like $2 or $3 for a day because technically you can't work yet. We're only going to give you this much because technically we can't have you on our payroll." So it was like, dang, I'm out here doing these jobs. I'm out here doing all this, and it's still not enough. So when the offer came to me of, hey, I can make sure your brother and sister eat, I can make sure your house is good, I can make sure your lights stay on, it was like, well, dang, I know that this is the wrong path to go down, but I'm sick of seeing my brother and sister have to eat bread for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I'm sick of my mama sitting in the kitchen in the middle of the night when she think we all asleep crying because she can't do what she has to do.
This is
So
manipulation. This is BS,
Wait,
and this is
Jazza, one second.
manipulation.
I'm gonna let you respond in a moment. Rocket, go ahead and read out the first question and answer it. You guys, let's get it to 20K so we could go to open panel. We should already be at 20K. So everyone on the panel and in the comments can help us get it to 20K. Rocket, go ahead and read out the question and answer it. Otherwise, I'll go to the next person. Damo, you just came up. You got to share the live out to 20 people. Okay. One last chance, Rocket. Otherwise, you're going to get skipped. All right. So, I don't know why you come up here, share the live out to 20 people, and then don't answer the prompt. It's weird. So, Jazz Dog, go ahead, because I wanted to make sure he got in, but he dropped. So go ahead and say what you was going to say.
Yeah, whatever No High just said, that's BS and it's manipulation. Because again, like I told Earl, they keep taking it down to children. It's a wide known that grown men are selling D-rugs in our community, not teenagers and children. This is manipulation to get some type of sympathy, and I'm not buying it. That's a load of crap. Come on now. And now all of a sudden the mama can't feed the kids. 5 minutes from now they're gonna be saying we on welfare and food stamps. So now she ain't on welfare or food stamps. She just sitting at home crying because she can't afford to feed the children. This is manipulation. This is what the BLK man does to garner sympathy from the BLK woman. And it typically works. We're not talking about teenagers. We're talking about adult men who are selling D-rugs and not putting back into their community and destroying it. Now, when I was in relationships with BLK men, they used to leave D-rugs in my house all the time when they would go home. And I'm talking about like the green stuff. I didn't pick that stuff up and go back out into the community and try to resell it. You know what I would do? I would flush it down the toilet. I don't smoke. So it wasn't something that I was into, right? To this day. You have a choice. So when they try to come here with it, well, they put it in our community, you could have picked it up and walked it right back out of our community. But instead, they chose to engage in it. It wasn't your responsibility, No High, to take care of your children. Your father, the man that helped your mother create you and your siblings, that was his job to take care of the family. So you can't guilt trip us with this prompt by trying to say, well, I was 14 and they was only gonna pay me $2 to work because I wasn't allowed to work. Get out of here. Y'all got a full meal at school at 14. So miss me with that. That's a load, girl. That was manipulation at the highest level. Eileen.
Yeah, I have a question. I have a
no,
question.
You need to
hold
cash
on,
out first before questions.
hold on, question mark, because I gotta say
One
this.
second. 1 second, you guys. We're going to take a mod break because we still haven't got it to 20K. So until we get it to 20K, you're going to have to wait for me to call on you because it's not open panel. Damo, you came up and you're not talking till you share the live out. That goes for everybody. As they come up, share the live out to 20 people. That is the rules of my live. So you're
I shared the live out. I ain't gonna lie.
No. Hold on. Matter of fact, we'll check. Miles, confirm if Damo have shared the live out. Also, if you haven't sent a daily heart me, go ahead and send a daily heart me. My panel is about having real conversations, uncut, but I do not hold the responsibility for anything said on the panel. If I'm talking, please stay on mute. I don't need to hear that feedback in the background. And if you want to ask a question, you need to send the Cash App first. The Cash App is in the comments. Send a Cash App for $5 and your question will get platformed and answered. Same thing for the comments. Your questions will be platformed and answered once you send it to the Cash App. Damo, no profanity. You can read out the first question and answer it.
So black men do not want solutions to fix the community, only excuses. What Jazz was saying, she was saying, some people don't need to like selling drugs or whatever in the
Thank
communities.
you, drugs. Green hearts in the chat.
Okay, one like that's bad and it's degrading our community. God damn. So like, but you gotta understand, a kid or what you say, a man, when they're a child and their parents are selling D rugs or whatever, that's all they see, that's all they know, right? So when they growing up, that's all they see. So they think that's the right thing to do. You can't blame somebody or bash somebody for just doing what they know. You know what I'm saying? For doing what they think is right or what they're used to. That's like the kids over there in like Iraq and stuff, picking up AKs at the age of 13, and they're just doing what they see around them. So until we as a community become better and get stronger and get ourselves out of that space, out of that predicament, it's still, we are gonna be down there together. And that's just how the world is. And just like everybody say, black people like crabs in a bucket. If one go up, we're gonna keep trying to pull them down. That's just a sad reality. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly, bro. I totally agree with him. And
No, I already said until we get it to a certain amount, do not talk. I'm gonna call on you until we get it to.
how much money you need on your cash app to reach your goal? I'll make
Go
you
ahead
reach
and
your
send, go
goal.
ahead and send $5 Cash App for questions. Drop Cash App inside the comments. Also, it's not that hard. I'm gonna call on people until we get it to 20K. So it's really simple. Everyone, it's over 70 people here. We could have been at 20K like literally like 15 minutes ago. So while you laughing, start tapping because it's really not that serious. COL, what's your thoughts on what Damu said?
This is the problem that I always hear from the vast majority of the BLK men is a load of excuses and this defeated and conquered mindset that them can't do nothing to fix their situation. No, we're not talking about individuals. As a collective, we are the least respected group of men on the planet. No matter where we reside, we are looked
Yes.
upon as the bottom, and that is because on a global stage, we have not stood up for what really needs to be fought for. We are there bickering every single day in the ghetto, fighting over complete foolishness when the real enemy is sitting from the top and laughing at all of
Yes.
us. So when we are ready to put in the necessary work and put aside all of our foolish isms and schisms, ego and pride, that is when we will finally have a better situation in our communities, and we won't hear BLK men whining and complaining about the woman and whining and complaining about the YT man. Every single BLK man should know who their enemies are and know who their allies are. The BLK woman has always been her ally, and the only reason why we see her acting in a certain way that we may not like anymore is because we as a group of men were not sufficient enough in protecting her and providing for her. Simple as that.
Oh, wow. Another groundbreaking message from COL. I hope you guys are listening. Big Barry just came up, shared the live out to 20 people. Can you guys please stay on these comments? Because I'm tired of muting people in the comments. Mods, stay on top of these comments. The MF man, stop being slick in the comments. If you're going to come up and stand on business, do so. If you're going to send something to the Cash App, go ahead and do so. But if you are broken or dusty, just shut up and stop talking to me.
Can I add on to what CO?
It's not 20K, so you need to wait till I call on you. So what COL just said made a whole lot of sense. But again, it's just a whole bunch of excuses proving the prompt. When are they going to get it? When are these BOK men going to get that they're literally sitting here proving the prompt, making excuses? And it needs to be everyone helping tap. So if you haven't sent a daily heart me, go ahead and send a daily heart me. I hear excuses every day since I've been going live by BOK Men. And it's only a selected few like COL that would come up here with actual solutions, taking accountability, holding other men accountable, which is very rare. We need more of that inside of our community. That's the only way it's going to be fixed. But we have people like Upside Down Question Mark who believes, hey, we don't even have a community.
Bro, I just sent the money, bro.
You want to ask a question? Go ahead.
I'm helping the community, see? And I'm a black
Go
man.
ahead and ask your question. Otherwise, if you
But
don't
look,
ask your question, and I see you put something slick on the Cash App, go ahead and ask your question though, because I don't even like really care what you have to say.
bro, this shit. But first of all, this chat shouldn't be so lucrative. Like, I feel like I'm getting
I need
scammed,
you to
bro.
ask your question.
All
Otherwise,
right,
you're
bro.
going to get
All right,
dropped.
look. How do you guys feel about Black Wall Street? Y'all remember how we was doing so good as a community? No so D-Rugs, no no vulgarity or anything, inappropriate within our communities. Just on the right track. And then what happened? Tulsa, Oklahoma, what happened?
I want to
The
answer it,
so-called
Poetic. I'll
the
Wait,
answer that.
so-called
hold on, 1 second.
bro,
He can choose who he
bro,
wants to ask.
Jazz Dog didn't send no money. She shouldn't be speaking when I'm speaking. Like, that's just some respect, huh?
Okay. This dude is a problem. Okay. Jazz Dog, go ahead and answer his question.
Yeah, we don't live in the past. Black Wall Street was 100 and I want to say 5 years now, 103 years ago. We can't live in the past. And the reason why it failed is because after BLK people build up that beautiful community, they were still so loving of YT people, and instead of them making it where they're not allowed into the community like how those YT people in Arkansas are doing right now, making a whites only community. So after they built Black Wall Street, instead of them making it a blacks only, they invited the YT people in. Their love for YT women, she claimed that a 19-year-old tried to grape her and they burned down the community. So even when we build ourselves up and we segregate ourselves and have the wealth and have the doctors and lawyers, our love for YT people won't even allow us to stay segregated from them. So they were on the right track, but the mentality, huh?
You started going in and out, but go ahead.
So they were on the right track, but the mentality wasn't there. They still wanted to be inclusive to YT people. They still wanted to see at
You
the
actually
table.
believe
Hold
that?
on. Let me finish.
Answer the question.
Bro, how much money I gotta send to cut somebody off, bro?
So
You can
with
send a money pow to drop.
so with
Go
that
ahead.
being So with that being said, the reason when it was burned down is because a YT woman lied and said a 19-year-old tried to grape her on the elevator, and the only thing that happened was he slipped and bumped into her, right? And so they used that to be the catalyst to burn down the community. If BLK people would have stayed segregated after they built Black Wall Street, we probably would have generational wealth today. I land.
All
But
right.
we don't live in the past, so we don't need to go back 100-something years. You haven't built anything today. Build Black Wall Street in 2025. Build Black Wall Street in 2026.
So it can get burnt down again?
I land.
Hold on. Let's let her land. Okay, she landed. What's your response to her answering your question? And then we have an announcement. Everyone can stay on mute.
First and foremost, she did not answer the question. She just said it's in the past. We need to forget about it. It's in the past.
Ask your question again.
My question was, I was just saying how you guys feel about it. Like, it literally goes hand in hand with this prompt right here. So we had every solution fixed. We literally had airports to movie theaters we literally had our own community. And this sister saying that, a black man.
No, what is your question? I want to hear it. I'm going to answer it.
That answer after you too.
Nah, it was
no.
It was more so a comment. Like, anyone can just comment on it. It wasn't really a direct question, you know? I was just saying, how do you feel about it? I was saying, how do you feel about it? How do you feel about it? Cause
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, so this is how I feel about it. Whenever we start building BOK communities and building together, BOK men always leave an open door to let it get destroyed. And I'm going to tell you why. Even though I love BOK men, you guys need to take accountability. Even now, you guys have this whole movement with the foundational Black Americans, which is cool. But what y'all gonna do is probably let a white tea woman in and ruin it, just like you guys did with Tulsa, Oklahoma. What did you guys do? Somebody want to flirt or talk to a white tea woman, and then they come and burn down our whole city. Also, you guys didn't have any means of protection. You continue not to protect your women and children. If you're going to start a whole city, y'all should have some type of protection. It should be police in that city. It should be some type of neighborhood protection that is legal where you can protect your own community. So it still falls on you guys. If you're going to build, you have to have means to protect what you have built. So that's my answer to that. Um,
I have a question. I have a
no,
question.
you got a cash app. You only sent one cash app. You only sent $5. Okay,
How much
so
more money you want?
you got to send $5 each time the question.
Wait, poetic.
Bro, didn't the
So
dude
hold
just take
on,
you
respond?
on a
hold
date? Like,
on.
why can't you
When
ask
you
me
hear
for
this
60 minutes?
noise, just need to be quiet.
Man.
Mods mute them. Mods mute them. All right, so we have a cash app question right now. The cash app question: why don't they find a problem with their fathers? Again, so let's go to Damo first. Or no. I'm sorry. Let's go to No Hidden first, because No Hidden told the story about his single mom, but didn't say why his father wasn't there helping take care of him. So why don't you find any problem with the fathers, No Hidden?
See, that's the thing. I never said I didn't. I only spoke on my experience and the things that I went through. It's just so easy for people to hear something and then go, "Oh, you didn't say this." It's like, I got you. So many people are so quick to want to say, "I got you." They don't go, "Okay, well, maybe if we give them more time to explain." So my father passed away from cancer when I was 14 years old. That's why he wasn't in my house. It wasn't like he
My
left.
condolences for that. So you were 14, but you guys were struggling before that when he was alive, correct?
No, actually, before that, we were doing pretty good. He was a CDL truck driver, so we were doing well, and we were doing okay. And then he ended up getting that, and he passed away. So when he passed away, things got hard. Now everyone's gonna say, "Oh, no, he's telling a story about his passed away dad."
Nobody's gonna say that because
Um,
usually
it-
people are sensitive about that. Just go ahead and land because now nobody's gonna even touch that.
Okay,
The
so
template.
so
Go
so
ahead.
for that let's so again, my father passed away, so that's why he wasn't in the picture. So we'll go ahead and get that out of the way. Second, to say that what telling my story was a manipulation tactic is crazy, because all I did was tell what happened to me, and I was not trying to manipulate anyone or have anyone feel bad for my
Well, hold on. You're
situation.
going to what Jazz Doll said. I'm on my Cash App question. That's it.
Oh, okay.
But
Well, then I'll land there. I'll come back to that later. I'll land there.
okay. Mark, I'm waiting for you
Can
to
you let
share the
Demo
live
go?
out. Hold on. Cute. Question mark. Mark, you've been sitting there, but you haven't shared the live out. Houdini, you just came up. Please stay on mute and share the live out. I don't understand why y'all come up here with all your background noise. It's weird. Like, who does that on TikTok? Anytime I go on people's panel, I mute my mic. It's called having etiquette. So, anyways, welcome up, reality. Go ahead and share the live out to 20 people. All those who are up on the panel, make sure you share the live out to 20 people. If you have any questions that you want answered, send it to the Cash App. It will get platformed. If you're on the panel, same thing, send it to the Cash App. I'm waiting for the new people to share the live out so I can hear what your take is. I am interested in hearing your take. Because it took a long time to get it to 20K, we need to get it to 30K. Everyone get it to 30K. We'll go to open panel, introduce the new guests, and have open panel where you guys can go back and forth and stand on business. But for now, same questions. Same Cash App question that we're on. Damu, you can answer that question.
You reread it, please.
Don't they find a problem with their father?
Okay, I know you probably not gonna like the answer to this, but yeah, there's a lot of BLK men that are deadbeat fathers. We probably lead the percentage in the whole world with that, but it's also the woman having the baby, and with that particular man knowing that that man is not going to provide for their kid, that man is not going to be there for them throughout their life. So it's not just the man. It is majority him, but it's also the woman they're both making bad decisions at the end of the day, because you always should be there for your kid no matter what. But if you're a woman and you lay down with a man that's not ready, or his head is not stable, that's your fault. You shouldn't be doing that in the first place. And if, yeah, I understand if he's telling you one thing and then it goes another way, yeah, that's a circumstance where it's like, damn, okay then. But that's not only black men doing that. Every man, a lot of men do that throughout all races. But if you're a woman, you should be laying down with a man, not even just any man. You should only be laying down with your husband at the end
Stay
of the
on mute,
day.
everyone, until he's done. We're not going to open panel till 30K. Go ahead.
If you're a woman, you should only be laying down with your husband at the end of the day. So the fact that there's deadbeat dads out here and everything, it's the man's fault, but it's also the woman's fault. And I'm gonna land there. I want to hear what you got to say about it.
Okay, this is what I have to say. Leaping lizards. Now, that was mind-boggling. Again, he found a way to pivot, okay, and literally blame the woman.
Are you slow? Ain't no way.
Listen, Damu. I know you want to get dropped, but I want you to stand here and get intellectually destroyed. So stop.
Blame it on the woman.
Hold
Tell me.
Hold on. I want you to stay here and get intellectually destroyed. I
You
don't want to
say
drop
you
you.
heard me say it's
Listen, Red Bottom. I need you to just
that's
stay
lame.
there
Double
and be
chill, double chill.
quiet. Be quiet.
Tag me. I don't know
Quiet.
you.
You
I
just
don't
called
know.
me slow. How am I attacking you? Mods, mute this guy. You just called me slow. You just said, "Are you slow?"
Because you didn't listen to what I
because
said.
you're mad at my response to you. That's why you're doing that.
You just lying. Like
But you're being rude.
you heard, but listen, you heard me say it's majority.
Damu. Shut your mouth.
Bro, are you good, bro?
Nah, shut your mouth. That's what you're not understanding.
Can I say one thing? I'm sorry, because maybe
no,
you missed
because you were being rude. It's not me.
to
You
offend
just said,
but,
"Are you slow?"
but you didn't
Just because I said that was mind-boggling and you blamed the woman.
listen to what I said.
There's other people here that would love to debate you. I'm trying to host the live. Just wait a minute.
But hold on, but just
Cam
2
up.
seconds.
Cam
2
up.
seconds.
No, just cam up. I'm tired of you. Cam up. You want to talk all that mess? I'm going to need you to cam up. I'm not talking to you until you cam up.
Make your picture full screen. I'll cam up.
I do that all the time. Cam up.
And I'll cam up right now.
You first. Because I do that all the time. I have all types.
Wait, can I talk? After I talk, I'll cam up.
Shut up. I have all types of pictures and videos on my page. I'm not afraid of who I am. Go ahead and cam up.
Okay, can I talk? Can I?
Mouth. Where my mouth?
Oh my! Can you relax?
Mute this ninja. He's getting on my nerves. Can you guys mute him?
I literally said it's majority of the man's fault, but it's also the woman's fault. And you said I was blaming it on. I just want you to know that you're part of the problem, bro. You part of the problem.
Let's get the chat to 30K likes.
Listen. Be quiet because you're part of you are the problem.
That's the problem, bro. And it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Like I'm not here. I'm not here to make you mad. Like I'm just saying.
You just shut your mouth? There's other people here that's waiting to talk.
But I'm saying like you're
so unruly. Just shut your mouth.
I'm sending roses. Can I like speak?
Send $10 to the cash app. Let me know.
Yeah. Okay. Who's Miss Dangerous? It says that my mod, Miss Dangerous, keeps muting. I'm just trying to think, who is that? I have mods I don't know. I'm about to make COL a mod because this is ridiculous. Mute these ninjas. They're out of control.
COL, what do you think about what I just said,
Okay,
dog?
mute. You need to cash out for questions.
The question I was talking to
It doesn't
COL.
matter who you ask.
Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
Cash out for questions. It's
I'm gonna
not
cash
hard.
out for you. I'm gonna cash out for Dumbo.
Chapping you for no
Okay,
question,
all
bro.
right.
I'm gonna cash out
I'm
for
just gonna
Dumbo.
drop you because you keep like talking over me, and nobody's
I'm
dropping
gonna cash out.
a money gun. All right, so you guys, you know it's a money gun to drop someone. So send the money guns, drop people. Damo, you're gonna get muted in the comments. You need to behave. Send your request up, and when I'm talking, you need not to talk. Okay, so back to what I was saying. Whose turn is it? Mark. Mark, if you could read out the question and answer it.
Black men do not want solutions to fix the black community, only excuses. Black men refuse to take accountability. Okay, so I do have a solution. I think, yeah, and I really think this is kind of like the final solution for us, like black men. I mean, our previous generations of black men have failed us to the point of this is where we at, and I think for black men, if you want to get back to the way it kind of was, your only solution now at this point is date outside your race and build a new black community.
Can you answer the question before you go giving your stupid advice?
Yeah, I did. That is the solution. Yeah, black men.
Number one, chakais.
Yeah, that was
Wait,
the
hold
solution.
on. I said answer the actual question first.
Black men refuse to take accountability. Yeah,
No,
yes.
the first one. The first one.
Black men don't want solutions to fix the black, only excuses. Yes, I agree.
Okay, so you agree, and you wanted to expound. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead and expound.
Yeah. And the reason why they don't want solutions because black men have feared the final solution, the only solution that we have, and that's to date outside our race. That's our
the
only
final
solution.
solution. There's no other solutions available.
Yes, ma'am. Yep, that's it. That's all that we have left.
Okay. Give me 3 solutions that you guys tried to execute and it didn't work. Give me 3 of them.
We tried to build our own
I
town.
need you to shut your black mouth. I don't get you. You continue to interrupt me. You know the rules of the live.
Well, ma'am, I mean, it's only one solution. You either build a black community or you don't. And yeah, so if you can't build a black community with black women, then you have to date outside your race to do it and start a fresh
Give
new
me
black
3 ways that because you say you guys have exalted all the solutions. Give me 3 solutions that you guys have tried and it did not work. Are you unable to do that? It's 1, there's 2, and there's 3, right? For number 1, you're going to give a sentence. Number 2, you're going to give a sentence. Number 3, you're going to give a sentence. Those sentences are going to include the actual solutions that you guys have tried to execute that did not work. Bullet point 1, 2, and 3.
Okay. There was a black family that no longer exists because of women. Women divorce men at a higher rate. That's done.
So because of divorce, okay, so marriage was you guys' solution.
In 1965, 80% of black Americans were married. Black women were married. 80%. Now their number is at 27%. Black women no longer want to get married to black men, and that's fine. I mean,
Okay, so number 1 was to be married. That was your solution to fixing the black community.
Yes, ma'am, and that has failed us. Previous
And
generations.
now, what's number 2 that you guys have tried? And I'm not saying it's right or wrong right now. I'm gonna let somebody else respond to you.
Okay, yeah. I mean, so also the black family. We had a black family structure.
You said number 2 is divorce. That's what you guys tried.
No, the black family structure.
Isn't that the same as number 1, marriage?
I mean, but ma'am, when you say like there's a community, right? Like you can only have there's really you're either going to have a black community or you're not going to have a black community. So as far as solutions,
Let's
like
go back. Hold on. Let's go back.
there's only
Let's go
but
back
there's
to
only
the
one way to have
beginning.
a
Hold
community.
on. You're pivoting. You're going everywhere. Number one was marriage. What is number two?
It's only one solution. You have to have a black
One, two,
family.
and three is marriage.
A family, black family, which equates to a black
Listen,
community.
not lizards. I
Bro, I
need you
just
to
sent some
mute your
money,
mic.
bro.
I need you to mute your mic. Leaping lot lizards. This is mind-boggling. I asked this man, let's highlight this. I asked this man, give me 3 ways that you guys have tried to fix the black community. And all of his answers, he said, is marriage. You can't make this stuff up.
Well, so
And
what I'm
then,
trying
hold on. Listen, we haven't even went detailed and dissected how did BOK men even go about marriage in their community. I'm going to let the panelists get a chance at that, right? Let them have a little fun. But I need you to stay on mute. It's not that hard. If I'm muting you, that means stay there. Okay, you're going to wait. Hold on, question mark. I'm talking to him. You're going to have to wait a moment. So, now you're saying that black women don't want to marry y'all. Y'all only solution is to date outside your race. Everyone hold that there, particularly BOK Betty, COL, Jazz Doll. I would like for one of y'all to respond to that in a moment. But we do have a Cash App question. Let's see if he's going to actually ask anything or does he just want to play. But we'll see. Go ahead, Q. I'm going to call you Q. I'm going to question mark the whole time.
Yo, what's up, y'all? My
Your
name is
Cash App question.
My name is question mark. First and foremost, what happened to Demo? Y'all not gonna add him back? He made some legit points.
He needs to request back up.
All right, I'm gonna tell him to request. But yeah, I was gonna say to let me back on what this brother was just saying about the marriage. But correct me if I'm wrong. But
Stop
wasn't it?
saying putting your weird little memos there. Otherwise,
Bro, I'm literally speaking, bro.
no, literally, stop putting your weird memos. Next time you do that, I'm not going to accept it.
Okay, but you'd accept the money though. Okay.
No, I'll send it back to you. I don't even
No. You can keep it. I don't need
I'll
it.
send it back to you. If you
Nah, I
want to
don't
be
need it.
disrespectful, I'll send it back to you.
I don't need it. Look, let me ask my question though. So wasn't it black women who accepted the government assistance and allowed their families to be destroyed? Because correct me if I'm wrong, but to apply for like food stamps and stuff of that nature, doesn't the black man has to be out of the household or like Section 8 or like that whole system was created to literally take the black men out of the household. Correct me if I'm wrong. And
Wait, hold on.
I'm so
Who are you
right.
asking that
What?
question to?
Oh my God.
Question mark. I need you to be quiet for a minute. Who did you want to ask that question to?
I want to ask it to Demo, but he's not in the chat. He said he requested, but he's not up here.
All right, so I'll just pick someone to answer it. BOK Betty, you can go ahead and answer it. And
Yes.
well,
You're wrong.
I have somebody before you, so just go ahead and answer it.
So the No Man in the House law landed was from 1963 to 1968. You as a married man actually could get benefits, but you had to actually be married to the woman in the household. And then you would have to do a welfare to work, and then you would be able to get those benefits. But what a lot of men were doing during that time, because there were no jobs, is they were doing the poor man's divorce, which means that they were going out looking for jobs. They were leaving their homes and their wives, and then they were going to different cities. And a lot of those men created homes with different women in those other towns. So a lot of the women that were suffering from the welfare where they couldn't get money because they weren't married to those men. They couldn't get married to those men because those men were already married. So a lot of those women that were suffering were the side chick. And if you actually read the court case that actually got rid of the No Man in the House rule in 1968, King versus Johnson, yeah, it actually shows that woman, she had 4 kids of her own that wasn't that man's, and that man was married to a woman, and he had 9 kids of his own. And the reason why he couldn't take care of her household is because he was already taking care of his household. And that's the reason why and it was actually a black woman that actually fought to get that thrown out. So you're actually very, very wrong that woman couldn't you couldn't be in the house, because you can. And then today, because that was 50 years ago and it only lasted for 5 years. That was 50 years ago. Today, you can most definitely do it. You don't have to be married, and it's all according to your income. So you're very wrong. Please go look up your history and stop listening to
People that lives on section.
Question mark, hold
TrustMeBro.redpill.com.
on, let her land. All right, be okay, Betty. That was groundbreaking. Thank you for officially debunking this man once again, but let's see if he takes heed to it. Go ahead.
Bro, that was not groundbreaking. All right. Yeah, back to Betty. Betty, you saying that, oh, it's not like that, but correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you
Today,
cannot correct it for wrong again. You already did your question. You guys,
my question, I'm responding to her.
You
Oh,
can respond to her, but I'm going to the new guest.
girl, how much money I gotta send?
Go
Just
ahead
tell
and
me right
respond to
now.
her. Okay, you wanna go ahead and send $50 to Cash App, ask unlimited questions. Then how about that? Other than that, you need
That's
to
a new rule, bro. That's not a rule that you have.
Nah. I make rules as I go. Okay, so anyhow, like I said, once we get it to 40K, we'll go to open panel. You can respond to her, but I have to go to new guest.
30K for the open panel, bro. You just keep scratching it, bro. Like,
Because
come
we have
on.
questions and everything and new guests in the midst of it. So you don't understand that? Like, are you hosting the live? Like,
The guests want open panel so everyone can speak. That's what's.
shut up. Mute this guy. Mute him.
Poetic, are you having a good day today?
Mute Damo and question mark. Because they're acting out. How about you just don't respond so that we could get to open panel faster, okay? So Reality Sage, if you can read out the question and answer it.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
Good afternoon.
Black men do not want solutions to fix the black community, only excuses. That is cap. That is a lie. We absolutely want solutions that fix our community. Unfortunately, many of our women don't want to follow those solutions. Many of our women don't want to listen. Our women want to be in charge. The problem in our communities, everyone is raised to be an individual, not work together, not even in the households, not even get married. So that's the problem that we really truly have. So, I will say this: I have no interest in trying to fix ignorant people. Let me not cuss. I'm not trying to fix people who have no propensity to learn, to change their ways, to do better for our community. The people who want to act like ignorant fools, I'm just going to let them be that. Let them be the ignorant fools. Our people who want to listen, who want to learn, who want to get better, absolutely. We do have solutions. It ain't feminism, but y'all drinking that down like, white girls piss because y'all love to listen to white tea liberal women. Y'all love doing that, love not thinking for yourselves. And frankly, there's a good part of our men that like to listen to white tea liberal women. They sound just like them. They paint their nails. They act like them. So, yeah, we do have solutions. Not a problem whatsoever. The question is, are you really truly a person who wants solutions to? I'm not asking the question. I know the rules here. Okay. But that's a statement. If you don't want to move forward, a good black man not just a fool with you. Good black men should be with good black women, vice versa. I would tell everybody, stop choosing these clowns on both sides of the aisle. If you are a woman that only comes across cookies and ray rays, people trying to make you a baby daddy, someone who's not worth it, and that's all that you come across, it's only one common denominator. You might be the problem. Homeboy, if you only come across women trying to be gold diggers, get you for your money, who have no respect, you might be part of the problem. You're
Ironic.
attracting those
That's
individuals
ironic.
towards you.
That's ironic, brother. Yeah, I agree. Yep.
Question mark, I
So,
need you to mute your mic and
so
shut your mouth.
we just have a problem in our community when it comes to that. The silliness of our community right now is we are really dumbfounded listening to white liberals. We're so stupid for doing it. They have sold us out every step of the way. Who gave us welfare? White liberals. Who gave us three strikes, you're out? Bill Clinton, white liberals. I'm just saying, We keep having our hand held out. They keep calling us victims, and we keep saying, "Yes, master, we're victims. Thank you for calling me a victim. Thank you for telling me how slavery still impacts me to this day." 5, 6 generations ago, we keep doing this stuff to
Now,
ourselves,
go ahead and
making
you can
excuses.
expound and open panel.
Okay, I'll land. Question number 2: Black men refuse to
Okay,
take
no, we're only
accountability.
on the first one. We're only on the first
Only
one.
first one. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Um, go
let's
ahead.
start open panel with COL. Everyone stay under 2 minutes. The way open panel works, Cash App for questions, no profanity, TikTok friendly language. Everyone that's talking, say you land your plane, keep it under 2 minutes each time. COL, you can start open panel.
Shouldn't I go first since I just sent money? But okay.
No, because you were still being rude, so you can skip.
But
COL, go ahead.
so you gonna take my money?
That
Listen,
money.
I will block you. If you start to be a problem, I will block you, okay? Okay,
You'll
so
block
hold
me,
on.
but
I
you
will
won't block.
block you. I already told you. If you be rude on the memo, I'm going to ignore it.
Rude to her, bro.
I already acknowledged that. You guys are like another JoJo and Remy. It's weird. Okay, so let's start open panel with Jazz Doll.
Got a camera up, bro.
Yeah, come up.
Yeah, so
Send me my money back, I Kim.
so I wanted to I don't know if it was the other guy who was talking about marriage as a solution and dating outside. Bill K. Men have been dating outside their race for about 50 something years, almost 60 years. And then he said that black women is divorcing Bill K. Men is that's why the community is where it is. But YT women divorce BLK men faster than BLK women do. They're making other races of women single mothers as well. So I don't know what type of solution that have been. Like Black Betty said, it was called back in. They always want to go to the 1960s when marriage was so high, but it was the poor man's divorce, which means BLK men cannot afford a divorce. So they would say, "I'm going for a drink of, I'm going to get a gallon of milk," and they were never returned. So they never actually got a divorce, but the woman was still a single mother. So you can't have it both ways. It can't be the highest rate of marriage in the 60s, yet that's the same era of welfare took the BLK man out the home. You can't have it both ways. That makes no sense at all. We got a bunch of illiterate clowns on the panel who don't know what they're talking about, and that's why they can't stop coming off mute, interrupting and joking nonstop. So when that YT man says that BLK man has low IQs and he doesn't comprehend very well, I would have to agree with him because the way y'all are acting on this panel, y'all don't have no common sense. Y'all don't even know how to have basic conversation about your community that you're supposed to be in charge of. You done made everything about a joke. You clowning nonstop. You won't stop disrespecting her with your cash apps. It's ridiculous how y'all perform and how y'all act. No other group of men act the way y'all do. Yet y'all want somebody to submit to y'all. Like none of the women on the panel have acted like this. This is how y'all act. This is what y'all want to be remembered for as men. Clowns, the class act, the one who jokes nonstop. That's weird. And y'all are grown. Y'all
Can
are
I speak
adults.
next?
No, you cannot. Stay on mute. You can't even stay on mute. Like that's a problem when this is how y'all act as
When it's open
so-called
panel,
men.
don't act either.
So when y'all are supposed to be men, y'all are supposed to be leading the next generation of boys, and this is how y'all act. Stop blaming single mothers and stop blaming your mamas and blame yourselves for y'all behavior. It's ridiculous and it's embarrassing. And the best thing the black woman can do is divest from y'all because y'all are a clown. Every group of women can find love and happiness with the men
All right,
except the
let's
black
go ahead and
man.
land. Everybody keep it 2 minutes.
I land there.
It's open panel, y'all.
Yeah, this is Betty. The only solution that the men have, because I've been really trying to listen to see if they actually have like a real solution. The only solution that they really care about is controlling women. There's so many things that we need to do within the Black community. Like we need to get up, and we need to gain votership within our community, get more, especially our young people, to vote, get involved in legislation, get involved in local politics. So that's one of the things. We need home ownership within our community. We need more trade schools within our community. A lot of the people that are actually doing trades right now, especially the Black men, there's a lot of truck drivers. They could educate more of the younger boys that are probably getting out of high school to do more of those type of trades, welding, things like that. We need more of those in our community. We need to increase our literacy rates in our community. We need to have more business ownership in our community. Like a lot of the things that are, that stem from the issues in our community has to do with poverty. Maybe creating more neighborhood watches within our community so that we can get a lot of those people that are doing illegal activity off the street, so our kids can go back and forth to school safely. Like these are the things that we should be talking about in our community. But the only thing that I've actually heard the men talk about was how come the woman don't want to submit to me and listen to me? Like, forget about the woman. Okay, worry about getting voting rights for people, or getting more younger people to vote. Worry about ownership. Worry about getting your business business together. You two worried about getting your D wet, and that's the biggest issue that you have, and why you can't actually do anything that's substantial within the community. And I'll land there.
Groundbreaking, to say the least. I'm gonna get new guests in there in a moment. Water, I see you sharing, appreciate it. Waiting for JoJo to share. But yeah, let's get Reality Sage in there. Reality Sage, you're on Coffee Cup. Go ahead and chime in. Reality, are you there? Okay, we'll get him in there in a minute. No hidden, Damu, question mark. One of y'all can go, because we're about to stop open panel in a moment.
Based off what Betty said, I agree with her. But most of our race is we're holding each other back, bro. Nobody's holding us back. No other race is holding us back. It's our own race holding us back. So when you say we have to build more neighborhood watches, become homeowners, that all starts with the man. Like, it all starts with who that person wants to become and how he was raised. It really has nothing to do with what y'all are saying. We're talking about up here about a woman and like all this. Nobody up here mentioned any woman doing anything. It starts with the man, and if the man doesn't have the right head on his shoulders, then you as a woman shouldn't be laying with him. That's all I said. And Poetic, you said I was wrong or whatever. That's fine. Everybody has their own opinion. But it starts with the man.
I said you was wrong about what? You keep bringing me in it. You want my attention?
No, thank you.
You are the host.
No, thank you. I don't want
Okay,
your
then why are you
attention.
bringing me in it? There's other panelists that you could debate with.
And furthermore, when you was talking,
My 2 minutes isn't up yet.
hold on, you landed.
We did pause for a long time.
My 2 minutes ain't up yet, Jazz
Yo,
Doll.
Jazz, you gotta send some bread, man.
Oh, question mark. Be quiet.
Jazz Doll, you were just talking about how we were interrupting you. Now you're interrupting me. Like, come on, you
Damo,
contradicting yourself.
You paused for a long time after I respond to you. It's as if you were stunned.
What do you want me to talk over you? Like, what?
Then after I was done, you still was paused. Go ahead.
Okay, but yeah, as I was saying, all I said was, as a woman, you shouldn't be laying down with a man that you don't think could lead your household, could lead your home, and build a family
I never
with,
disagree
and
with
create
that.
wealth with. Yeah, no, I'm just saying in general. I'm not saying you disagree with it. That's all I'm saying. The child, like people calling us childish and stuff, like I really don't care about that. You know, like it all comes down to how a man was raised. And that starts with the woman, because you give birth to a man, you give birth to a boy.
That's right.
And based on who you decide to be that child's father, that's how that boy will grow into a man.
But look though,
that's all I'm saying.
Hold on, let him
yo,
land.
I'm landed. I'm
Okay,
good.
let me say this. Reality, you were dropped with a money pow pow. Next time, don't drop yourself when you get dropped. Wait for me to drop you. I was gonna drop you once you participate in open panel. Again, me and the mods don't drop people unless you continue to disrespect me. I will drop you, but other than that, the mods don't drop you. Anybody want to drop someone, send a money pow pow. Put their name in the chat. I'm not responsible for anything said on the panel or in the comment section. If you're just coming up, go ahead and share the live out to 20 people. Once you share, you'll get your turn. Upside down question mark. Go ahead, and then we're going to go to water.
Yes, so let me back on what my brother, my black strong brother, was saying.
How you know how strong he is?
That's my brother. I know him in real life. He's very strong. Like I was saying,
Sounds nice.
Like I was saying, it's all starts with, like the brother was saying, the woman, because most of these women, most of these, men that don't know how to fix the solutions in the black community, or the men that refuse to take accountability, are the men who was raised by what? Single mothers. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but majority of the women, that majority of these men, right, that which was raised by single mothers. I mean, yeah, that's really what I wanted to say. Yeah, I don't really need 2 minutes. That's just one point.
Majority of these men were raised by single mothers.
That's true.
You're not
That's so
bringing.
true.
Hold on, I'm talking. Please shut your mouth.
Hey, real.
But it seems as though you guys never bring up the fathers.
They're kicked out of the house
Hold
by the
on.
women.
Instead of saying they're raised by single moms, won't you start saying they were raised fatherless? How about start saying that? Start saying they were raised fatherless. Let's go to Water. Water, if you could read out the first question, answer it.
My question was, it wasn't.
Hold on. It's no longer your turn. Come up.
Black men do not
Water.
Black men do not want solutions to fix the black community, only excuses. I could not agree more. There has not been one BLK man who has come on this panel who has presented a solution that does not involve in-home pum pum. That is the only thing they seem to be worried about. Black men have a hard time defining community, so asking them to fix a community is impossible. They do not see the children that walk around in their neighborhoods as their own. They do not see the women that walk around in neighborhoods as their own, and they do not see each other as brothers. And that is the entirety of the problem. If you do not belong to them, and even then it's kind of shaky, right? We see how the kids are treated by the fathers. But if you are not under their rule, under their thumb, then you are not a part of them. And that is just what it is. If BLK women want the community fixed, we are going to have to do it ourselves. We've been waiting for decades for them to figure out a game plan, and they have not as of yet. That is because they do not understand the needs of the community. They don't know how to build themselves, let alone a community.
Wow, another groundbreaking message from one of the ladies.
Why would every time a lady talking?
Stay on question mark. Stay on mute until
Groundbreaking statements all day.
Mute. Mods, mute them anytime they're interrupting me. Just mute them anytime they're interrupting me. Listen, stay on mute until it's your turn. I swear, this is like a Remy and JoJo fucking clone. Like, stay green hearts in the chat, please. Let me get 4 people with green hearts in the chat. Let's get it to 50K, you guys. Once we get it to 50K, we'll go back to open panel. JoJo, go ahead and read out the first question and answer it. This ninja got a camera. He wants to be seen.
Bruh.
That's what he get.
Every time, bro. Every time. Black men don't want solutions to fix the black community. Only excuses. A good portion of them, yeah. I see it a lot on TikTok. I don't really like that whole the government took the black man out the home thing. Like, I think that's kind of played out. That was like 30 years ago. But I think the easiest way we could fix that, if the biggest issue is the system, the best part is to join the system. I tell all my friends, little brothers, join the force, get in the military, get in policing, like infiltrate those systems that they set up to bring against us. That's the easiest way to kind of protect communities that we want to build up. So, yeah, but I agree I agree with that prompt. A good portion of people want excuses instead of solutions.
D-Lane, you're playing?
Yeah, that's it.
That's groundbreaking.
Your mic?
So groundbreaking.
Okay.
Bro.
Okay. Can you mute your mic, please? Now, that was mind-boggling, what JoJo said. Now, he's saying to join these systems to make change, when a lot of times what you guys join the systems, what do? You become programmed. You want to assimilate with the white T man. That's why we have you catch these BOK cops beating BOK men and doing police brutality on their own people. They become
How do we win, bro?
they
How do we
become
win?
robots. Okay, they start to literally think like a white T man once they start joining the system. Now, if you're talking about BOK women, now that's different. BOK women, when they join the systems, when they join the government, when they join different departments, they usually try to help their community. But it's not the same thing with the BOK men.
One.
Unfortunately,
Name one.
unfortunately, I wish it was better, BOK man. I love you. I wish it was better, but this is something you guys have to change.
Poetic, you just
Hold
said
on,
that black men.
Jamu, be quiet. I didn't ask for your response. It's not open panel. Let's get it to 50K. Once we get it to 50K, it's back to open panel. I think your name is Tari. Tari. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. You could go ahead and read out the first question and answer it.
Hello, everyone. So, black men do not want solutions to fix the black community, only excuses. I think that that's evident by the direction that our community has been heading in just in the last, let's just say, 30 to 40 years. Firstly, I want to say that this narrative that's coming about welfare pushing black men out of the home, notice they never cite sources. How is it possible that the welfare state pushed black men out of the home when the first 10 years they weren't even giving welfare to black women? If you actually research the legislation that was passed to start what we now call the welfare system and what eventually became SNAP, formerly known as EBT, you will see that black women collectively were not allowed to even apply and receive those benefits coast to coast to around approximately 1963 to 1964. So for the majority of the time that this was happening, we were not even allowed to get those benefits. Secondly, a lot of the men talking about black men not being in the home, you forgot that black males outnumbered us until the Vietnam War. And I say this as a veteran from Operation Enduring Freedom. Black males were sent to Vietnam 6 times their population size. So when you factor in that they were
Land the
overrepresented.
plane.
She's just getting started. You shut your mouth.
I think it's interesting that I'm immediately told to land the plane when I said I was given 2 minutes, but you didn't say land the plane to anyone else that was spewing fear.
You're good, Tori. Keep going.
So again, black males were disproportionately sent to Vietnam and disproportionately unalived in Vietnam and not fathers. You can clearly see that there were families of black people who lost sons and uncles. Let's not forget the hidden generation of what's called as the uncle dad, that when black men returned from Vietnam, many of them were so traumatized. They were a surrogate father for plenty of people in the community. And lastly, let's also not forget the infiltration of the booger sugar epidemic in our community, where they intentionally put booger sugar in our community, then criminalize not just the possession of it, but the distribution of it. So when you look at who was actually locked up during that time, during the war on drugs, you will see that most of those were not only black men, but many of them were addicts. It wasn't even the people that were distributing it. It was addicts. They criminalized those drugs more than they did the powder version of it. So when you look at the system that was against us, yes, there were a lot of things against us, but to sit here and make it seem like that the welfare state was the only thing that was happening is blatantly false. It also takes away accountability, because the same people that are saying, I didn't hear any solutions so for the brother that said infiltrate, I would agree that that system would work if that what was actually happening. My last point, they recently did a study that shows that the fairest judge in a criminal court, no matter what your color is a black female criminal court judge. That even looking at suspects that are given equal amounts of time, punished equally, whether the judge is white, Asian, you will clearly see that black women continue to be the fairest judge when it comes to sentencing. And I want to remind everyone that the one black woman on the Supreme Court, Ketanji Brown Jackson, is the only Supreme Court justice with criminal trial experience.
Land the plane, bro. It's been like 5 minutes.
It hasn't been 5 minutes, but you're awfully You're awfully emotional. I heard you speak earlier, and I'm wondering if you ever considered therapy because your outbursts are clearly
Yo, these
indicative.
women hate black men. That's what's making me
Mods,
hostile.
mute this
That's
upside
what's
down
making me
person.
hostile, man.
Oh,
No
no, you
one's
need to
making you
mute.
hostile.
You need to mute. Mods, mute him. Mute him. Mute him.
I'll land my plane now. But to question Mark, I've listened to you speak before I requested up. You are emotional. You also offered no facts. You also agreed with red pill talking points that are clearly harming our community. That's
They
problematic
sent the
in
money
itself.
gun to kick her.
No, they didn't. They sent a money pal to gift her. Now, do not comment on drops. That's what I have mods for. I need you to stop. Hold on, you guys.
That Tori, I appreciate that.
Everyone, please mute. Let me say this. Once we get it to 50K, we'll go back to open panel. Until then, please stay on mute unless I call on you. I will go around or I will talk until we get to 50K. So if everyone on the panel and in the comment section can help us move it up to 50K. Again, I do not own the rights to what's said on the panel. I do not own the rights to what's said in the comments. I do not try to police adult people, but I will stand on business when it comes to me if you come for me. And I advise you guys to do the same. Also, you have the option to drop someone if they're really bothering you, or you can mute someone in the comments if they're really bothering you. Moving it right along, I just want to say this. What she just said was groundbreaking. Man, Jiminy Crickets, when I hear things like this, it just reminds me and it soothes my heart on how intelligent and forthcoming BOK women are. And it's a beautiful thing. And it would be nice to hear the BOK men actually respect and be proud to have women so intelligent that shares the same skin and the same hair type as them. Instead, what they usually do, they want to assimilate with the white T-man and they want to bring down their own women. Unfortunately, because I love black men, I hate to see it. I hate to see when you guys do that. Kat, how much to drop? You need to send that money pow to me and put their name in the chat if you want to drop someone. I actually want to go to Water. Water, what's your thoughts on what Tari was saying?
I agree with Tari 100%. The groundbreakingness of it was just astounding, correct? Like you can tell that she's actually done the research and she actually cares about the community and cares enough to know exactly what's going on and has looked at the timeline of how we've actually come to this place, right? So, I mean, there's nothing I can say. Tori dropped the mic and you asked me to pick it up and I can't reach it.
So let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
What do you feel about what JoJo said with BOK joining like more the police system and things like that? That will help our community.
I'm so very, very glad that you chose to ask me this question. I feel like that would be 100% counterproductive to the Black community, and that has been proven time and time again. And we'll start with integration. If you notice, with the 1965 Civil Rights Act, once we did gain our civil rights and integrate into another community, we have been downhill ever since then. We don't own anything. We don't control our food. We don't control our water. We don't control our housing, and we don't police ourselves anymore. So everything that the BLK men has been complaining about in terms of the community actually was jump-started and kick-started with integration, because that's when we lost sight of whatever it is that we were supposed to be doing in terms of building community. Now, I get that JoJo has good intentions. I don't doubt that at all. But with the integration, the ideas of the white supremacist society is pushed and pushed and pushed and trained and trained and trained, right? It's almost like ABA therapy, where you repeat the same action and you force somebody else to repeat the same action until it becomes
Give me one second, Water. 1 second. I'm just interested to hear, question mark, what's your thoughts on what she said?
I mean,
and
can I answer for him?
Let's get it to 50. Hold on. I don't see anyone really tapping. We should be at 50K. We have over 90 people here. We should already be there going into open panel. Mods will handle everything else. Question mark, go ahead. Say what you were going to say.
I'll let Demo take over for that.
All right, that's fine because you've been dropped by a money pow pow.
That was my
Okay, so again, question mark, you've been dropped by a money pow pow. You guys, allow me and the mods to do things the way we do things. Just go ahead and send it. Once they respond to you, we will take care of it. If somebody's putting it twice, mods, please respond to them and assure them that we got it. The person with the upside down question mark, you've been dropped with a money pow pow. You can send a galaxy or something to save your spot. So if you want to come up, send a galaxy, or maybe your friend can send a galaxy, save your spot. Okay. With that being said, go ahead and finish what you were saying, Water.
So we see when the BLK men infiltrate into YT spaces and YT systems that they take on the mindset of the YT people and they just follow orders and do what they're told. We don't need to integrate. We need to establish our own systems. If we don't establish our own systems, we won't have control over it and we can't ensure justice takes place and that we're fair amongst our own people. So no. I feel like, and personally, JoJo, please don't take this as a dig because I don't mean it that way. You're new here. Like, you don't have history here. You haven't been here for hundreds of years. So you're not as well versed and as educated. And the oral history has not been passed down to you in the ways that it has been passed down through Black Americans. So I do appreciate your
I
good
was born here.
intentions. Okay, I said what I said.
I was
said
born
what I
here.
What did
said.
she just say?
I'll say it
I
again.
was born
You're
here. What do
new
you
here.
mean?
You're
I
new
was
Okay,
here.
born here.
let's let her land, and please stay on mute. Remember, we haven't got it to 50K. Those who are just coming up, share the live out to 20 people. Go ahead. I want to make sure she got to land.
So again, I appreciate your good intentions for the Black community, right? But again, you're new here. You don't have the oral history. You don't have the pattern recognition that we have. You can't look at things and say, hey, this has happened in our community for hundreds of years and see the red flags coming because you're only knowing what you've been told in passing, what you've read, or and you don't know, you just don't know. And it's okay to admit that. It's not a slight to you, right? Okay, you were born here, but my daddy, granddaddy, great granddaddy, great granddaddy, they have information that they were able to pass down to me that you will never get. And that's just what it is.
Wow. Hold on, Damu,
I was
wait.
born, bro.
Hold on. Everyone stay on mute. I will call on you until open panel. I will call on you. I want to say this. I want to say this to Water because her name serves her right because she is flowing with her words. Water, that was groundbreaking to say the least. And guess what? She's right. He's not a foundational Black American. Okay, he came here, he's new here, he doesn't have the history here. And I have nothing wrong. Listen, I love my Jamaicans, Caribbean people, Africans. I love y'all. Seriously, I went on a date with a Jamaican last weekend. I love them. They're so sweet. And I like when they call me Empress and all that stuff. But let's just be honest. Your history is just not here. Okay, baby? Now, regardless of the fact, Damo, you got upset. Are you Jamaican also?
Barbadian.
Okay, well, you've been dropped to the boondocks. You've been dropped with a money pow pow, Damu. If anybody wants to save Damu's spot, just go ahead and send anything higher than a money pow pow. You and your friend were dropped. You guys can send like a galaxy, or you can send like $15 Cash App to get your spot back. Make your choice whether you want to send the galaxy or $15 Cash App to get your spot back, and we'll get you back up here. We're almost at 50K, guys. So once we get it to 50K, we'll go to open panel. For now, we'll go to Precious. Precious, if you could read out the first
I
question.
can't respond.
Maybe if you help get us to 50K, you could have went and helped win panel, but you're not tapping. So Precious, if you can read out the
What's
first
my
question.
name though?
Well, you'll wait to open panel. This lady has been waiting. Precious, if you could read out the first question and answer it.
No problem. How y'all doing?
Good.
All right, it says Black men don't want solutions to fix the Black community, only excuses. I know that for a fact to be true because I'm with a man who offers solutions and he constantly talks about how black men deflect and even like shy away from him, and he's lost friendships because they go on their rants, and he's like, he says things like, hey, you should have picked a better baby mama, or so on and so forth. And he loses friends this way because he doesn't speak with excuses. He offers solutions. It's the natural way that he is. And black men do not like it. They loathe it. To the point where he's gotten to actual physical altercations with men because of these types of political arguments. I think black men as a collective, right? Not any of you individuals here, because I know how sensitive everybody gets. Black men as a collective really enjoy that weird position where they sit between privilege and oppression, because it offers them a lot of leeway in certain areas, because they can still lean on racism is bad. The same thing with white women, their favorite counterpart, right? They lean on their oppression and their privilege to make excuses for the way that they behave. And since you can't say your oppression isn't real, they're just allowed to do it. And that's why, even studies have shown when women talk, men think they've talked twice as long as they have. That's why old buddy was saying, "Oh, girl talked for 5 minutes." And I was watching the clock. She was on 1 minute and 37 seconds when he said that. But to him, in his brain, it was 5 minutes, because he didn't want to hear anything she had to say, because she was not pacifying him. So that's all. Any black man who actually offers solutions knows for a fact that most black men prefer excuses. That's all I have to say.
Wow, that was another groundbreaking message. Let's go to Pia. Pia, I'm waiting for you to share the live out to 20 people. Let me say this. Matter of fact, Hidden, you need to help us get it. All those who want to talk, I'm unsure why you're not tapping. Hidden, I haven't seen you tap not one time. Once we get to 50K, it's open panel. And we're not far from it. So we want to reach these live goals. We have daily rankings as hosts. So as you're enjoying the conversation and chiming into the conversation, please contribute. And there's different forms of contributing. Right now, I would like for all of us to help us get it to 50K. If you haven't sent a daily heart me, go ahead and send a daily heart me. If you haven't shared the live out, go ahead and share it to 20 people. Once we get to 50K, we'll go back to open panel. Also, let me say question mark and Damo, you guys are requesting back up, but you haven't sent a gift to debunk the gift that dropped you. So the way my live works, you have to debunk the gift that dropped you if you want to come back up. I want to hear from BLK Betty. Would you like to chime in on anything?
I can't respond.
We'll go back to that.
Let me send a cash app, because I got a question.
Okay. We'll go back to those back and forth debates once we get it to open panel. Jojo, is not that hard to tap the screen. Stop asking me that and tap the screen instead. Otherwise,
My car is stick shift. I can't tap and drive.
you shouldn't be driving while you're talking or doing anything. I don't want to hear that. Okay.
Okay, Mom.
What?
Yeah, you like that.
No, I don't. Okay. All right, so we have a cash app question. Go ahead, BLK Betty.
So if the majority of BLK men are good, if the majority of BLK men have great intentions for their community and women, if the majority of BLK men are doing great things within their communities, and everybody in their circle are good fathers, and they don't know anybody that's doing anything wrong, then why isn't the majority of our community thriving?
And who do you want to answer that?
Everybody.
Okay, well, give me 1 second. Let's let Hidden answer that. But before Hidden answers that, Jojo, you've been dropped with a money pow pow. Again, Jojo, you have been dropped with a money pow pow. If you want to save your spot, you can send a Galaxy. You can send $12, $15 to Cash App. It's up to you on however you want to save your spot. You sent that to Ari, so you have to send it to me if you want to save your spot. But thanks for gifting the panel. But again, send it to me if you want to save your spot. Okay, no hidden. If you can answer BLK Betty's question.
Can you ask it again so I can make sure I got it right?
If the majority of the BLK men in the community are good, if the majority of the BLK men in the community have good intentions for the women and the children in the community, the majority of the BLK men don't know anybody that's doing anything bad because everybody in their group, in their circle, are good husbands, good fathers, good take care of their kids, and they're out here doing community work, then why isn't the majority of the community thriving?
That's a pretty simple answer to that question, mainly because it's not true. You can't say that the majority of the black men are good when good things aren't happening, because you have these men who allow bad things or bad men to just do what they want or say what they want or act how they want. Then they love to come up and defend it as if it's not them. Even if it's not you, if you really want things to change, you would stop allowing things, or you would stop allowing the bad behavior. You would stop saying, well, men will be men or guys will be guys or whatever guys people say. Yeah, that's it.
Really quick, JoJo's spot has been saved with a Galaxy, so if anybody wants to drop him, you have to send something higher than a Galaxy. BLK Betty, did you want to respond to his answer?
Thank you. That was a great answer.
You were satisfied with the answer? Okay. Can you Jazz Doll, were you satisfied with his answer?
No, I actually agree with him. They're lying. He's right. They're lying.
Okay. Because I missed his answer, but I'm sure it probably was good if y'all both agree. Pia,
I can say it again if you need me to.
We'll go. Yeah, what was your answer? I would like to hear it, actually.
I said that they're not telling the truth. They're actually lying. The majority of those men are not good. They allow other men to do bad things, then come up and defend those situations, or always say it's not me. Well, it might not be you, but be a better person.
Ooh, somebody, it is.
My dog, probably one of my dogs.
Okay, so hold on, JoJo. Wait 1 second. But didn't you do that same thing earlier? That's why I asked Jazz that you agree with him, because didn't he come up here and make excuse for selling D rugs?
Sure did.
So he did the same thing. So even if BLK Betty agrees with your answer, are you just saying things that is going to be socially acceptable? Because I don't think you're standing on business and being genuine.
No, I very much am. I don't apologize for what I did, because I did what I did. I'm not going to say I'm sorry for doing what I did, because my family ate. But, it's up to everybody's interpretation.
All right, I'm going to move on. Pia, you could read out the first question, answer it.
BLK men.
Hold on. We're at 50K, so after Pia, it's open panel.
Okay. BLK men do not want solutions to fix the BLK community, only excuses. BLK men refuse to take accountability.
On the first one.
Okay. BLK men do not want solutions to fix the BLK community because they need the BLK community. They need to use the BLK community so that they can stay where they are. If you fix the BLK community, that means that they would have to go against other races of men. So using their race is what they're doing and have been doing for a while in order to stay afloat. Using the women and impregnating the women, not taking care of the women, is beneficial to them. They get government benefits, the women, and then they can get the benefits from the women. So why would I go and work as a man if I could just use this woman to live off of her? Right? Why would I go and compete with the men who are 400 years ahead of me in technology, 400 years ahead of me in leading their race, 400 years ahead of me in leadership, in protection. They have a military and an army, and I have nothing. So why would I try to find any solutions when I know I'm 400 years behind? So no, they're not going to find any solutions to fix the community. They are in a state of contentment. They like where they are. They can use their race for their benefit, and they can use racism for their benefit. Both of them benefits them. They know how to manipulate and use both to survive off of both of them. So why would they fix anything?
Wow. Pia drops the mic again. This is another ground-breaking message. So BOK men want to stay where they are because it's their only excuse. This is disgusting work. And part of me don't want to believe that this is true. The little pick-me in me that's left does not want to believe this. Or maybe I'm being rational and maybe I don't need to believe this. Black men, where are you? Stand up. Where are you? Prove that this is not right. Crickets. Okay.
I wanna say something.
Hold on, Tori. Or Tari. Tari. How do you say your name?
Thank you.
Tori. Okay. So Tori, what's your thoughts on what Pia said? Is there any truth to that, or is that just kind of a speculation?
So I think that there is some truth to what Pia said, because I think that firstly, you have to remember that there's no ability to compete where there's no ability to compare. Let's, for example, look at the Olympics. I like to use this example because I think it's a great way to show the argument. If you are an Olympian, you are a champion of the nation. So if you are in the Olympics from Greece, the Olympics from China, the Olympics from the US, you are a champion in your home country. There is no such thing as a loser who competes in the Olympics. The Olympics are the world's champions, the best of each nation, competing against one another. In order to be the best of your nation, you have to compete against other people. Black men, unfortunately, are inundated with a reality that where they see the most competition is in sports, in entertainment, meaning non-physical entertainment, and whether we want to admit it or not, the corn industry. Anyone who wants an example, please go to the IG page of Variety magazine. Oscar winner Mahershala Ali just did a movie with Scarlett Johansson, and you will see thirsty Black men in the comments. I was actually embarrassed because unfortunately where we see Black men succeed is not in the realm of intellect, technology, or even politics. We see them as athletes, we see them as entertainers and actors, and we see them in corn. When you have seen these images your entire life, not just in your community, but everywhere, you begin to align yourself where you see power. Here's the problem. When all you can do is see yourself as a man in other men, most Black males are never going to be a basketball player. Most Black males are never going to be in the NFL. Those are men who are competing. At some point, you have to accept that where can you compare? And where Black men are actually competing, to Pia's point, is in regards to SMEX. I want to roll back to the gentleman who was dropped much earlier. I apologize for not getting his name. But he said that the only way
or question mark guy?
No, it was the gentleman who made the argument that the only way to build the community was to build a new one with non-Black women.
Oh.
That person. That's actually why I requested up, because he is a prime example. The only place the average Black male is competing is through what's in his zipper, behind his zipper. It's the reason why you will hear them speak about their anatomy more than what they make, more than what they know, and more than what they own and build, because they don't know anything. They're being replaced in academics. We are the only women more educated than our men. So I'll say this before I land. Please look this up. But the American Academy of Education, which is a think tank that follows trends in academia at the baccalaureate level or higher, by the year 2060, Asian males will have a college education rate, meaning a baccalaureate degree, a bachelor's degree or higher, at a rate, just the Asian males, at a rate of an estimated 90%. So by 2060, the Asian male population, 9 out of 10 of them will have a college education at a bachelor's minimum. The only place that we see Black males actively competing is to be the man that pipes out the best woman. This is the reason why hypersexuality is so bad. You can't be a basketball player if you're 5'6". You're not going to be in the NFL if you don't have a certain talent. There is no competition where there's no comparison. And unfortunately, what we're seeing is hypersexuality becoming what Black men lead with. That's why that other gentleman's only solution was to give the BBC to other non-Black women. Because if they have to compare themselves, they're getting destroyed, plainly, and not even by YT men.
Wow, groundbreaking. And I just want to say this, and then it is open panel, you guys. So the way open panel works is, as soon as someone lands, you can go ahead. Whoever goes first, that person continues. When that person lands, the next person can go. They say that they land their plane and mute their mic. But let me say this. What Tori just said was really, again, groundbreaking. I literally just went to a live, and I wish you would go to that live, because this guy is gaining popularity on TikTok, and he needs to get debunked really quick. Which is, he's teaching BOK men that the only way that we're going to fight racism is by procreating with white tea people to dilute their race. So it goes right along with what Tori is saying, which is, hey, they just feel like their only power is their D power. So the only way you're going to fight racism is sleeping with white tea women and procreating with them. He feel like that's how they're going to wash out white tea people, or at least dilute them at a high number, if BOK men can continue to procreate with their women, which by default is admitting that, hey, this is one of the reasons why you guys like to date outside your race, because there is a hidden factor that you guys believe that's going to fight acism. That is going to get back at the white tea woman's father and massa. And this is how you're going to get them, by using your D to sleep with their daughters and procreate. So, but you guys continue to blame BOK women when you date outside your race. But some of you guys really think that this is fighting acism. It has nothing to do with us, because we're one of the most attractive beings on earth. But you guys don't want to admit that. You think that you're fighting acism. Okay, so it is open panel. Let's keep it under 2 minutes, everybody.
Let me say this. I agree. Here's the crazy part about it. It was YT men who signed a bill into law that legalized interracial marriage, which basically means white men don't care if BOK men are with YT women. They signed a law saying it was okay. Like, that makes no sense. It's the most docile way of fighting back. I'm not gonna go at you. I'm gonna just go have sex with your daughter. That makes no sense at all. And JoJo, your solution, infiltrate y'all. Like I said on the last live, y'all have had access to YT women for the last 50 to 60 years. If you cannot use their woman to infiltrate their community, like the way y'all say he used welfare to infiltrate the Black community, then it's a moot point. Daniel Cameron, a Black man.
I said nothing like that. What are you talking about?
Well, I didn't.
No, don't respond to him. He has to stay on mute.
Okay. Daniel Cameron, the Black prosecutor who had all the power in the world to charge the police officers that pew-pewed Breonna Taylor, chose not to. He chose to do a photo op with Donald Trump. So when y'all have the power, y'all don't will it to the need of your people. I live here in Dallas, Texas, and for about 5 years, maybe four, or maybe three, we had got a black woman police chief, and the YT police officers were pissed off because she started making changes. She started being more into the community. She started making the police officers calm down, be more respectful. And the YT police officers were pissed to the point where a lot of them quit. And Dallas is the eighth biggest city in America, and we have a shortage of police officers. You call the police, they're not coming for about 2 or 3 days. That's how much of a shortage Dallas has, right? That's because when a black woman got into power, she willed it to the benefit of her people, and the police officers, because it was predominantly YT, were pissed about it. So they end up quitting. She ended up going ahead and because of all of this, she did go ahead and resign and went somewhere else, and she took half of the BLK police, the police officers with her, right? So that's how you wield your power to get stuff.
Are you still
To be
talking?
honest, huh?
Are you still talking?
Yeah, did I go out?
Go ahead and land.
Okay, so
You're going out.
trading really doesn't do anything. I think the reason I'm going to say this and I'm going to land. The reason why Dumbo and question mark kept coming off mute when Tari was talking is because she was saying some real stuff. And Bill K. Men will salute.
Okay, you're going in and out.
That's why they.
Come back to you. You're going in and out. Joe, if you guys are on Coffee Cup more than 2 minutes, I have to drop you. You can request back up, but you're on Coffee Cup more than 2 minutes, you will get dropped. You can always request back up. Let's continue open panel. Let's start it with Pia. Everyone keep it under 2 minutes, and let's get it to 60K so we can stay on open panel.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to debunk the whole interracial dating is going to take out YT people. It's actually the opposite. YT DNA is mutated, right? Let me give you 2 examples. If you have coffee, black coffee, and you put creamer in it, and you keep on putting creamer in it, it's not going to stay black. We all know that. If you have a apple that's rotten and you put it in a basket with other apples, that rotten apple is going to spread to the other apples and make them rotten also. That's how it works. In simplified form, that's how it is with mixing with YT people. You're not going to get a black race out of mixing with anyone who has white skin. Their DNA your DNA is not stronger than theirs in the way that how black people are trying to say it is. It's stronger. BOK DNA is stronger once when it's in the form of being solidly BOK black DNA, the human being. When you can see the muscles, when you can see the eggplant, because it is because it is in the form of black DNA. Now, when you go and you mix the DNA before you even make a human being, because you're mixing that DNA with YT, the YT DNA is going to have an influence over the skin. That's why when you see BOK men and women and they have BOK children, they're not the same skin color as the BOK person. They're lighter. So if you get a BOK man, he has a baby with a YT girl, that child is going to come out lighter than the BOK guy, lighter than the BOK woman. So because BOK men are not educated in science, they don't know how DNA works, their biracial kids are always going to turn out lighter than them. Your biracial kid is not going to turn out the same color as you as a black person. So what you're doing is you're watering down your black DNA. So mixing with another group of women is not going to make more BOK people. We all can see this in society and the world. We see all these BOK men, they not their race. We see their biracial kids, and they're not the same color. They're not black. They have light skin. My daughter, who is biracial, she does not have my skin color. Her skin color is lighter than mine. When you mix as a BLK person with the YT, Asian, Hispanic, whatever person is lighter than you, that kid is going to come out lighter than you as a BLK person. So the stupidity of not knowing how DNA works is the problem. I don't see all these black men having babies with white girls, Spanish and Asian girls, and their babies are coming out black, dark, like a black person. That's how we know that they're biracial, because they're lighter.
Anyway, that was the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Nobody was making that point.
Not the dumbest shit. It's what's going on right in front of
Be
us, you
quiet.
dumb
Yeah, just
cockhead.
be quiet. Be quiet. Yeah, just
You
chance.
dumb
Anyway,
asshole.
I know that's cool.
Okay,
Anyway,
wait, hold on. Jojo, you started it. You started it with the profanity. No profanity. Hold on, everyone stay on mute. I don't want that to start a profanity battle. Just TikTok dropped you, Jojo, because I didn't drop you. Request back up. Everyone, let's put some green hearts in the chat. Let's get it to 60K. Let's send some daily heart me's. We got to reset. You guys, no profanity on the panel. TikTok friendly language.
Can I piggyback off what Jasper was saying?
Hold on. The MF man, I don't know why you're telling me when you're gone. You didn't support my live go at all. You didn't support my live. You just been talking mess to me and now you're saying bye. But regardless, moving on. No profanity on the panel. You guys stand on business without profanity. Mods, mute people that's using profanity. Because I have a feeling it might get heated in a minute. Let's just mute them if they're using profanity. And remember, money pow pow to drop someone. I'm not responsible for anything said on the panel. Everyone please stay on mute when I'm talking. I'm going to let Jojo come up and finish what he was saying, but no profanity, Jojo. Go ahead, Jojo.
it's just annoying. Like, I don't know what we're talking about, seeing the muscle and whitewash your DNA. Like, nobody was talking about that. To Jasdal's point about police commissioners, there are several cities, major cities with black police officer commissioners. You have San Francisco, you have Philadelphia, you have New York. I know for a fact New York, their crime rate has dropped, I think 17% since his inception. So I mean, to make it seem like only black women make change when they get the, I guess you could say, power to do so.
Baltimore too, brother. Baltimore too.
Yeah, Baltimore too. Exactly. Yeah, Baltimore too. And Baltimore's crime rate has dropped 3% for the last 4 years consecutively. So I mean, the whole notion like we can't do this together and it's only black women instituting change is very annoying and it's played out. There are a lot. Like Google's free, man. There's so many more black male police commissioners out there that are doing good things. Not even on that grand scheme. There's just black men in general doing great things. Like I really hate the stance that women take where they implement the ideology that only black women institute change when they get in a position to do so. It's very played out. To water your grass's point, damn, it was a minute ago. She said I'm new here. Like, bro, I was born here, raised here. All my 30 plus years of living, I've been here. So for you to talk about what your grandparents did and talking about I don't have the history and all that was the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Like, just because your grandfather or grandmother told you stories doesn't mean I've never experienced living life as a black American male myself. So I don't need, I guess you could say, the story tales of others to show me what it's like being a black man in America. That was a pretty minute point and it was a reach. I can't remember Tori's point, but I agreed with a lot of what she said. But it was a minute ago. I can't really remember it. But yeah, y'all are just talking out your behinds at this point, man. It's annoying. But I'm gonna land with that.
Okay, 1 second. The person who just came up, the great, go ahead and share the live out to 20 people. You'll be next. Go ahead, Water. Still open.
I'm driving at the moment, and I kind of.
Okay, so just I don't know. So just request back up when you're ready to share the live out.
Use JoJo. Right now, if I give birth to a baby in Jamaica,
No.
It was Water, but make sure you guys catch that first if you're going to do questionnaires.
Okay. So, Jojo, I'm going to say this again, and with the best of intentions. I don't mean any harm and I don't mean anything by it. Black Americans are the only people who have been here for centuries and have experienced these particular white tea people on this land in certain ways. in every single way, right? So that you being here for 30 years, right, does not negate hundreds of years of experience. Why would you come into a situation and say, hey, I was respectful
You don't
to
have
you. I
100
was
years of
respectful
experience.
to you. I
You're
was
right. My fault.
respectful to you.
Talk and be
Okay.
quiet.
Why would you come into a place and say, hey, I've been here for 30 something years, and think that you have more experience than people who have a full fledged history here? We have seen and we know of YT people in their homes. We know exactly how they think. We raise their children. Their children love us. Like the actual intimate relationships that we have had, we have seen them at their very worst. You have heard things, whitewashed information that they are okay with putting in schools. The real true information that comes from the ancestors. That comes from our fathers and from our mothers. There's no way to just look that up in a book or hear about it in passing. Our comprehension of the YT man in this land and his mind frame is unmatched. And there is no logic in thinking that you can come from another space and have the same type of understanding. That is my only point.
Panel's open. New guests, share the live out to 20 people.
That was a dumb point. You're not 100
No,
years old
you
or
haven't
150
shared
years
the
old.
live out. Stop trying to take
You
up
must be
people's.
new too.
No,
You
hold
must
on,
be new too.
hold on, you guys. Hazel, you got to share the live out. Don't come doing that, and you haven't even shared the live out to address open panel. It's open panel for everybody that was here already.
So I was gonna say I've just been kind of aware listening. Again, I was like trying to let everybody talk. I don't want to be the first one to just jump on somebody's throat, but if you were to come to me and say, "Hey, what's the solution for all of this going on?" I could give you the most simple answer, right? To men, stop going to these clubs, bro, and get with these women and doing the do. And then later on, when you find out she having your baby, now it's like, man, I don't even know that girl. We met at the club, we was drinking, we was having fun. You knew what could come out of the situation. Like that aggravates me a little bit because first of all, you did an irresponsible thing. Then when somebody told you, hey, now you got to be responsible for the irresponsible thing you did, now it's like you don't want to do it. And then you talk about single mothers and you want to complain about single mothers. You're the one creating them. That's just the obvious thing, right? And I guess the same would go to men on the women's side. Some women need to stop going to the club, getting with dudes, having a one night stand, and then getting pregnant, and then expecting this dude you met at the club one time to want to be a father. And then you're mad about being a single mother. So both sides kind of have the issue there, in my point. That's the single mother point. But again, that's just my opinion.
Panel's open.
Respond to Jazz Doll. Thank you, No Kidding, for that. Jazz Doll, you were saying before, you were making a point of the laws as far as YT man actually putting it into law, saying it's okay, for interracial relations. And just the fact that they said it's okay, that should make other groups of males say, wait a minute, why are you saying it's okay for us to be with your women? What that doesn't make any sense. Don't you need your women to make YT babies? Why would you want them to come over why would you allow them to come over to our race and make babies with us? Why would you do that? They haven't even thought of that. And like I was saying, it ties into what Jazz Doll was saying. That's why they allow it, because they know interracial relations benefits their race. It's not going to benefit the BLK community. That's why you see a lot of people when they're, that's why you see a lot of people
You didn't benefit your
quiet. You're annoying. Be quiet, little
Saying you
boy.
didn't benefit your husband. You
The
made a
whole
statement at
thing of it
29. You're a
is, I don't
liability.
need to benefit from it because
Hazel,
I'm a
can
woman,
you
you
wait
dummy.
your
Ma'am, you're a
turn?
liability to your
I
husband. You
don't
made a
need
statement
to.
that's
You're not
false.
understanding how this
Cam up,
works.
ma'am.
It
Cam up.
benefits for
Cam
the
up. It's not
men.
enough. Cam up. Cam
You're
up.
populating for the
Cam up.
men, stupid.
Cam,
You're
I've
not
spoken.
populating for
Cam
the
up.
women.
Hazel,
See
you
how
need
you
to
don't
let
know
her
what you're
land
talking
so you
about?
can answer the prompt.
You know what's going to happen when I come on this panel?
Yeah, he's
Let her
stupid. This
land.
guy is dumb. He didn't even know the
Is
difference
that nice,
between
Pia?
good.
And I
Like,
came
this
up
guy
here.
is
Well,
retarded.
hold on. Let me say this.
Get that
Hold
word.
on, Hazel and JoJo. I just want to tell Pia. See, he's half white, he half BOK himself.
No, I'm
Go
not.
ahead,
Really,
Pia.
Water? That's what you're going to do, Water? Because you know I was coming for your nonsense.
That you can come
Everybody
for my
knows by
nonsense
your
all you want
skin
to after
color
you read
you're
the
a
prompt.
product of grape, dude.
You know
Your
my skin
ancestors
color
have
That's
because you were
crazy.
YT
stalking me
in
Hey,
for
that's
them.
several
crazy.
days
That's
until
crazy.
I blocked you. You love my
Your
skin color, you
ancestors
stalker.
have YT in it. That's why you're that
I have
white
more hair
pale.
than you. I have more
Your
hair than you. Now explain
ancestors
to the
have
panel why.
YT blood in them.
Explain why
That's why
I
you
have
look
more
the way
hair than
that you
you.
look.
You were
Your
watching me daily, so you
ancestors
love
have
the way I look.
YT blood in
Why don't
them.
you tell the
If you're
panel what I
smart
had to do
enough
to
to
get you
figure
to
it
stop
out,
watching? Why
your
don't you tell the panel
skin,
what happened, Pia? Why don't you
your
tell the
skin
panel
is
what happened,
like
Pia? My
that for
skin
a
can't save you from
reason.
embarrassment. My
Dude,
skin
you're
can't
a
save you from
product of rape.
embarrassment.
You're a product
Pia,
of rape. Your
everyone
skin
You
is
explain
like
can't
to
that
say
me.
because
that
your
word. Hold on, Pia.
ancestors.
I gotta drop you and bring
Yo,
you
she
back.
can't say
You
that,
Are
gotta
bro.
say
you?
great.
What's wrong
You
with her?
gotta
Dummy.
say
That's why I
great.
came up here to get you dropped, Baldy.
Wait,
Now,
so
Hold
wait,
on. Hold
hold on,
on.
Hazel.
Everyone mute. Everyone mute. Hazel,
everyone,
you need to wait your turn. You are next. Green hearts in the chat. We should be at 100K by now. The goal right now is 80K. Open panels closed until we get it to 80K. We're already been streaming 2 hours. We should be at least 100K by now.
he's definitely bald.
Hazel, I need you to mute.
All right, I'm sorry, no more.
Oh my gosh. Where's I can't. Okay. We're gonna move on. Someone can share this live out, Pia. Bring her back. Okay, you guys cannot just say anything. You gotta say grape. So Pia, that's why I had to drop you. You can request back up. Not sure what happened there. This is ridiculous. Pia, you can request back up.
Poetic to say.
Hazel, hold on. You got everyone stay on mute and help get the lights up, please.
Cutting people off because I know what's coming.
Everyone stay on mute and please help get the likes up. Pia, I see you in the comments, but I don't see you sending requests back up. I'm not sure what's going on with that. Hazel, go ahead and read out the first question and answer it.
Really? All right. BLK men do not want solutions to fix the BLK community, only excuses. A good portion of us want to fix the community and we're trying. I think the ones that don't are the ones you hear about yelling and screaming. We want to fix the community, but with any race, you have bad apples. I mean, 1 or 2 rotten apples is going to spoil the bunch. So I guess my answer is that is correct, as reluctantly as I have to say that. But the good ones are out here. We're trying to rebuild the community. The problem is when we try to rebuild the community and we tell you all how, you spend more time coming after the person with the message than just listening and doing what's told. So I think that's the big deal. We have to, like that time I was trying to tell y'all to increase your credit and show you how, and everybody's like, I know all these tips. And then I said, I'll give $100 to anybody who can show me an 800 credit score, and everybody went silent. All the women left, they ran, they went silent. So I think we should start listening to people so we can all better our lives. And there it is.
That's JoJo, your friend. Go ahead and finish what you're saying.
No, I thought you was getting ready to give me the
Go ahead
hook.
and finish what you're saying.
Oh, well, that's it. I land. I just want us all to be better. I even saw Ola come around yesterday, and I just saw unity on the panel, and I just want us all to be better for everybody. Life is cheaper when everything is better for all of us. And I'm here to help, folks. I land.
Well, let me
Everybody
say
but
this.
Pia. I'm not here to help Pia.
It's not open panel. Everyone that wants to unmute their mic, please
Yourself, Jazz, though.
contribute.
It's not open
Hold
panel.
on. Everyone contribute to the light goal, please. Tyler, if you could read out the first question and answer it.
BLK men do not want solutions to fix the BLK community, only excuses. Uh, I want to kind of reiterate off what Hazel was saying. I think the ones that actually do want to help you guys, ride us off, So it's kind of like, you know, it is what it is kind of thing. We'll let you guys, we'll help the people that want to be helped get help, and then we'll let the people who want to, stay miserable and in the hood and not better themselves stay where they're at. I mean, it's as simple as that. Black men refuse to take
Well, just on the
accountability.
first one, did you want to expound?
That's all I have to say for that first one. I mean, that's really all it is
Okay,
to
so
it.
let's talk about you then. Are you trying to help the BLK community?
I mean, in some way or fashion, I can relay it back to the military. I try to look out for the brothers and sisters, and they're just not compliant. They don't want to listen to orders. They think they're above the chain of command. I'm just using this as an example because this is the where I'm in charge of black people, or I have some kind of power. They don't want to listen. They like when it comes to shaving, for example, they don't want to shave their faces. They want to argue and say, I'm not going to shave my face. Oh,
Hold on.
the
Why are mods
military's
not
racist.
replying? Hold on. Why are mods not replying to gifters and letting them know, even after I say reply to the gifter, to reassure them? I'm not understanding what was going on with that. After you tell me one time, please reply to the gifter.
So
Go ahead, Tyler.
there's a big kind of argument in the military right now on how black men are refusing to shave. And this comes with, obeying orders and, just doing the right thing. And a lot of us brothers out here are just, not non-compliant, when it comes to, getting pulled over. They think it's their way or the highway. It's just like you're not above anything. That's what our brothers fail to realize, or sisters. They told them they told the sisters in the military that they can't have baby hairs anymore. This is just me. I'm giving advice to my personnel,
It's a
telling them,
rule in
hey man,
the
go shave
army
your
that they
face.
can't have.
Go shave your face, man.
Hold on. It's a rule that they can't have baby hair.
Yes, there's a rule. They just came out with it, and the BLK females are refusing to do so, and they want to be, non-compliant and argue with, higher up, saying how they're not going to do it, and it's their way or the highway. It's just me giving an example,
Okay,
and I
okay,
have to
okay,
tell
okay.
these
Hold
Everyone,
on.
please
females.
stay
I
on
have to
mute.
tell
I
these
see
females.
everyone that's unmuting. None of y'all are tapping. We should be
I have
passing
to
the
tell these
mic.
females like this. Listen, like you are a black female. At the end of the day, you're not gonna win. The white man has the power. You're not gonna win this battle, and they don't want to listen. So that's just an example of how the people that made it. We know how the system works. We try to give them the game, but these brothers and sisters, they don't want to listen.
Give me
So that's
three
really all
ways.
it is
Give
to it.
me 3 ways that you're helping the black community without leave the army out of this.
Well, one way I'm helping in my, perspective is I come to work on time. I'm clean shaven. I'm not a statistic. Uh, I get the job done. I have a degree. I'm married. I don't fulfill the statistic. So that's me helping the black community out by not being another statistic, in my opinion. And I'll land there.
So you being a okay, I'm not even gonna dig into that. Okay, so let's get the likes up to 80K. We'll go to open panel. For now, I'll just call on people. Remember, I do not own the rights to anything said on the panel. And we'll go to open panel soon. Hazel, you've been dropped by a Money Pow Pow. Again, Hazel, you have been dropped by a Money Pow Pow. Pia, I don't see your request up. Mods, you can bring Pia up. I don't see her request. She said in the comments she sent the request. Somebody can share the live out if she left because I didn't bring her back because I don't see the request. So Mods, if you could share the live out to Pia or anybody else in this live and tell her to request up. Mods, you can accept her request because I don't see it. But yeah. That was mind-boggling, Tyler. But if anybody wants to save Hazel's spot, just send anything higher than a Money Pow Pow, and we'll go ahead and save Hazel's spot. Hazel doesn't save his spot. I guess his I think he said his accounts were frozen, like Omar, Dr. Omar. He doesn't have access to it, to his funds, so he's not able to save his spot. But let me see. Jojo, what's your thoughts on what Tyler said? Do you know anything about that? Is it the same thing in the police force? The black women can't wear baby hair?
I mean, those things kind of differentiate from state to state. I know I'm allowed to have my beard. I just can't have it unkept, I guess you could say. Like, so, but police is different from military, so I don't know. It might be different for him. The baby hair joint is funny as hell. I can't lie. I don't know. I mean, he made some points, but he lost me with the baby hair joint. Like, I started laughing. I didn't really hear the rest of what he said, but I know in the police force, I'm allowed to have my beard. So,
Okay, so let me ask him the same question I asked you. What are 3 ways that you're helping the BOK community?
oh yeah, I mean, apart from my job or in my job.
Apart from your job.
All right, so I coach. I have a basketball team that I coach. That's pretty much my biggest impact. I deal with a lot of kids. I am working on, well, I'm trying to get with a couple other coworkers to invest in this. I don't want to call it a program, but it's along the lines of a program where we're going to try to get grants for kids to get scholarships. So that's one way. It's in the works right now. Funding is the biggest obstacle. So coaching, the grant program that we're trying to work with, that's pretty much it. I mean, I'm in my community every day, so those are the main ways I impact, other than doing my job.
All right, I will not dig into that. We're at 68K. We're getting close to 80K. Pia, go ahead and finish what you were saying.
Oh, what we're saying is genetically, BOK people mixing with other races is not going to make a BOK race. In the YT, they know that. That's why when Jazz Doll was saying they allowed the courts, YT men allowed for interracial, because they already scientifically know that when BOK people mix, it's not going to come out where they're going to make a BOK community. That's why they have 7 continents. In most of the continents, 6 out of the 7 are ruled by people with YT skin, because YT people went to all of those continents and conquered over them by mixing. So mixing favors the YT community and helps the YT community. It does not help.
You're muffled. Go ahead. You're muffled now.
Mixing.
Okay.
Oh, let me get another
Now we
room.
can-
I'm in the mountains. I'm saying that mixing doesn't benefit the BOK community. It benefits the YT. It helps their race. Everyone keeps on getting lighter and lighter and lighter. If you look at studies they did in other continents where YT people, they conquered over a lot of people. They colonized all over the world. It wasn't just here in the United States. If you go look in Australia, there was people that were indigenous there, they were dark, and they conquered over there by mixing. So when they colonize, they know that mixing is part of them conquering over any group. That's all I was saying. I was giving evidence of what Jazz Doll was saying was correct. That's why they allowed the mixing to happen. That's all I was saying.
Okay. Reminder, if you haven't sent a daily heart me, go ahead and send a daily heart me. Also, remember mods, what we discussed. Please come up and do mod announcements. I'm doing it now, so nobody has to do it right now again, of course. But next time, one of the mods should be coming up here to do mod announcements. The goal right now is 80K on the likes. Once we get to 80K, it'll be open panel. Go ahead and follow my YouTube. I will be uploading more TikTok videos such as these. Once we get more subscribers, I try to start, just uploading right away once we get it to 200 subscribers, where you guys can go back and watch it. And you could get any, clips or whatever that you may like from the live. But we need to go ahead and support that YouTube platform that I'm trying to grow also. So we can have real raw conversations such as this, where it's, it's not biased on gender. We can hear everyone's take, and we talk about real things, interesting topics, relevant topics to our community. So please go ahead and support platforms like mine. And also subscribe. If you subscribe, it's only about $3. So go ahead and subscribe. You do get certain perks when you subscribe. Another thing is, let's go ahead and gift the panelists that we agree with. If you want to drop someone, send a money pow pow to drop them. They do have the option to debunk that money pow pow. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. So just go ahead and send your money pow pow to drop someone if you want them to take a break from the chat. If you are not talking, please be tapping. I ask everyone to tap. I appreciate all my guests standing on business, but everyone on the panel and in the comments are welcome to tap and share the live. Let me go to, thank you, First Lady, for the subscription. Appreciate it. I see you just subscribe to the YouTube. If we can get a few more subscribers on the YouTube, it's the same name, Poetic Lady. No Hidden, I have the same question for you. What are 3 ways that you are helping the BOK community?
So I'm actually in the Army, which is why I want to speak on the profile thing. We'll wait on that. Actually, currently in the Army right now, I have a group that actually gets together for all of the BOK men and BOK kids on base. We all come together twice a week, and we go out and we do sports or something like that, or we'll go and we'll do like an educational class on finance, or sometimes we'll sit and we'll just talk about taxes and stuff like that. We've done that a couple times. I also run a youth boys basketball team here for On Base again. That way, to me, it's like I'd rather, these BOK kids be indoors playing basketball, learning something, rather than be out running the streets.
So coaching and your job, that's the same thing JoJo gave. What's your third thing?
Well, not really my job. My job is completely different from the helping the BOK community, because my job is actually like pertaining to me being in the military. On the phone, I'll get my shoe. I guess the third thing, I don't really have a third thing. It's just kind of off the rip in my head.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Now, that's an interesting take. Thanks for y'all service. I appreciate it. My dad's a vet, so I get it.
Do you mind if I speak on the shaving thing real quick? Because it goes back into the prompt. I promise
Go
it does.
ahead.
That shaving okay, I'm in the Army, so I have to shave, right? That shaving thing and that baby hair thing to me is complete BS, and let me tell you why. The process that they're about to have all of us black men go through to get these shaving profiles, I had to do in basic training, and I had to do in AIT. I had to mess my face up to the point to where I couldn't even lay on my pillow because it hurt so bad. And now you're telling me that you want to make sure I actually have this condition, which was diagnosed by a doctor a year and a half ago. And on top, it was a year and a half. A year and a half ago, I joined the Army a year and a half ago.
You joined the Army last year, baby.
In March, a year and a half ago. It's been a year and a half. I joined in. Oh, anyway. I joined.
Damn, they're exposing them. Damn.
Nah, she's. I'm not even worried about that. But anyway.
Let's talk to her. Let us talk to her.
But when I joined the Army together, they told me that I had to shave to get in. I shaved initially to get in because I had to shave before I left to ship off. My face got so bad that not even I went to the doctor, but my drill sergeant just looked at my face and was like, "That looks bad. You're going to what we call sick call to get a shaving profile." She's not gonna talk. I guarantee you, she's not.
Is that your wife?
Let me talk.
Hey.
Why do you want to hear from me?
Oh no, I heard you in the back. I thought maybe you wanted to go ahead and say something. Go ahead if you want to.
No, she
I
had
was
the
just clarifying that when he joined the Army was in May of last year. We only been here.
I joined a year and a half.
Okay.
Time.
Okay. So that's your wife
But
or your mom?
it goes back into the prompt, because here we are offering. So that's my wife. Here we are talking about offering solutions. Here we are talking about offering solutions to help the BLK community. And the first thing you say is, "Hey, well, you got to shave or you can't have baby hairs because you're not going to win against these white men." But why are we not, as a community of BLK men in the Army, like
Well,
I am
you
doing?
said that. I didn't say
No,
that.
I know. He know. Tyler, I'm talking to Tyler. He
Okay.
knows what I'm talking to. I get what you're saying about following rules, following your higher ups, keeping it all in that. But at the same time, this is the thing. What you're asking me to do is you're asking me to hurt myself in order to prove to people that I've already proved to that I have this condition.
Well, I'm sure. Well, you're on Coffee Cup, but I'm sure he's not going to say nothing to you. That was more towards BOK women. But go ahead. No hidden. Go
To
ahead.
speak more to that, it's like on top of that, people who actually don't know this rule, you have to go to the doctor. They give you a profile. 4 weeks later, you have to shave again. You go back to the doctor. Then they give you an 8-week profile. Then you have to shave after that 8 weeks. And after that 8 weeks, they then say, okay, this condition is real. You have it. They're going to offer laser surgery.
What is the condition? Hair growing?
Folliculus barba. I was also in the military.
Yep.
You could actually be service connected for it as a veteran.
Yep.
Really?
So
It is a condition. It is a condition in which black males specifically, the hair shaft begins infected, so that when the hair starts to grow out of the follicle, because of the natural curl pattern of most black men's hair, it gets trapped under the surface because the hair shaft itself is not straight. It causes almost pus-like pustules all over the face. Also, it can get infected and spread to the jawline and the upper neck as well. It is a legitimate condition that does in fact require, at some point, I was in the Navy, not the Army, it does in fact require laser therapy for severely affected black males.
Hey,
And
W
where
Tory.
that
W
and
Tory.
black men are not being
Wait, 1
compliant.
second.
W
1 second,
Tory.
because it's not open panel, but I'm gonna let Tori go ahead. So Tori, that's something that. So are they intentionally making this rule, knowing the genetics of black men?
To be clear, pseudofolliculus barba is something that almost affects men of West African, Sub-Saharan African descent solely. Only again because the continual shaving of the face. People with darker melanated skin have larger melanocytes. The skin will scar and it affects the shaft of the port. And the reason why women typically don't get it is because we aren't typically having this, we don't have facial hair the way typically males or black males would. They do in fact know this. I was in the military from 2002 to 2006. We used to have a no shave program. Black males in the Navy were required to keep what they used to call no shave chits folded in half, then folded again. You had to quarter it behind your military ID. Because some of them had such bad skin, it would get infected. It can lead to scarring. It can lead to patches in their beard. And again, when you are of West African, Sub-Saharan African descent, the melanocytes in the cells of the surface of the skin are larger. Black women can relate to this in regards to darkness that often happens under our arms. We don't get it the way black males get on their face, but the darkness that happens under the arm is very similar, where the melanocytes in the skin do not handle being shaved the way someone with pale skin would. And I just want to quickly point this out, that Tyler, I'm disappointed in you as someone who served this country, that you intentionally presented information and left out a key factor, which is one, this solely affects people of Sub-Saharan African descent, and two, you refuse to admit that this was not always the regulation of the military. I served under George W. Bush. You did that with malicious intent, and I'm saying it's malicious because you didn't know that I was a veteran, and you didn't know that I knew this. I'm disappointed that you intentionally left out the medical aspect and the historical aspect of giving black males exceptions for facial hair shaving, because this condition honestly could be so bad that black males, when they discharge, their beard can have patches and they can have scarring on the skin. Again, it's called pseudofolliculus barba. Look it up. You can look at pictures. I'm disappointed that you have the audacity to weaponize having a college education. I have one. Weaponize your service. I served. But you know what I didn't hear from you, Tyler? A black family. I did not hear you mention how you help black men within your own family. And that leads me to believe that you think that being the exception has anything to do with the greater trajectory of success for black people. I would never get on a panel.
Hold
Oh,
on,
really?
just let her cook. Let her finish.
So see
Everyone,
what
please stay
sis?
on mute. We should be at 80K. I'm really getting tired of that because we're not tapping, but we keep unmuting.
I think that's disgusting. And for the person that says stolen valor, no, don't do that because I'll embarrass you. When you have a DD-214 with the RE1 code of 1, you can talk, you can run your mouth. I would never lie about being in the service if it wasn't
She's
true.
talking about
So again,
Tyler.
so I think that that's really interesting that you would, with intentional malicious intent, leave out the medical aspect of that. It's ridiculous that you would do that. And you did that intentionally because you didn't think anyone on the panel had that information. And I think that that's disgraceful.
Go ahead, Tyler.
Ma'am, I've had bumps when I was in boot camp, and I found a solution. I found how to shave. It's kind of like so poetic. I just want to relay this out
No,
to you.
don't put it on me. No, go talk to
It's
Tori.
kind of like how
Talk to Tori.
it's kind of how like when black people were getting shot by cops, and they wanted
Pew, you
and
gotta say pew pew.
Don't do that.
or
You
be
Hold
a
on, hold on. I have to drop him and bring him back. Everyone stay on mute, please. You guys, I appreciate my guests. Let's just help get the likes up to 80K. It's not that hard. I'm not asking for too much. Y'all keep unmuting, but for some reason you guys aren't tapping. I'm not understanding that. We can work together on this and enjoy the live. Let's get it to 80K. Let's go to open panel. Let's stay on mute. I'm allowing this back and forth until we get it to 80K. Tyler, you need to use TikTok friendly language. Can we get for a few people to put green hearts in the chat? And I want to, sometimes, even though we agree with the person, when we unmute and say something, it messes up their flow, especially when we're enjoying it. So this is definitely something that needs to be said, what Tori just did. So I just wanted to let her go ahead and have this back and forth.
Host, he knows what
Well,
TikTok
let's let him respond.
is. Come on.
He can respond directly to you. Don't put me in it. Listen, my dad's in the
Stand on
my
business.
dad's in the Marines. I'm not. So go ahead. You don't. She's more savvy on that. So talk to her.
Crime. Don't do that. Stick to the topic at hand.
Let's let him respond to how he wants to respond.
So as I was saying, it's kind of like how, you know, when the BLM Matters live started happening due to like the George Floyd stuff starting to happen, you know, all the BLK people, they want to, you know, go and try to prove a point in the military, you know, as to why they should not have to shave their face. I'm a BLK man. I used to get bumps on my face over in boot camp, but, you know, I learned how to shave. My dad taught me how to shave before I went to boot camp. But all these BLK men want to do in the Army, or just throughout all the military branches, is prove a point, and then they want to play the race card basically and say, oh, you know, you're coming for me because I'm black, you know, basically saying, you know, because of this condition. Some of these guys in the military, they abuse the system. They go to medical, say I need a no shave shit. They don't have any kind of bumps. They don't have any kind of conditions. But a guy brought up a good point on TikTok not too long back ago. How did military personnel back in the Iraqi days, how were they able to shave their faces and they didn't have a problem with it? They weren't growing out beards back in the Iraq days during the George Bush days or anything like that. But now you got all these, you know, criminals basically coming into the military, or these guys that want to play hard basically and prove a point and think they're above and beyond when they're mainly like E1s, E2s, and think it's their way or the highway. You're in the military, so if you can't shave your face, you can't be within standards, you can't go work out, you can't pass a PT test, what's the excuse? That's just the point I'm trying to make, is how the BLK community, once we get ourselves into corporate kind of jobs or federal jobs, we want to act the fool and, you know, think we're God's gift. You know, the military is going to keep rolling without you, kind of, you know. So you can find a solution like I did, or just keep whining like a baby. Because, you know, I'm a BLK man. I shave my face every day. I don't have this problem that they're talking about. So, I mean, I'll end there.
Wow. That was mind-boggling. Hold on 1 second. That was mind-boggling. Leaping lizards. Thank you guys that we got it to 80K. It's open panel, but let's continue to tap. Let's get it to 100K. Panel's open.
So hold on.
I'd like to respond if I can, because I just want to point out that not only did you ignore the question, the point that I made, and don't worry, I'm about to cook you the way that you cook a turkey in Thanksgiving. You intentionally did not mention pseudofollicular barba. You intentionally did not say that it is an actual dermatologic skin condition unique to men of dark-skinned sub-Saharan African descent. White males are almost never likely to be diagnosed with this condition because of the size of the melanites in their skin and the epidermis and the way their hair shaft is when the follicle starts to grow out. You brought up BLM. What does BLM have to do with shaving and military regulations? You then intentionally use TikTok inappropriate language to deflect. Then you sat here and lied about BLK men being criminals when the FBI already said in 2015 that the largest infiltration of gang members is not in our military, but in our police force, and those men are white.
Waivers, ma'am.
I said, no, don't do that. Don't do that, because you sat here, intentionally left out information, proposed a point, and then did not think that someone else would have information to debunk you. Then you sat here and spewed anti-Black points that have nothing to do with anything. I am a BLK woman, and I just acknowledged that because I am female, I don't suffer from pseudofollicular barba. However, BLK women who are darker skinned, particularly women who are dancers, swimmers, do in fact get something similar to pseudofollicular barba in their bikini line area if they shave frequently. This is the reason why so many women who dance, who do certain types of performings, who may be in a strip club, wax. They also have something called the NG1 YAG laser. It is a laser that is specific for the large melanocytes in darker skin. I am now getting it because all those years of going to the beach and hanging out, I now have issues. I'm getting laser as a veteran because I have something similar. It just doesn't typically happen to Black females on our face, but we are capable of getting a female version of PFB in our bikini area. So I think it's interesting that you sat up here and spewed these anti-Black, red pill, conservative talking points rather than address the fact that with malicious intent, you left out, I'm going to say it again. Not only that, but you lied. I invite the host or anyone else who has access to another electronic device to Google what Black males look like during the Vietnam War, and you will see not only Black, but YT males did in fact have beards. I don't understand how you can sit here and think you're not going to be held accountable. You are not better than any other Black person because you have an education. You are not better than any other Black person because you serve this country, and you damn sure aren't better than me because I think and I reason and I'm rational. And the idea that you thought that you were going to sit up here and spew this nonsense, and then when you get checked for it, act like you brought the point up, you are in the sunken place because you did not bring up PFB. I did. The brother up top mentioned it, but didn't know what the correct medical term was. You're sitting here gaslighting, deflecting, and spewing anti-Black points. All Black people do not benefit because some of us are successful. It's like saying because we have Black billionaires, Black poverty doesn't exist. I think it's offensive and disgusting that you got here on this app spewing this nonsense as someone who served this country. And it's disgusting to me that you lack the integrity to admit that that's what you did. What the hell does BLM have to do with the topic? What does it have to do with the topic? Especially when Black
Can I
men
speak
didn't start
right
BLM.
here? I want to say something. So BLM, like when all the BLK people were protesting in the streets, I'm about to say something. Okay, I have a way of saying it. So it's kind of like all these BLK men right now in the military who think it's their highway to grow a beard. They're acting like a bunch of ninjas because it's kind of like the Colin Kaepernick stuff. Like, oh, you think it's just gonna stop because you say something? No, the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, said you will shave your face or you will get out the military. It's just that simple. That's what I'm saying. We're acting like a bunch of ninjas right now because we don't want to follow orders, but you joined the military at the end of the day.
Okay, but here's my
Let him land. You're done, Tyler?
Land there.
Okay, remember it's open panel, you guys. Let's continue tapping, send daily heart meets, gift the panel, etc.
Here's my issue with what you said, Tyler, and I want you to listen to me really well, right?
Hold on, bro. Hold on. I'm be 30 seconds. I think what we're witnessing right now in real time is just a black man who doesn't like being black. He said it numerous times, bragged about his Asian wife, propped up on a pedestal saying that
Hold
she.
on, no, let him go. I want to come on, y'all. Don't speak for people. Y'all be messing it up. What? Why not? You not being smart. Like, let him do it himself and show these people himself. If he ain't did it, why you gotta do it?
I can never talk, bro. I ain't gonna hold you.
No, he didn't. No, because you talking about, oh, he talked about this, he talked about that. Like, man.
I'm not even worried about that, but I will say this. So you keep bringing up the fact that you're a black man as if it's supposed to make me feel bad about the fact and stuff of what you're saying. Let me explain to you, because I know if you understand the rule, you understand the addendums in those rules, right? So like when I got to the point of after 8 weeks you have to shave again, if that still happens, what do they recommend? They recommend laser surgery. Now, if you know the bill, you'll know what's coming next. Are they going to 100% pay for that laser surgery? No, they are not. It says they may pay for you to get the laser surgery. So what that means is I now have to come out of my pocket to pay for this laser surgery, correct? If you're in the military, you know we don't make enough to pay for a laser surgery.
Whoa.
No.
Laser treatment is for free. It's provided by TRICARE Insurance. So please do not try to lie.
The addendum, I have read it myself. I could pull it up right now. The addendum,
I've gotten
literally
laser
says,
treatment before. I know how it works. You do not
the
pay out of pocket
addendum
for it.
literally says the Army may pay for you to get laser treatment to then treat the cause of the issue. I read the thing front to back because right now, with me being in the military, I am supporting my family. So what you are telling me is, if the Army chooses not to pay for my laser treatment, if the Army decides I have to come out of pocket and I cannot pay for it, I then am going to be removed from the Army, which then tells me I am going to be removed from the family that's helping me keep my family afloat. And then you sit here and said, then you sit here and just said some BS about the fact that we're acting like a bunch of ninjas because we don't want to shave. No, I'm acting like that because I came in to serve my country. You cannot sit here and tell me that me having a beard then hinders me from serving my country, because the main reason that they even brought this up was because they said having a beard can stop you from using a gas mask, when that's been debunked multiple times by people who are not even sergeants but sergeant majors. So you can't sit here and tell me that that rule makes any sense. And then you're gonna act like it's completely okay for you to for it to just be like, well, follow the rules and get in line and everything will be okay. That's
My
exactly
dad,
what
who was an officer, he even said the same thing. He's like, if you want to grow a beard, go be a civilian again.
But
go
why?
retire. You
How is my beard? How does my beard hinder me from doing my military job? I am a 92 Yankee. I am a unit.
unprofessional. It's not a good look.
It's not professional. It's not professional. Okay, it's not professional. Okay, it's not professional. Let's go over that. So it's not professional for me to have a beard, but it's professional for the fact that we got a bunch of military men and women running around with stomachs hanging over their belts. It's professional. It's professional for the fact that a bunch of people can't pass their PT test, can't pass height and weight, can't pass all that. But you're telling me my beard is the issue? So you're telling me that my beard is a problem, but if we get into a situation or altercation, what's going to hinder me more? The fact that we got to run that, oh, he has a beard, let's target him first. I am not going to go into a battle or go into a situation with somebody who I feel like is not, one, physically fit, and two, cannot handle their situation because they are not fit to be in the Army. But my beard is the issue? Then you brought up baby hairs? So you're going to sit here and tell me that this doesn't seem racially targeted? Like, be completely honest. And that this is the problem. You did exactly what the prompt said. You did exactly what the prompt brought up. Instead of coming with us and saying, hey, this is solutions that we found, you started making up excuses about the fact that we're not going to win. You can't beat it. Either shave or get out. That is an excuse. That is an excuse that you brought up to try to make it justified and be okay. Instead of coming and saying we have a solution, let's try to figure something out. Let's try to figure something out for the BLK men in the Army who actually want to serve, i.e. me. Instead of doing that, you decided
I
to
found
then
a
make up
solution
excuses.
already. You guys just want to keep whining like babies.
Hold on one second. Let's make sure he landed. Hold on, you guys. Let's make sure people land their plane. Uncle Sneaky Link, you just came up. Share the live up to 20 people. You'll be next. No hidden. Go ahead.
because it doesn't make any sense. And for you to say all you got to do is shave, I've tried that. I've watched videos on shaving. I had a sergeant legit sit with me for 2 hours and help me shave. And not even a month later, he looked at my face and said, yeah, that's not going to work for you. It's because of how my hair grows. I cannot control that. And for you to sit here and say, well, find a solution, that doesn't work. I've tried hair removal. I've tried what is it called? Nair. I've even tried that. And I have bumps on that. It's just how my hair grows. So you're telling me that it's my fault that because of my genetic makeup, I now have to get out of the army. I now have to stop supporting my family. I got to go find a civilian job. I can't do what I wanted to do as a child, which is serve my country. But it's okay for somebody to be overweight and not pass the PT test. What matters more? What matters more in a situation when you're fighting to try to free your country? The fact that somebody has a beard, or the fact that somebody isn't physically fit to be
I
able
think
to
both
run
do.
and do what they got to do. Okay. So if that's the case, why in the world are you trying to defend the fact as a BOK man? Why are you trying to defend the fact that we can't have beards when that could stop the same BOK men from doing the service?
It's not the fact about the beard. It's because us as BLK men and the BLK women with the baby hair thing, we're showing our true colors. We're showing that we don't know how to act in federal jobs. We're acting like ninjas, like I said. And I'm not even trying to, gaslight the BLK community. I'm just speaking the truth. If any of you watch meal TikToks or anything, you'll see all these BLK people whining, no military bearing. They're talking like they're still in the hood, basically, when you're a part of the DOD, you're part of the military, and you're talking like you're in the hood still. It's like, come on, man. Like, what are we doing? That's like a cop, basically, talking like they're in the hood still once they go become a cop. You work for a federal agency at that point. You have to realize where you are at. And that's what the part where the white tea people are getting, very angry. It's like, whoa, you are serving in the military. Once you raise your right hand, you say you say that you will follow all orders. So the beard thing, you will follow orders. You will shave.
And this,
That's what the Secretary of Defense ordered.
very
This is
clear.
who
Let's
I've
be
been
very
talking about.
clear.
He didn't say he land his plane, you got ladies.
He muted. He muted.
After y'all
In my
started
plane
talking.
there. I'll land my plane.
Let me say this because I've been waiting for a hot little minute.
Go ahead.
Let's be very clear. His argument is not really about the beard. Jojo brought up the beard. His whole argument was to shame BLK women about baby hair. He's using racial slopes and racial stereotypes.
Talking about the whole
Excuse me,
community.
you just said you landed. So go back on mute. He's using racial stereotypes to paint this narrative, and like Tori said, he's being disingenuous, and that's what he's doing. He's a self-hating raccoon. That's why every time he's on Poetics Live, when he gets kicked off or dropped or whatever, when he leaves, he says "F you black women." That's his final word for every time he leaves the panel. So he's not doing anything to fix our community because he doesn't feel like he's part of the community. I don't know why Tyler is so nasty and evil. His wife came on the panel last night and she was lovely, a lovely woman, right? So he's a disgusting, self-hating raccoon that just hates who he is. And that's why, like Tori said, he uses him having an education. That's how bad the Bill K man is in this country, to where if one has an education, he thinks he's better than the other one. I believe it was Pia, or I don't know who it was, it might have been Tori, who said that 90% of the Asian community by whatever year, the Asian community, the men, will have a college degree. So we're not even competing. He's talking about baby hairs, and meanwhile, black men are not getting educated. Black men are not being employed. Black men are being discriminated in the force, in the army, in the military, being treated like secondhand citizens. How many BLK men have we seen get pulled over by the police and maced and tackled down and treated like they are nothing after serving this country? But yet he thinks he's better than other BLK men because he got with a square face. He done got with an Asian woman who people just got a bill passed off the hatred of BLK men, of fake news of them attacking them. This is what he's standing on, pride, right? So this is why I keep trying to tell you, BLK women, it's not your wigs, it's not your lashes, it's not your makeup, it's not you being overweight, it's not your education, it's not you being a single mother, it's none of those things. It's him.
He's drowning in self-hatred. That's just who they are. That's just who Tyler is. Tyler is a self-hating, I want a booty lick in behind the YT man. So since a YT woman won't validate me, I'll go to the Asian. And maybe that'll make me feel better since the Asians numbers are better than the YT people numbers. So now I really feel so strong. That's why every time he comes on this panel, he says, my wife is Asian and she has a master's degree in this and I got a degree in this, which means nothing. It ain't made him smarter. It hasn't given him common sense. And it has not made him a better person. This dude is self-hating. He already got on the panel and said BLK women didn't want him when he was younger. So this is where all this rage is coming from. He couldn't get an attractive black woman, so he settled for a sumo wrestler. I land.
All right. Let me say this. The reason why I had told JoJo no, and I really wanted to, if you guys didn't notice, maybe y'all didn't just kind of see the assignment. The reason why I didn't bring it up, I was letting him write out. There's a lot of new people here. I wanted to see if he was going to use that same trope that he usually uses. Notice that he hasn't. You guys had to bring it up. Again, notice that he hasn't said, well, my wife is Asian, like he usually does every time he rebuts someone on the panel. He didn't say that not one time. So that just makes you think that, you know what, when he's actually talking to someone that he feels is very intellectual, educated, and well-versed, and even the army, he knows that that's the stupidest rebuttal to use. He didn't even try it. That's why I didn't want you guys to bring it up. I really wanted to wait to see if he was going to even bring it up himself. And everyone that frequents my live know that every day he says the same rebut. Well, I have a bachelor's degree and my wife is Asian. He didn't say that not one time when Tori was cooking his ass. You didn't find that interesting? That's why I wanted you guys not to say nothing. I wanted to see how long was he going to wait until he starts to say it again. But y'all didn't see the assignment. So it's cool though. Y'all know I still F with y'all. We're going to continue. Water, go ahead, and then I'm going to
Thank you.
introduce the new guest.
I definitely missed the assignment because it was eating me up inside because I hadn't heard it. I was like, Tori, you need more ammo here. But no, I actually wanted to kind of rewind the conversation back to when I was speaking earlier with JoJo, when he was saying that the BLK man's best bet is to infiltrate into these systems and then change the community that way. I want everybody in this live to imagine what it would look like if Tyler was not in the military and he was in the police force. What that would look like for our brothers, our sisters, and our sons and our daughters. And how I could see him actually going out of his way to target people who are, quote unquote, acting like ninjas, right? This is what happens when you let self-hating men, black men, get into systems where they have power. Did you hear how he said he's more he has like he's a supervisor over certain black men, and instead of advocating for them, right, he punches down on them. That's what that looks like in real time. And I just wanted to make sure that picture was accurately painted. That man, Tyler, you are a self-hating man. I promise to God, I am so very grateful that I don't have to actually be in community with you.
Well, I don't know if you guys noticed, but other people said they screenshot it on a couple weeks ago. He actually came and said when he becomes a police officer, he's going to use it to get BLK men. And I said, you know what? I'm not into doxing people, but that's crazy. If somebody actually was to record or take a clip and you do anything wrong, they can use that as evidence against you because you literally just said that you have malicious intentions when and if you become a police officer, which I feel kind of sorry for those BLK men that's going to encounter you. But moving right along, let's go to Uncle. Uncle, if you can read out the first question, answer it, and then you can respond to what's going on. Once we get it to 100K, we'll get it back to open panel. Uncle, go ahead. You can mute your mic. If you're not ready, we'll come back to you. All right, Uncle. I'm gonna give you a minute to unmute your mic. Otherwise, I'm gonna bring up a new guest. Tori, go ahead and chime in.
While I see the point that Water was making, I already knew that he had a non-black spouse. And the reason why I knew that without Water or anyone else, because it wasn't just Water, she unmuted and said something, host, but I was also looking at the chat. Do you know how I know that he didn't have a black spouse? Because the most revolutionary thing you can do as a black man is choose a black woman. Though she's Pia's point about the dilution of blood, that's actually fact-based. There's a documentary. It's on YouTube. It's free. It's in black and white. It's called Rabbit Hold Fence. I recommend everyone take a moment and watch it. It shows how the Australian government, with malicious intent, legalized marriage between the Aboriginals, indigenous to the continent and country of Australia. For those that don't know, it's both, and it's a lot of y'all. Cough, cough, wink, wink. And not only legalized marriages, but listen to this, did it specifically between white Australian men and Aboriginal women. And what you will see in this documentary, Rabbit Hole Fence, they show photos. They purposefully prevented Aboriginal men from having access to land ownership, prevented them from getting jobs and moving up, and kept them poor, while allowing their women to become domestic workers, similar to how African Americans were in this country. However, by making it legal for the Aboriginal woman to marry the YT man in Australia, through photos you see that in just 3 short generations, they eliminated over 35% of the dark-skinned Aboriginal population. This isn't my numbers. He says it in the documentary. That within less than a period of 50 years, thank you, sorry, Jen, rabbit proof fence. I said rabbit hold, excuse me. Rabbit proof fence, my apologies. It's called Rabbit Proof Fence. Shout out to my homegirl, Jen, in the comments. She always keeps me honest. Please watch it. It's nefarious because it shows that for the point that Pia made, that is in fact why they made interracial marriage legal. And I just want to point out something. Notice where we see the most interracial marriages of black males. Firstly, in the military. Please Google, when you have the time, a Jet magazine from the 1950s with a black male in the army who was stationed in Korea and his Korean wife, when it literally said, "Do Asian women make better wives?" They have been coming after this for years because where you see men with money and status in our community, they marry out more. But when you see men, see, he just said they do. Thank you for proving my point. And this is what I think is interesting. You say they do, yet name an organization they started to protect you. Did they start the Legal Defense Fund? No, a black man did. Did they start Black Lives Matter? No, black women did. I find it interesting that people like him will lean on this as if it means something. The only female on the planet with the Eve gene, the gene that connects to the first Homo sapien sapien, is in fact a sub-Saharan African woman. And while you should be free to marry and love who you want, you're marrying these women not because you truly didn't have options. You're marrying these women intentionally because rather than conquer the YT man at his own table, break it apart, take the legs of the table, put it through his chest and take over, you'd rather be invited to the table and marry his daughter. I just want to point that out. And I just want to say one last thing before I land. This brother is such a coward that he still has not acknowledged how badly I exposed and cooked him. Because I didn't need to know that his wife wasn't black. I knew that already by his rhetoric. He still has not admitted that he did this with malicious intent. Because again, the most gang members are still YT men, and they are in not only our police force nationally, but our military nationally. And I just think it's interesting that he's still, don't say false, because I do facts around here. 1 out of 6 YT men aged 16 to 32 is now enlisted to some degree in a hate group. This data can be found at the Southern Poverty Law Center.org, where they have a map tracing YT nationalism. So again, for those that don't know me, hi, my name is Tori. I love Black people and I love being right. And I think it's absurd that you, as someone who is serving our country, attempted to show that Black males are these unruly ninjas, as you call them, and intentionally left out that dark skin, melanated skin does in fact get pseudofollicular barba. And just because your daddy taught you to shave, which by the way was a dig at Black men, you're so weak that you won't speak to my point, but you intentionally mentioned your own father to insinuate, well, I had a dad that taught me to shave. What does that have to do with genetic composition and the size of the melanites in the surface of your skin? You are a pathetic individual, and I see why she married you. I see why. I see it. Because why not marry a man who's going to work very, very hard for you and know that all you have to do in return is agree with him that women who look like his own mother are less than? Good luck to you. And lastly, Pete Hegseth is the least qualified Secretary of the Department of Defense in history. His own wife accused him of rape and domestic violence.
But he's a military officer. Okay, he's a retired 04.
Acting like Pete Hegseth isn't underqualified is absurd, and you know it. Barack Obama put Shinseki in office. He was a general. The idea that you think an 04 compares to a general, compares to Colin Powell, compares to Donald Rumsfeld, and all the other people that have had that position, you're messing with the wrong one. I said I love being Black and I love being right, and I see why. You sat here and said Black women make better, non-Black women make better spouses. Then why are they divorcing you 3 times more than their own men? Please answer quickly. Why is it that when you marry YT women, they divorce you 3.5 times more than their own men?
I
Please
mean, I have no
answer.
clue. My wife's Asian, but I can't
No.
relate.
Don't say
So I don't know.
Don't say I don't. I have no clue. The
There's
divorce
the first
for
time.
Black
That's the
males.
first time saying my wife is Asian. But Tori, go ahead.
Right.
Let's let him respond. Go ahead, respond, Tyler.
It's YT.
All I want to say to Tari is she's doing all this yapping and blah, 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 blah,
It's called
blah.
facts.
But and then she's bringing up a condition, a so-called condition.
It's not
BLK people
so-called.
have.
It is in fact a
It's-
condition. Don't
it's an
say
excuse.
so-called. It's not an
It's an
excuse. It is in
excuse.
fact a condition.
Tori, let's hear what he has to say.
It's an excuse. You can shave your face. You know, it's not hard. All these Black people do. It's called Black fatigue. You know, it's
Winters, we both know you didn't know that till a white supremacist on TikTok did a video. Move to the point that I said. Black Fatigue was a book written by Mary Winters about the emotional and psychological toll of racism on Black people. I'm going to say it again. You got the right woman. I know you got rejected, and that's why you ran to someone who doesn't look like your mother.
I don't find BLK women
Tyler,
attractive
I'm
anyway.
going to ensure that I
So-
cook you everywhere I see you on this app. The fact that you lack integrity as someone who serves this country, everywhere I see you, I'ma cook you. I don't care if I'm in my 70s and I see you in a retirement home for veterans. Everywhere I see you, I'm gonna cook you because you had the audacity to say that I'm not speaking facts. Don't play with me. Play with a Rubik's Cube. Don't play with me. You need to speak to the comments that I made about the fact that Black males are in fact being divorced by their non-Black spouses more than every other race divorces their. Why would she want you? By 2060, 9 out of 10 Asian males will have a bachelor's or higher. And as we speak, 1 out of 3 people becoming a surgeon is an Asian male. You think that she don't have better options? No, shorty settled quickly. She settled quickly.
She's a physician assistant, so I mean,
And guess what?
she
And
must
there are
have
more
settled pretty
people,
badly,
and
I
there are
guess.
more people who look like her that are a physician assistant, a doctor, and a surgeon. The fact that you think you're competing with her race of men is absurd. When are you going to admit that you did? When are you going to admit that you brought up BLM, attacked Black women, made all of this other nonsense because you didn't want to speak to why Pete Hegseth is doing that? Pseudofollicular barba does not affect people with pale skin and smaller melanocytes.
Okay,
It's
so
not,
ma'am,
no,
how
don't
is
do
it
that.
that I'm a BLK?
That's
How is it
your
that I'm a
question.
BLK
You
man
haven't
and I don't
actually
have this?
rebut. Cash App for questions. You have to actually rebut. So listen, this is how it works. My panel is about allowing people to speak. So let's let everyone land their plane. Cash App for questions, and we also going to let other people get in. So it's back to open. It's back to open panel at 100K. So if you want to talk, please help us get it to 100K. I do want to hear what Tyler responds, even if he deflects and not even actually address the claims. Just let him finish.
It just amazes me how Tari is just so on the defense, you know, for me speaking my opinion.
Factual. I'm factual.
She
Please keep
keeps
facts of
rebuttaling
your
me.
own.
She keeps,
Yes,
you know,
because you're
chiming in.
weak
She's
and
not letting me
fraudulent.
speak.
Because you're weak and
Whatever.
fraudulent. I
Whatever.
respond to facts. You've offered none. Don't say whatever like a teenager. Don't say whatever like a
But
teenager.
okay. Like a little girl. Okay, whatever. But, you know, it's just, it's it's mind-boggling to me how, you know, we just, as a BLK community, we can't follow tasks. We think that we're, you know, God's gift. You know, you have to work your way to the top. If you're going to come in here as an E1 or E2 into the military and think that, you know, you're going to tell the general or the commanding officer that you're not going to shave, that shows you where the BLK community's mindset is, as, you know, as a whole. Because my own dad, who did 26 years in the military, he was enlisted and then he commissioned as an officer and got his master's degree. I asked him even for his opinion on how he, you know, saw all these BLK men complaining about shaving their faces. And, you know, he was like, you know, they either shave or they get out the military. You know, it's as simple as that. And he's a BLK man. I'm a BLK man. I shave my face every day like it's not a problem. This condition, you know, I don't have it. I guess I got lucky not having it on my face, but it just astonished me because it's like, man, this is the BLK community's mindset. They want to throw fits, play victim mentality when, you know, they can't get their way. And I'll end my plane there because I know I'm about to get dropped, so I don't care. But yeah, I'll end my plane.
Did you address her actual claims?
He never did.
What she's saying is not factual at all. She's going off, you know, what she's heard, and whatever she's saying doesn't apply to me. I'm not married to a white woman. I could care less.
Not factual? No. Don't say
I'm not married to a white woman. She's my high school sweetheart. So
and
I mean,
guess what? She settled. She settled because a man.
I guess she did.
A man of her own racial. Excuse me. She did settle, and this is why, according to Bureau of Labor Statistics, from 2023, 2022, 2021, and 2020, Asian males were the least likely to see a significant drop of income during the C-19 pandemic. When I said I was going to cook you, I meant it. By age 30. The average Asian male is making $100,000. That means law of averages. Since you had that dad in your house, surely that dad, because guess what? I had one too. That dad, my dad taught me that when the law of averages says that when the average meets the number being average, which would be 100, that means Asian males on average are making more than 100K if their average wage is 100K. She did settle, homie, because a man who looks like her has more education than you, more success than you, and is the least likely male in America to have a violent criminal record.
Oh, you speak so angry. Are you mad?
That's not, it's not called angry, it's called passion.
Did you pass your PT test when you were in the Navy?
Yes, I got out the military in 2006, you numbskull. You don't listen.
And what war did you fight in?
I clearly, Operation Enduring Freedom, Afghanistan.
You were on a
combat
ship.
vet.
You were on a ship, man. Stop it. You're not.
Now you're saying that I'm lying about my military service because the idea that you think that attacking me personally when you didn't know that I was a veteran, you didn't know until I challenged your point.
I honestly don't care if you're a veteran.
No,
I'm
you
down
do
for
care
the
because you
challenge. I
just
can go
accused
all
me of
day
stolen
with this,
valor.
to be honest.
You just accused me of stolen valor because you don't have any data to back you up. I deal with people like you on this app consistently, and this is the reason why you crash out the way you do. I'm not angry, I'm passionate. Notice you didn't call anybody else angry. I'm not angry. I'm passionate. And you're a coward because you're talking about how I looked. I got out the service in 2006.
How many years did you do?
5 years? Irrelevant. I served this country and a DD-214 with an honorable discharge and a 1 RE1 code. So don't say that's it. You're accusing me. You're being childish because you lack facts. You lack masculinity, and you married a woman who's settled because her men are screwing y'all over at every level. You actually think that you're better than other people because of the race of who you married when she didn't choose to be Asian, but you clearly chose to be anti-black. I'm still waiting for you to provide any level of data. I gave multiple sources. When I
Well,
said
black
that I
women
have
are
the
the
time
most
to cook you,
divorced out
when
of all
I said that
ethnicities.
that is not true.
Look it up.
It's
It's
not
on Baru
true. Wait a minute.
Statistics.
Wait a minute.
Definitely, you
So
can go
you
look
have
it up. You guys
statistics
are
on
the
the
most
divorce rate
divorced,
of
the
black
most
women.
baby mama
Wait a minute,
carriers
Tyler.
in
Wait a minute,
society.
Tyler. Wait a minute, Tyler. Because when I say I do this, I do this. I thought you said you didn't know the statistics of divorce, but yet you claim black women are the most divorced. That wouldn't be true. That would actually be YT woman because they're the most married. The average YT woman has been married 2 times on average. And if she doesn't have a college education, 3. So again, here's the problem with people like yourself. I'm still waiting for you to bring a fact. Talking about my military service, I know what country I served in. I'm waiting for you to put your money where your logic is. That's what I'm waiting for. I don't know why you're mentioning what I looked 2006 is when I discharged, homie. When I discharged.
Oh my
The idea
God.
that you're speaking of my weight when George Bush was still president, instead of speaking to my logic, I'm gonna keep cooking you till you run. I'm not angry. I'm passionate. I don't know you personally. You're not paying the mortgage for the house that I live in. But the fact that you still can't speak to anything fact based, I'm going to keep cooking you till you crack because this is what I do on this app.
What do I have to prove to you? What are you
Wait a
What
minute.
are you
I'm
asking? I
not
want to know
asking
what
for you
you're
to
asking.
prove anything other than your own points, Tyler. I'm
My
not
points
asking
are
for you to do
factual. I
any.
have
They were
nothing to
not
beat around the
factual.
bush about.
What fact-based points did you give, and what fact-based points
I
did you give?
stated, if you go, okay, for example, anybody in this panel right now, just so they can know, because I know not everybody in this panel is military. If anybody in this panel can
Military,
go
which is
look
why
up
you messed
military,
up. You
okay,
didn't know I was military.
if everybody goes into their search bar right now and look up military beards, you'll see all these BLK men complaining on their TikToks. And then as long as you can see, you get some BLK men with common sense, the educated who have degrees like officers like my dad and myself. And then also, YT people are getting pissed off as well at these BLK men and the women because they don't know what they're talking about. They keep going, like I said, acting like a bunch of ninjas, despite whatever you call it, foculitis, whatever you want to call it, PFB. They keep
Pronounce the
saying,
condition. Wait a minute, don't do that. No, Tyler, don't do that because again, I'm gonna cook you till you crack and you run because you're a fragile individual. Your father being in the military has nothing to do with this discussion. I'm asking you, why are you sitting here rebutting a point that you didn't even make? I called out the fact that you intentionally didn't bring it up because you thought you were not among anyone else.
What are you talking about? What do you want me to clarify for you? I'll gladly clarify it for you.
No,
What
then
do you
pronounce
want me
the
to
condition correctly since you seem to know so much.
I don't care and I don't know because it doesn't apply to me.
You don't care and you don't know. HIV doesn't apply to me, but if you have it and active, they can discharge you for it still. Please address the point that I made. I am the one who brought up the fact that you intentionally and with malice did not bring up the condition to make it seem like black men are crashing out for absolutely no reason.
Yes.
What
yes,
is the condition? What is the condition that is unique only to darker skinned males? What is it?
Pseudoficulitis barbae is what it's
Use
called.
that bachelor's degree that you've mentioned about 5 times. What is the condition?
I don't know and I don't care. I just mentioned it's called PFB for sure.
Don't know and you don't care. If you're going to sit
barbae.
here and dismiss it, then that means you should have known that it existed and known that this is a
I've known it existed, just like all the
so
white
if you
leaders
know
know
that
it
it existed, what's it called?
Pseudoficulitis barbae is what it's called.
Because I said it. Because if you knew it,
I've been on that. I just didn't want to take the time to explain anything.
No, you don't say don't take the time to explain it. I explained what it was on the panel much earlier, what it does and how it affects the skin. Why are you
so if all
sitting here?
BLK men have this condition,
I get it, Tyler.
why is it that I don't have the condition?
You're one of
Why
those
is it that I don't
low
get bumps on
intellect-
my face when I shave?
And you want to know why? For the same reason that I don't have the female version of PFB as bad as darker skinned women because my own mother was biracial. I have very wavy hair like a Dominican. And the picture that you see there, that's me with a tan. Okay, I'm a little bit lighter than that. Why are you acting like that has anything to do with the majority? The same way LeBron James being rich has nothing to do with black people in poverty. Your personal medical condition or lack thereof has nothing to do with darker skinned men, particularly of West African and Sub-Saharan African descent, having this condition. The problem is, Tyler, you are not used to being around people that are smarter than you and more prepared than you. You called me angry, which is a microaggression.
Ma'am,
You
I'm going to
wanted to
OCS
distract.
pretty soon.
I
I'm
don't
going to
care where you're
OCS. Did you
going.
know that?
I don't
I'm going to
care where
officer
you're going.
candidate school.
I also have a bachelor's degree.
I'm
I'm
going to
also
officer
a
candidate
veteran,
school here in the
and
next
that
2
has
months.
nothing to do with
I'm
the
going to be an
topic.
officer.
That
I'm
has
going to be an
nothing, and
O1.
you're gonna be, and you know what? That has nothing to do with the topic. You're an
But you
officer
think you're
because
educated
that
and
has
better than me. But how
no.
many
You brought
black
up your
women have I
education.
seen
No,
in the
no, no, no.
military
You're
that are
fragile.
officers?
You
I haven't
brought
really seen
up
many black women that are officers in the military.
brought up your education first, and it fell flat. You're dealing with someone who is, in fact, intelligent, and you're crashing out. You called me a microaggression because you don't have facts. You didn't know that I was a veteran. Even though when you click on my
I
profile,
don't
it says
care that you're a
no,
veteran. That's good for
you do
you.
care. You do care because you accused me of lying about my veteran status, did you not?
I said you probably couldn't pass your PT test. By looking at you right now, you
And
probably
that's
tell
when I
you.
said, how did you determine that when I got out the military at 22 and I'm 41
I
now?
can tell
Why are
just
you,
by your
no, you
demeanor.
can't
You
tell.
were like,
No,
you were
you
one of those
can't tell.
divas to where it was like
No,
you're the way
you,
of the highway,
again,
one of those
you're
all those
speaking
BLK women that don't like the
incorrect.
PT.
Incorrect. You don't know me. Speak to my argument. You don't know me. You're pulling at all of these anti-black talking points because you're crashing out because you're not as smart or prepared or as logical as you think you are. And I told you, I do this on this app. And now I'm cooking you. You didn't know me. I joined the military at 17 years old in 2001 after 9/11 happened. I'm from Brooklyn. I saw those towers burning from my high school window. The idea that you seem to think that because you were ill prepared for the discussion and did not think anyone else other than No Hidden was in the military, you're upset.
Ma'am, you can't speak on the topic though. You're not a
What do you mean
BLK
I
man.
can't speak
You're
on the
not a
topic?
BLK man. You can't
I
speak on this
don't
topic.
need to speak on
I'm a
being a
BLK man. I shave
you're a
every day and I'm
BLK
doing
man
just
who's
fine.
ill prepared for the conversation because you didn't know that there was another person that was on the panel that was in the military.
What are
Okay,
you talking?
really quick, y'all. Thank you so much. We got it to 100K. Appreciate it. The next goal right now is 120K. Let's get some other people in the conversation. It's open panel, starting with Pia.
I want to say this is why he can't be with a BLK woman. He can't admit when he's wrong. And then he's trying to twist and say, oh, BLK women have a problem. No, sir, we all see here on the panel, you have a problem. You don't want to be wrong is what it is.
What is there to be wrong about? I'm just spitting
You're
facts.
wrong. She gave all
It's
types of
factual
facts. Come on now.
information. I guess all the
she
white
gave
men are
all
wrong too that
facts.
are arguing about this topic too, right?
She gave
I guess they're
all
all wrong
facts. The biggest
too. All the
point
white
is
men
this.
are wrong about this shaving stuff.
So listen,
Okay.
so this is what it is. You don't have any discernmentship about your own group, your own race. You look at everybody as bad. You can't discern who's good and who's bad because you're stuck on color. You're not smart enough to have discernmentship. I can look into the BLK community and I can see who's the good ones and who's the bad ones. With the guy up top, No Hidden, he has a medical condition. So he's not whining about anything. He literally has a medical condition and you don't have the discernment to say, wait, he's not complaining like some other ones I've seen. He actually has a real medical condition that's affecting him from doing what he wants to do. And the fact that you cannot see that and learn to know the difference between the two, that's the problem. That's why everyone in the comments is calling you a coon and this and that. If somebody came to me, if a group of people came to me and they're complaining, then I see one person, they're complaining, but their reasoning is different because it involves their health, I would know this person's not being a baby. They actually have a medical condition. You have a problem, dude. You really have a problem. You want to feel like you're better, and that is the definition of a coon. They go out their way to try to feel like they're better than their own race.
Raccoon. You can't say that.
Raccoon, raccoon. And you really are. You are pathetic. bad, you're not good at all. I think
That's
you
what
you
all
you
you
should.
BLK people say when somebody doesn't agree with your alignment. But okay,
I
whatever.
will.
No,
I'm
I'm
gonna
married
say.
to a YT man, and I never would sit there and tell a BLK person that has a health condition that they're just whining and all these BLK people are just whining. I actually have discernmentship to know which BLK people really need help and they're in a bad situation and which ones are just making up excuses. I'm on these panels talking about the bad BLK people all the time. But when I come across a good BLK person that really has a problem, I'm not going to put them in that category. You're trying to put every BLK person in the same category. So no, you are a raccoon. Stop.
Let me say
Stop
that. Let me
it.
say this. Let me say this.
Hold on, you guys. Let me say this. When someone's talking, just let them land. You guys, when you're talking and you start pausing and waiting, just go ahead, land your plane, mute your mic. But everyone else, wait till that person say land their plane, mute their mic. I want to say welcome up to my new guest. Thanks for coming. Way nice. Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming. I'm not sure what you guys' answer is. My panel's about standing on business. I want to hear your answer to the prompt in a moment. Just share the live out. Other panelists will chime in, and then we'll go to new guests. Go ahead, Jazz Doll.
Yeah, I want y'all to know, like, on some personal stuff for myself, because a lot of again, this is my anecdotal evidence. This is what I face. A lot of people be like to me, and I'm not trying to be braggadocious or nothing. A lot of people be like, "Well, you're Jazzo, you're attractive. I know you don't have issues getting a BLK man," and I'm like, that's never been my issue. I never had an issue getting a BLK man, but it's the behavior and the character. Tyler is the perfect example of why I walked away. Like, cause y'all, you hear BLK men say, "Well, you should have chose better. Y'all choose the Pookie and the Ray Rays. Y'all choose the Pookie and the Ray
Would
Rays."
have never
Tyler,
chose you to
hold on,
begin
little
with.
mama.
I
Hold on,
don't
little
talk to
mama.
black women.
I'm still talking. Tyler is the perfect example of somebody who's not a Pookie and a Ray Ray. He is what you would call the educated lame. And I want you to see the mindset that the educated lame has, right? This dude is drowning in self-hatred, right? And the point I want to say, hit on something Tori said. He says his wife is a surgical, whatever she is, she does for a living, right? There's more men that of her race that are on her level. Like I said last night, and like what Tori just said, she settled for him, most likely because she's not attractive, right? She's not attractive, and the men of her community don't want her. So, like Tori just said, she settled for him. And see, to Tyler, it doesn't matter how she looks, long as she is not black. And that's the most important thing to him. These men are drowning in self-hatred, and it's nothing that you did as a black woman. It's nothing that you are as a black woman. They hate themselves, and like Tori said earlier, he's never going to confront the YT man. That's never going to be an option. Like Glenn said last night on the panel, marriage wasn't even an option. Confronting our oppression in this country, black women, is never an option for the black man. That's never an option, and it's never going to be an option. The number one option is holding you accountable for being a single mother, holding you accountable for wearing weave, holding you accountable for just simply being black. And the reason why he fights at you so much, black women, is because you own your blackness. You're proud of your blackness. Even when you date out and marry out, you still stand in your blackness. And that's a turnoff to the black man. That is a major turnoff. Through his psychology, he hates himself. And Tyler is perfect. When they tell us to choose better, they're telling us to choose a Tyler. Tyler is college educated, the educated lane. And look at his mindset. I'm gonna land on this. Water made a really good point earlier when she said, imagine Tyler being a police officer. Imagine you're being DV'd and you call the police and Tyler shows up, or a JoJo shows up. Imagine what that's gonna be like. That's the worst thing ever that you want to face. I'm gonna land on this actually. The BLK dude that went viral, what was that, like a week ago, for being punched in the face by the YT officers and they broke out his window. Everyone's talking about, oh, the racism. There was like 2 BLK police officers there who was right there. who was helping put them on the ground. And they did nothing. This is who the BLK men are. And so those who got a little pick-me in them, those who are pick-me, those who are mammies, those who are dragging mammies, you're not going to get a return on your investment. I'm going to let you know that right now. Run, head for the border, get over the hill, get out of there. Are there some amazing black men who are not like this? Absolutely. But most black men who have their senses, who got their ish together, they're already married. They've already found the black woman and got married and started a family. This Tyler is perfect. I don't think, I'm going to say this on our land. I know I keep saying that.
Oh no,
What's,
Jazz Dog. Come on. Jazz Dog, we're gonna have to come back to you. Tyler, you've been
Hey,
dropping
hold
the
on, let
money
me
pop
finish.
on.
They just went
Hold
30
on one
minutes.
second. Okay, and does that mean we're gonna match it up with everybody? Tyler, you were dropped by a money pow pow. Again, Tyler, you have been dropped by a money pow pow. If anybody wants to save Tyler's spot, send something higher than a money pow pow. I'm gonna go to the new guest in a moment, but I do want to see if Water and No Hidden wants to chime in before I go to new guests.
Thank you so
And
much.
Tori. Jazz
Thank
Dog, we
you
can
so
always
much.
come back around.
All right. So now I want to kind of shift gears, but not totally, right? So you see, everybody, 113 people in this room, you were here when Tori stated facts, statistics. She referenced documentaries. She gave source after source after source for everything that she had. We can all agree that she was logical, she was patient, she spoke very well, and she was very articulate. Now, let's imagine if Tori was in a relationship with Tyler. Do you understand how much Tori would have to pull her hair out? Because to be a submissive woman to a man like that, a man who can't hear reason and who cannot concede and who does not listen and who is a man who cannot grow. That's what we talk about when we say, I don't know about being a submissive woman to a man like that. That man has a career. That man is moving up in the world, right? On paper, Tyler looks like a good husband, right? But now imagine Tyler making life decisions on behalf of you, and you come to him with facts, statistics, data, documentaries, facts on logical facts. And he can't stifle his ego long enough to say, you know what? I can see that's fair. That's what we go through. That's what it looks like.
American, Tori, before I go to new guests, do y'all want to chime in?
Yeah. So, oh, I'm sorry, Tori. You want to go ahead?
Say that I appreciate you saying that because it's true. I know it's popular to say, but I'm intentionally single. Okay, I'm intentionally single because I found this problem actually not just among black men, but men who don't have an education. And when they do, and again, this is anecdotal, I have found that to be the case. And to be clear, I only was cooking him like that because of the very anti-black and misogynistic things that he says. It has nothing to do with my ability to be feminine or to submit. But I want to say, as someone that clearly does have a high IQ, and this isn't me bragging, there are people that are smarter than me. Tyler just isn't one of them. I have found in my lifetime, as someone who's in my 40s, that all the men that say, well, I want a smart woman, I want someone who's not an airhead, that's just not true. Notice that because he didn't know how old I was and didn't know that I was a veteran, I want to remind everyone, he did accuse me of stolen valor. He did attack my weight. I'm in my 40s. A lot of us are overweight. I was in shape when I was in the military. I served under George Bush. George Bush was putting your ass out the military if you were fat. Ask any vet that served when George Bush was president. George W. Bush was getting your ass up out the service if you didn't meet your weight quals or PFT. I just want to point that out, that for all of the men that say, I want an intelligent woman, it's not true, because intelligence, logic, and reason make you question everything. And it doesn't matter how kind, how soft, how sweet you say something. We have a culture of men who collectively want a woman to look phenotypically ambiguous. They want a Cardi B, a Nicki Minaj. That's what they want. Listen to the last 30 years of hip hop. They don't want an intelligent woman. Because notice that he didn't start attacking my appearance until I mentioned a fact. You can go to Social Security data. Social Security's data from 2021 to 2023 shows that Asian males are making the most money. This isn't per capita, it's their group. He knows that she could have gotten better among any group of Asian men, including Indians. They don't want smart women because smart women question things. And when you question things and you're prepared, they act the way that he does. So I appreciate Water and Jastal because I don't hate black men. I'm not on panels spewing hate against black men. I love black men. They have cute button noses. If you've never done it, kiss a black man's nose. It's so adorable. They get it's super cute. But I know that culturally, it is really hard. What she said about the educated lame, that's also true. The last black man I tried to couple with had 2 master's degrees. 2. He made twice the money that I did. It didn't work out. Not because of the way I spoke to him, but because I challenged some of the things that he thought. So when we hear this, understand that it's not always your weight. It's not always your hair. Sometimes it's your ability to think critically and to reason. That also turns men off. And she was right about the educated lame. On paper, he's supposed to be the opposite of Pookie and Ray Ray. Yet, look how he speaks, how he thinks.
Go ahead, No Hidden.
I just want to say that bothered me a lot, and it really only bothered me because another BLK man came to me and said, "Stop whining as a black man and shave." When my command sergeant major, I think Latoria would know what that means, but he's a very high-ranking official, is a YT man. And he came to us when this bill came out and said, I better not see anybody with a bare face anytime soon. And until I figure out what's going on, until I can make sure you guys are okay, I better not see anybody with a bare face.
Oh shit, I can't drive.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah. I can't see. I better not see any of y'all shave until I figure out how this is going. And it was a white man that did that. And then my Latino first sergeant was like, "Yeah, don't. We're gonna come up with a specialized plan for you." I would think that my BOK brother would be the one that would come to me and say that. I would think as a BOK man in the Army, you would understand my issue and you would work with me to fix it. Yet I just learned that my BOK brother is telling me to shave and then get over it, and then I'm whining. That's crazy. And then you prove the prompt by making excuses instead of doing solutions, and you make us look bad. You make all of us look bad when you do that, but you don't care. He doesn't care. I don't know. Maybe some people are just unfixable. I'll land there.
All right. I want to go to the new guest, but y'all haven't shared the live out. So I'm waiting for Houdini. I am actually and Way Nice to share the live out to 20 people. That is the rules. So again, thank you for coming up, but you do need to go ahead and share the live out so that we could go ahead and hear from you. So until then, I just, let me say this. Exactly what Tori was hitting on as far as Tyler not being able to actually, face the other races and compete with them. He's just slinging his ping. And we made that point earlier that this is how BOK men compete. They compete with their ping. They use SMEX. And that's before Tyler even came up here. We made that point. And he just came up here and proved it. So that was very interesting to me and also very sad that you guys are like that, unfortunately, because again, I love BOK men, but it's hard to see you guys, but we have to be honest on what's going on. Way Nice, you could go ahead and read out the question and answer it.
What's up, everybody? What's going on? Salute to y'all. The first one, okay, so we got black men do not want solutions to fix the black community, only excuses. That's crazy. I think a lot of black men are making strides in this arena, specifically the ones that identify individualism, and that's basically from my own point of view, is what is needed, for black men to fix the community. We stop thinking about inclusiveness, start thinking about the black family, because that's the only thing that matters. Once we fix the black family, after that, or with that, we're gonna fix education. The black men will be better. We'll be better husbands, better boyfriends, better everything. You know what I'm saying? That's how I feel. So I feel like what's going on right now is because we kind of lost, the footing of where we should be. We should focus on individuality, stop being scared of being compared to white people. Certain black men, when they get to a certain level in their community amongst their friends or whatever, oh, you think you white now, you talk white, you act white because you're successful, you live in a white community, you move from the hood to, you know what I'm saying? So maybe that psychology is in addition to what we need to get out of right there. So I don't know if I'm the exception or if I'm on the right track or whatever, but I'm married now for 13 years. I got 3 kids. I'm from Jamaica, you know what I'm saying? But still in the same boat as the, African American diaspora. My ancestors came from the same village that, black folks in California did. We got switched around from America to Jamaica because it was at a shortage or whatever. So we same people. But I close with this is just, I know I came in a little bit late on the conversation, but just looking at the question is how I would address it, is that black men do want solutions, from my opinion. And how we'll get to that is individuality, and stop being scared of being compared to white people, stop being scared of success. That we're doing it.
Okay, let me ask you a question. So, are you married to a BOK woman?
Yes. Yes, my wife is from Guyana.
Okay, and you believe more so in individualism, you mentioned. So, you don't believe in working together as a collective.
As secondary, that's a secondary fact. Like my political opinion spans on the family, right? My friends ask me, why am I Republican? I'm a Republican because of what I saw is on a checklist. They check the block from my family and advancements, how we invest, you know what I'm saying? The things that we are interested in, you know what I'm saying? International relations and all that stuff, reading books that made me see what the hell China was doing, historically, even up to now, changes my opinion and stuff like that. I see as my family needs to be aware of these things. The individual aspect of it stems from my family. I can't worry about what's going on the next side of the fence right now. If I fix my family, my friend fix his family, and my next black friend fix his family, you know what I'm saying? You come down from the micro level up to the macro, and we got it. That's just my mentality.
Okay, we're gonna go back to open panel once we get it to 120K. So if everyone in the comment section and in the panel can tap when you're not talking. Also, if you're just coming up, send a daily heart me. Shout out to Big Mimi. I haven't seen you in a while. I don't know if you're still modding or what's going on with that. I forgot you were even a mod. I haven't seen you in so long. But let me go to Pia. What's your thoughts on what he just said? And then I'm going to go to the next new guest.
Yes, thank you. With the history, we know in our BOK community that we are behind in some areas, like 400 years behind. But what's the problem is you can't just do individuality and not collectivism. What it is they don't know how to do both. You have to do both of them simultaneously. That's how it really works. If you do anything individually, they're going to, like they've been doing, they'll unalive you one by one, individually, right? You need a system to protect you. So every state of BOK men, BOK women should be getting together as a collective and creating systems to help each other communicate with each other. They need a census of how many BOK people is in this city, this city, this city, and that city. And see how many people, and basically they need to be able to know each other and help each other as much as possible to help to protect. So if this guy's family, something happens to them, there's another BOK person on their block or another BOK person in another city or a group of BOK people in the city where they can call. The one incident that went down where the BOK man went to court because his son was unalived by a cop. And then he went and unalived the cop because that cop unalived his son. There was, when we seen on the news, there was just his brother there supporting him and some family members. It should have been the whole city there of BOK men. But because BOK men keep on thinking, I'm going to just take care of my family, that's it. That's why these things are happening. They're able to take you out one by one. So, no, it needs to be both individualism and collectivism at the same time. Figure it out.
Oh, wow. I would like to hear your response, Way Nice, in a moment. I am, if you could read out the first question and answer it. I am, are you there?
Solutions to fix the black community, only excuses. I became the collective part of my brothers. In the 80s, paying attention to the states aligning with the mass incarceration,
You're breaking up. You're breaking up. I'm going to come back to you. I'm going to come back to you.
How's that? Is that better?
I'm going to come back to you. Just make sure it's fixed. I'm going to come back to you. Way Nice, what's your thoughts on what the advice Pia just gave?
My apologies. I'm multitasking here with my 2-year-old, so I really didn't hear her take on things. I just came back in. Yes, you got it, Beats.
Oh, so you didn't hear what she said about individualism opposed to being community-based?
Nah. What did she say again? Because I'd love to chime in on that.
Okay, never mind. Water, go ahead. Could you chime in on what you heard so far or anything else you would like to chime in on?
Yeah. So this is what I'm going to rewind it back to earlier where I said this is why our history matters. There is an absolute reason that BLK people in America have been able to get so far in terms of civil rights and access, right? And the only reason that that was able to take place is because of us being a collective. Whether or not we wanted to be a collective, the white tees have always viewed us as a collective, and we operated on a village mentality. We were forced to be in positions where we had to build systems for ourselves, house ourselves, feed ourselves, and make sure that our children and everything was safe. And we did that as one unit, not because we were married and had those children that were biological to us, but because we looked at each other and we saw each other as brother and sister, and we did for each other. That's how we got to where we got to. Even when we didn't totally agree on an agenda, we still backed each other. And that's the only way we're going to continue to move forward. This whole I'm here for me and mine and my kids only if you're there for your kids. This puts us in a very weakened state. Like I said earlier, BLK men have a propensity to see BLK people as individuals as opposed to the community, and that is the issue. The term is divide and conquer. You cannot conquer a people who have come together and are moving as one fist. And until BLK men are not focused on getting women and having children and being in charge and being submissive, and that we can focus and see each other as one, we will not be able to move forward in the ways that we need to.
That was groundbreaking, to say the least. Well, it'll be nice if, if we're on the panel that we actually listen when somebody's responding to you, because that's what we're here for. And I'm sure some people are not going to want to repeat what they already said. So let's just keep that in mind, because, Pia said a mouthful. And I don't know if she actually wants to repeat it or not, or if you're even listening this time. Way Nice. So.
I could. So basically, what she said, did that corroborate what the previous person said? The other person you wanted me to respond to, because she was speaking towards individualism, and I feel like maybe that's kind of like what the previous person was saying.
No, she
Okay,
didn't.
my fault.
She said something totally different. It's up to Pia if she want to repeat it or not. We'll just go to the next guest. Ty, if you could read out the first question and answer it.
Black men do not, do not want solutions to fix the black community, only excuses. Yes, I would say majority of them, they do not want to do it at all. But as far as me speaking about it, I want to, but I don't think it's gonna happen because it's just so much trauma and stuff like that, and people are just used to their devices. So I could tell people what to do, what's the best thing to do, and stuff like that. But people are not gonna listen unless you got like something to offer them, basically.
Okay, and how old are you?
I'm 26.
Okay, so what are 3 ways that you're helping build the BOK community?
Well, first I gotta help myself in order to build the black community. But right now what I'm trying to do, I like to cook and stuff, so I believe like my food is going to speak for itself and help heal people, basically, because like if you give people food, they more likely to open up. You get what I'm saying? So that's my way. I think that's going to help. And scriptures, like food and scriptures, basically.
Okay. So what about for the future? What would you like to do in the future, I guess, to help the BOK community?
So right now, I work on commission jobs, and I feel like commission work is the best type of work to do because you have to figure out yourself, and plus it beats inflation. So I'm really trying to put people on to the type of work I do, so they can have money in their pocket and they don't have to work jobs that take away time for them to really do what they want.
Could you repeat that last thing that you said?
Like I'm trying to put people on to my type of work, so black people don't have to work on jobs they really don't want to do, so they can
Trying to help refer people to the type of work that you do?
yeah.
Okay. And what type of work is that, if you don't mind?
I work the polls, so basically like ballot initiatives and stuff like that. So like I could work like 2 days out the week and earn a check that people been working a week. But it's commission based, so it's based off your workload. You get me, your hustle and stuff like that.
Okay. And we're just having a one-on-one, so I'm curious, like, when do you want to get married also, and around what age?
I'm trying. I got like one more year left until I'm trying to get married for real. One more year. I'm not trying to have kids by 30. I'm trying at least 27, 28. So definitely I'm working on that, but that's kind of hard in my generation.
Why do you say it's kind of hard?
Cause women, they have toxic traits, and like you be wanting to try to fix people, but you can't fix nobody. You know, like that don't want to be helped. You feel me? They used to toxicity, and I was a toxic person, but I learned like I'm not that type of person to be doing all that. So I can't be helping nobody. I only can help people that want to help themselves.
So you said women have toxic traits. Is
The
there,
women I
is there
encounter,
a
not
certain
all
race?
women, the
Well, I'm not
women I
done.
encounter.
Let me finish what I'm saying. So is there a certain race that you usually date?
Yeah, black. I only dated black women.
Okay, so you want to marry a black woman,
Yeah,
but so far you ran across them having toxic traits.
yeah.
Okay. Um. All right, that's interesting. I'd like to hear more in open panel. Thank you, Ty. Corsetta, welcome up. Ty, go ahead and share the live out to 20 people before open panel. Let's get it to 120K. If you haven't sent a daily heart me, please do go ahead and send a daily heart me. Corsetta, if you could answer the first question and then share the live out. Um,
Okay. Black men. Oh, sorry, this thing popped up. Why does shit keep popping up on the screen? I'm trying to read. Black men do not want solutions to fix the black community, only excuses. That is so true. So true. And it's very tragic. I came up early. I was trying to come up earlier when people were pretending their military service was for black people, which is absolutely disingenuous. You working for the military industrial complex of America is not helping the black community whatsoever. You're helping these white tea men keep us impoverished and helping them abuse other nations. It's good for your family and it's good for you, but it was not helping the community whatsoever. That shit is crazy. Crazy. The guy talking about he was helping BLK women by telling them they couldn't gel down their baby hairs was wild. And he could have just reminded his officer of the Crown Act. That's helping black people. If you were to say something to your commanding officer about the Crown Act and leave black people alone about their hair, that's at least helping the black people in your community. Oh, tragic. There's always excuses. They like to use slavery. They like to use a white tea man. There's always reasons why they don't have to be men anymore. It's very tragic.
Yeah, that was an interesting take inside the live so far. Tyler's still here listening. He's requesting up, but he never sends a gift to save his spot. So,
Well, he's not going to help the black community, not your black community, to give you money. Because why would he actually put his money where his mouth is?
well, I mean, if he sends TikTok gifts, TikTok gets half, and I think it's Asian people that own it. So,
No, he can cash out. What's the cash out?
No, but I'm saying he can send a gift to save his spot. He won't even do that. I don't even fully get that. TikTok gets it. But Kelly, I think I have like 3 mods here. Can we watch the comments? This white tea lady in the comments is being very disrespectful. Kelly, if you want to come up, you can come up and stand on business, but I'm going to mute you. You've been trolling me. It's weird, and you've been stalking me around TikTok. You've been on my page. Hold on. You've been on my page leaving comments and doing all types of crazy stuff. It's getting really weird now. But we should already be at 120K. I'm not sure why. We have over 80 people here, and we're just sitting like between 100 and 110K. If everyone can help get the likes up, and so we can go to open panel. Also, if you haven't shared to 20 people, please do go ahead and share to 20 people. Yeah, so Kelly, you can request up. Otherwise, I'm going to block you. If you come here just to be mad, it's weird. Like, why are you even coming here if you're so mad? Jerome, if you could read out the first question and answer it.
It says, BLK men do not want solutions to fix the BLK community, only excuses. I say this, right? Y'all gotta behave yourselves because when y'all talking like that, first off, when you talking about a BLK man fixing the community, it's not somebody that goes to the altar and he be like, oh, this is what I want to be done, and you know who really actually fixing the community? that guy that he he's he's under a car, and then there's a couple of kids that want to see what he's doing under the car. They're just curious. That's how the thing actually happens. So y'all don't even understand what y'all even be talking about. Y'all be thinking about somebody supposed to just come around. No, what tends to happen is the kids come around and they be like, "Oh, well, how do we fix this car? Oh, well, how are we gonna do this?" And then the man start telling them, "Pass me the wrench. Pass me this." Now he start understanding what a wrench is, what this is, what that is. Y'all don't even know what y'all talking about. Y'all talking about as women, as little girly girls. Y'all dealing with a whole different type of thing. Yeah, you go to a woman's house. Guess what? They want to dance or whatever y'all do as women. But when it comes to men, it always takes the little boys always come and they want to see what's going on over here. How we doing this? So at the end of the day, I think that y'all be okay. Oh, especially be okay, man. Y'all doing them a disservice because at the end of the day, we do be teaching our kids stuff. We do be teaching our community stuff, but it's just not the way that you want it to be done. Because the way that y'all do it is y'all gotta have a whole poster and y'all gotta do all of this. No, we don't gotta do all of that. Guess what? I'm in the backyard. And guess what? A lot of these kids, because they like the way I am, they be jumping in the backyard with me. And they want to know what I'm doing. What you doing? So I'm gonna teach them what I'm doing. So at the end of the day, that's how we play. We play a little different than how y'all play. So I think the issue is y'all be thinking that we supposed to be like y'all. Okay? Not everybody wanna wear a wig like Corsetta. Not everybody not everybody wanna do the way that y'all do it is not the way that we do it. So at the end of the day, the way that I learned how to get under a car is just because I was riding my bike and I seen somebody doing something and I said, I want to see what you're doing. So what I'll say is this. Men can make a difference, and all y'all gotta do is just, if your kid want to be around a certain gentleman because he knows how to do a couple things, if he want to be around him, just let him be around him a little bit. All right, you don't gotta worry about none of that. Don't get into your feels because a lot of the times, I'm gonna keep it a buck. When y'all start seeing that y'all kids get attracted to a certain man, y'all be starting to, whoa, what's going on here? Y'all start putting y'all be brown nosing. That's what it's called. It's called brown nosing.
Sharon, what are you
But
talking
all you got,
about? Your last
okay,
point.
I'm talking about.
Let's circle it back to the prompt. BOK men do not want solutions to fix the BOK community, only excuses. Is it fair to say that you're just making a lot of excuses right now?
No. What I'm saying is the way that we do it is different than how you do it. That's what I was trying to say. Like
Okay, give me three
if you
ways.
have if
Give me 3 ways you're helping fix the BOK community.
me personally, all right, me personally, first of all, I'm a boxer. I go to a gym and I help kids box. Okay, that's number one. Number two, um, when I'm dealing with my car, I've had kids. That's what I was trying to tell you. I've had kids come up to me and just off the rip, they just be like, "What are you doing?" And then I try to tell them like, "Okay, this is what I'm doing. Okay, this is how I'm doing this, changing the oil, stuff like that." It's very little itty bitty stuff for kids. But at the end of the day, what y'all want
is y'all want a whole coalition of men to be like this. That's not how it actually works. It just works as you let when your kids is out, they're gonna go see another man out there, and they're gonna be like,
Okay, so
okay,
one
so what
reason
you
that you're helping the BOK
okay?
community, or one way you're helping the BOK community is by teaching kids.
Boxing.
Give me two more.
Okay, boxing. Okay, um, uh, being able to change the car oil and do things under the car, and the last one is
Wait, hold
dealing with
on.
women.
You changing the car oil is helping the BOK community?
Yeah, because guess what? That's a trade. You gotta know how to do stuff like that. If you want to know how to deal with cars, you gotta know how to. You gotta know how to. You gotta know how to change oil. That's
How
that's
is
the thing
that
that you have
helping
to
the
know as a man.
Jerome? How is that
I'm
helping the
listening
BOK community?
because that's a skill.
But
That's a little bit. That's a
how is
little
that?
bit of skill.
Oh,
That's a skill. That's a little bit of. And I'm a land it with the last one. The last one. You didn't even tell me about the last one. I got three. You just talk about two. I got three. The third one is playing chess. I play chess. So a lot of the times when I be outside, I be playing chess with my uncles and all of that. They be kids that just come out of everywhere and they want to know what we doing. We playing chess. Okay? You can be a millionaire playing chess. You can be Magnus Carter. I'm probably sure
tell
you.
me how you playing chess is helping the BOK community. Also, while he's talking, I'm not
How?
sure.
Because that's a skill.
Well, don't be yelling at me. Wait,
That's
listen,
a
don't be yelling
skill.
at me. Jerome, do not yell at me. First of all, I'm
Fine.
not sure. Okay, thank you, D. If everyone can join D in tapping, because, I mean, people are asking to talk, but we're not tapping. Let's get it to 120K. Jerome, go ahead.
All right, last but not least, like I said,
Tell
teaching
me
your
how
son
chess, I missed that. Tell me how chess is helping the community. You playing chess.
because he could be first off, do you know how much money Magnus Carter make? If you could teach a kid how to play chess, when a kid comes up on your body, right? And they say, how do you play this game that we playing? I'm going to teach him how to play chess. I taught my son how to play chess. He's knowing how to play chess right now. He's only 5 years old. He might be a Magnus Carter. Do you know how much Magnus Carter make? He's a millionaire because he's so good at chess. So at the end of the day, what I'm trying to say is this. Skills pay the bills. Okay, when I was talking about how I could change oil and all of that, your son is supposed to know that. He's supposed to know how to change oil. He's supposed to know what goes under the hood and what we doing right now. Are we changing? What are we changing right now? He's supposed to know what we're supposed to be changing. That's number one. I mean, I don't understand how you don't understand that. Your son's supposed to know how to change a tire. He's supposed to know how to change everything. He's supposed to know how to do these things at a young age. And guess what? He only finds that out by seeing his daddy. His daddy doing it.
Wow.
So am I wrong?
Jerome.
Somebody said right.
No.
Somebody said right.
No. Jerome. I actually want to hear what Way Nice has to say, because Way Nice says that we should be focused on individuality, and everything Jerome just mentioned is really representing individuality, not the BOK community. So Way Nice, do you agree with Jerome?
Not in the same way that he puts it, because I felt like what he was saying was it was it was doing a lot of things. And one thing that it did, not to say that I'm trying to make my point based off this, one thing that it did was it kind of excluded the black women. What I was saying includes the black women because it's the whole family picture is what I'm saying. You know, we could kind of walk down the street of what he's saying to corroborate my statements to individuality and, you know, uh, it's okay. I'll be right. I'm with my 2-year-old. It's not bad what I'm saying. I'm going to stick with individuality. American culture, Black American culture, white American culture on a whole celebrates and rewards individualism. Individualism. Now I'm having a problem saying that word. Look at historical successful people, black or white, right? Those people wanted to go ahead and make a name for themselves. They want to make a family name. They wanted to make a name for their self, right? All the successful people you know, that's what it is. The kids learn automatically off of that. Monkey see, monkey do. I don't have to tell my kid, oh, I'm doing this for black people. I ain't got to tell my sister, let's go make a business because we want to advance black people. I'm going to do it for myself. And my kid is going to be right next to me watching me. You see what I'm saying? He's going to be in the back of the store making donuts with me. And that's how we're going to build a family. I don't really give two about what my neighbor's doing. If they need help, I'll help them. Yes. But the idea is we have to be locked in at the micro level.
Hold on, he just said
Well, hold on.
he
Let's make
making
sure. Let's
donuts.
make sure
This
he's landed. Hold on, Jerome. Way nice. If you can say land your plane when you're done. Are
Okay.
you done?
Yeah. I just want to. Yeah, I'm done. I land my plane.
Could you just finish what you were saying?
No, that's it, really, because I said it all. I feel like I'm gonna be repeating myself if I say it. It's
Okay.
just that we, as a culture in America, let's put it next to American culture. All the successful people historically in America have done things on their name, just their name, not their family name. The family name came secondary to Oppenheimer. The family name came secondary to Rockefeller. It was that first man that did the thing that he went out and been successful, and his family learned from that. If I'm successful, my kids are going to learn from that. I don't need to tell them I'm doing this for black people. I'm doing this for our family, and everybody will learn. You know what I'm saying? And that's the idea that I wanted to put out there.
Gloria in the comments says that part. She agrees with you. Wow, that's mind-boggling. Is Gloria one of your friends? Way nice. No. Okay.
Anybody that agree with me is my friend. She's my friend now. What's up, Gloria? What's going on? Follow me.
Okay.
But
One second.
poetic, can I say this
Hold
real
on,
quick?
hold on, everybody. We're about to hit 120K, so we're gonna go to open panel. Kelly, you just came up. You need to share the live out to 20 people. Everyone coming up shares the live out to 20 people. So we're gonna start open panel since it's already about to hit 120. We'll start open panel with Jerome. Kelly, you have to wait till you share the live out to 20 people.
Jerome came for me, so if I could go after her.
This is atrocious.
Well,
I can
hold on. Let me say how open panel works.
from you.
Let me go over open panel. So open panel, Cash App first if you're gonna do a question. TikTok friendly language, no profanity. Allow people to land their plane. Whoever talks first goes first. Go ahead, Jerome.
All right. So the thing is, my whole thing that I was trying to say is, at the end of the day, your son is supposed to be a split image of you. So if you know how to, first of all, I play ball, right? So I did not make it to college level, but my son, he can make it to college level. Now I play chess. Now my son, he could be a better chess player than me. My thing is, what all you need to know about my kids and all of that, they're gonna be a better prodigy than what I am. That's what I want them to be. And that's how I think that most men are supposed to want their kids to be. Because at the end of the day, I'll tell you this. With the first day, when I put a book bag on his back, I'd be like, yo, you're going to be smarter than everybody else, stronger than everybody else, faster than everybody else, and you better get better grades than everybody else. That's what I tell him. I tell him that straight up. And guess what? He come back with those results. Huh. He the biggest in the classroom. So at the end of the day, what we talking about here? Oh wait, let me go to the let me go to the let me
Land
go
this
to the
first
prompt.
one. Land your plane. Just land your plane because it's over 2 minutes anyway. Everyone, let's keep it 2
All
minutes.
right, I'm about to land it right now. At the end of the day, my son is bigger than your son, bigger than her son, bigger than everybody else's son, because that's how my son is. Because guess what? I instill that in him. I land my jumbo jet.
It is not jumbo. It is sad, sir. Babysitting the family you abandoned every other weekend is not helping the community. Boxing your baby mamas is not helping the community. Fixing your raggedy car and forcing your kids to help you is not fixing the community, drunkie. Buying all that liquor every weekend is not helping the community. Jerome, you are full of crap. You're embarrassing us on a regular basis, Jerome. Making baby mamas is not helping the community, Jerome. You know how you help the community, Jerome? If you get spayed or neutered, Jerome. That's
Turn
how
your
you help the
camera off.
community.
Turn
No
your camera
comments
off.
on cameras and let her land. If you want to drop her, you can drop her, but let her land.
That brokey, drop me if you got a problem with it. Now, getting neutered would be helping the black community, Jerome, because you will stop tricking these simpletons into crapping out your big-headed babies that you about to abandon. And then on the weekends, you think you're doing something when you put them in front of the computer to play chess. What? You're crazy, Jerome. Crazy. I land my plane.
Panel's open, y'all.
It's over. You,
Kelly,
listen, I'm not even gonna get back and forth with you because you're just ridiculous.
wait,
At
hold
the end
on.
of the day,
Jerome,
oh, sorry, go ahead, go.
real quick, Kelly was in the comments, Poetic said she was saying some stuff or whatever. I wanted to see what she was saying.
Okay, you guys, nobody's orchestrating my life. Y'all about to make me go off. It was a couple things that happened earlier that I ignored. And it's a shame that it's people that I actually really like and respect that's not respecting the rules of my life. So if it's open panel, whoever goes first is the person that goes first. Whoever talks first. Just like Jazz Dog got mad earlier, I might block her because I'd let her talk all the time on my panel. She comes here every day. And because I told her to land her plane, she want to get mad, she could get blocked. So I'm hosting my live. I take time and I invest in these lives. I invest my time and I make rules for a reason. So again,
So we're gonna keep it a stat.
So we're gonna get it back to the prompt. I just leave it open panel. I don't call on people, and like nobody else needs to call on nobody. If I call on people, but other than that, we're just gonna leave it open. If that person chooses to talk, I just want it to flow. So again, it's people that I like a lot that's not respecting my rules, and I don't like that.
Yeah, y'all need to stop talking about black men don't have solutions and all of that. First off, we are not, just because y'all have a bunch of baby's kids, I got my own kids. So I'm worried about my own kids. So I'm gonna keep it a stack. I want my kids to be stronger than your kids. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I want my kids to be faster, stronger, and more agile in their brain than your kids. So at the end of the day, I'm sorry to tell you. Okay, when you talking about it says BLK men do not want solutions to fix the BLK community, only excuses. The thing is, I'm not here to take care of everybody. I could take care of some people, but I'm not here to take care of everybody. First off, I want my kid to be better than yours. That's what I want. I want him to be better than the Chinese kid that's in his classroom. He goes to a private school. I want him to be better than everybody, and I be telling him that, and I still at his head. So at the end of the day, guess what? Wait, wait, you, of course, I want my kid to be faster and stronger than all of y'all. And what's wrong with me saying that? Am I wrong for saying that? I think that I'm allowed to say that. And then the next one, it says,
No, we're only on the
okay,
first one.
man.
Go ahead and land. We're only on the first one.
All right, I'm about to land it right now. Y'all kids ain't stronger than my kids. I could tell you that straight up. So at the end of the day, like I said, it's okay for men to say, look, you better be the biggest, because that's what I tell my son. He better be the biggest. Silverback gorilla, big back. So at the end of the day, that's what I want my son to be. And that's exactly why he's so smart. I'm not even gonna lie to you. He's 7 years old. He's the stuff that he knows, he's smarter than me. I'm landing my G5. Who's rushing me? I'm not landing my G5 right now. My son is smarter than me. He knows how to maneuver my phone better than I do. But I landed with this. At the end of the day, you're supposed to have your kids to be the biggest. You to be the strongest, especially if you have a son. Especially if you're a man, you got a son, he better be the biggest, and I'll land it.
That empty bottle is smarter than you, Jerome. That's not a flex.
I have a question because I'm actually host. I have to go, but I just want to say this really fast. Thank you for giving me the chance to cook, Tyler. That was a lot of fun. However, Jerome, I have a question for you. You spoke to this rugged individual.
It's Cash App for questions for everybody. So you have to send $5 Cash App to ask questions. We've been saying that throughout the lives. I think you're new, so thanks for coming. But yeah, it's Cash App for questions. If you want to go ahead and just say something to him without a question, that's fine. Or we can just move on.
Apologized. So this is what I'll say. That level of rugged individualism comes from a drastic, clear place of ignorance, because it doesn't matter how strong or smart a man is, you cannot conquer without a band of brothers, and you cannot win without men willing to align with your ideology and belief system. If you are raising a BLK boy in America, who are his band of brothers? The idea that you seem to think that one person alone is enough, but more importantly, while the only thing that you said that made any sense to me that I agree with is the part about chess, but I don't agree with the way in which you positioned it. One of the reasons why chess is in fact important, specifically for Black men, is because playing chess exposes you to people who tend to have higher IQ and come from higher echelons of society. Because outside of playing in a park, we have to think of who the intellectuals are that often play chess and where those people reside. What I think is really strange is the idea
He's 5 years old.
But
What are you talking about here?
you're talking about your son.
And he know how to play chess.
Wait a second. But excuse me. So I started playing chess at 3. You mentioned that something about him being a prodigy. A prodigy is not something you assign yourself. You must be assigned the status of chess prodigy. I would know this because my own father was one. So what I find interesting is that rugged individualism is sold specifically to Black males because it wants to separate their willingness to see all boats rise from the same tide. And this is the reason why we see such drastic shifts when it comes to giving back to the community. You mentioned the Chinese, as if the Chinese themselves don't have a 5,000-year-old culture. Let me tell you something really quickly, because apparently you didn't know this. The Chinese don't share that rugged individualism. The propaganda we get from them isn't what they're doing. They take the money they make from all the things they sell other countries. They have one of the best transit systems in the world, one of the best education systems in the world. And you have to take a test even to go to college. They have a rugged process of educating. It's this idea that the individual will stumble upon other successful individuals and somehow people make it. You don't seem to understand that the YT man is not loyal to the community. He's loyal to the power structure that comes with YT-ness. That
What
is
does
why.
that have to do with playing chess?
So
What does that have to do with playing chess?
I already
Cash App for
answered that
question,
question.
Jerome. Cash App for question. Let's let him land so other people can get
So
in.
I already stated what that had to do. You clearly weren't listening. The problem is you seem to think, other people that share this mentality seem to think that individualism is going to help Black people. If that was true, it would have happened already. There is no way that one person being strong and smart helps everyone. And this is why our community is disjointed, where we have successful Black individuals. We are not clearly seeing successful Black families. But thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, host. You
Well, I
deserve.
come from a successful Black family.
Tyler, what was you gonna say to her? Because I'm trying to. What was you just?
Poetic. I was just gonna say I come from a successful Black family, so I mean I don't know what the point she's trying to get across. And my successful Black family taught me to not get with a stereotypical BLK woman. So just because of the way I was raised, I didn't fall into the trap of marrying a sorry woman, and just somehow she
Neither
wasn't
did
a
I. That
sorry
has nothing to
BLK
do
woman.
with what I said. That has nothing to do with what I said. So anyway,
But you're talking about building an empire
again,
when our community
again,
doesn't
you're
want better for themselves. They're the least educated,
Tyler. I
they're
get it.
very ignorant.
I get it.
So,
There's
I
nothing
mean, there you
about me.
go.
There's nothing about me that's ignorant. I get it. You're upset that you got
You are
embarrassed.
ignorant, definitely.
No, I'm not. You got upset that you were
Wait,
embarrassed.
hold on.
Right?
How does Tyler?
Please.
Tyler, I'm not sure how you got back up here. Moz, you could drop Tyler. He was dropped by Money Pow Pow. I'm not sure how he got.
Niggers fuck Black women.
He came up here to brag about his ugly Asian bitch.
That N words. Is he? Why does he act like he's white tea racist? That is the weirdest.
Because he got an ugly Filipino.
That is the weirdest thing. Okay, that is the weirdest thing. Can we get some green hearts in the chat? That is very disgusting.
He can't even afford to come back up here.
Let's get like more people.
Thank you again, host, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'll make sure I adhere a little bit better to the rules next time, but I want to appreciate the opportunity for getting Tyler to crash out so badly. He came back up just to do that. He came back up just to do that.
He crashes out every day on my panel. Believe me, he does that almost every day. Okay, that is crazy. The N word, but Tori, nice meeting you. You was definitely cooking.
To everyone else, thank you.
We're gonna go to the new guests that haven't introduced themselves. Let's get it to 130K so we could continue open panel after they introduce themselves. I am actually, you were reading out the prompt, you were chopping up. You could try now. Hopefully you're not chopping up still.
Hello again, everybody. Hello to the mods. Hey, Tori. Tori shared the live to me earlier, so I came in. I became the collective individual. I have a similar story to Tori. She responded to 9/11. I responded to the mass incarceration that states incorporated after the crime bill was signed. We saw an increase in Black males being incarcerated in New York City. And I had started with a CAC license certificate, meaning I was able to drug counsel. And that counseling turned into holding groups of men that were facing their third strike. So I understood what it meant to be the collective and attempt to change the narrative, because in my studies I found that the Black man was forced to be removed from the family by the systemic racism that was going on. The white man feared that great Black family growing. So they took that Black man out of it. And there came a time where we made black men become accountable, though they didn't know. A lot of black men don't know they were removed from the family. They don't know the narrative of the welfare queen that started, which was actually white women who were the welfare queens. But we were never allowed to know that. Why should we? We're trying to change the narrative. And in part, I grew up in a culture where we always taught the black man was the foundation of the family,
Hey man, I
and the
don't mean to
woman
cut
was
you
the.
off, but you gotta say
But you just cut me
BLK and
off.
YT. You
I'm
gotta say
sorry.
BLK and YT. You can't say that.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to trigger their TikTok's fragility. So, in
Yeah.
dealing with BLK men, um, we were taught that we were the foundation of the family, and the BLK woman was the wisdom, and she was second in place. But that narrative has changed because black women hold the most number of degrees. Black women were the ones that, BLK women were the ones that made sure the family survived, not the BLK man. But again, we attribute it to the fact that he was taken out of his role through the systemic systems in this country. It was made that way. So we drove our behavior to make sure men knew their role was the family. And I had to sit and figure, how am I going to get through to these men to make them to not want to go back, to make them want to stay home? And it clicked. And I hadn't had children yet. It's the children. And I went in the next meeting and I said, how many of you brothers have children? And half of the group, my first group, they had children. And that was my way to get them to become accountable. I said, you ever wonder if that little child wanted to see your face come home every night and hear your stories of how you spent your day? How many of y'all have thought of that? And the look on their face to realize that they're not even thinking about that little one as soon as that right foot touches that street, chasing them scrippers and script. Forgive me. That was a moniker I would use to get their attention. Scrippers, scrimp, and screets. So, I'm sorry. I digress. That was just a flashback
All right,
from
so
my
let's
life.
be specific. What are
So,
3 ways that you're helping build the BLK community?
well, right now, I can't do much. I take care of 2 disabled people at home. So my accessibility to the population is limited right now. So right now, my only out is TikTok. But that doesn't negate the history that I put in before I took the role of becoming the housekeeper and taking care of everyone. But the individualism that I heard earlier, that don't work. You're not touching a large group of children to want them to become mechanics. If you want to touch children like that, you need to get into these trade schools and get them encouraged into the automobile field. Yeah, but I'm limited on my access right now, so I apologize for that part. But I
Are
have
you
put
married
my
to a
family first.
BLK woman?
Pardon me?
Are you married to a BLK woman?
No, my first wife was BLK,
Okay, and your second wife is
Irish.
YT. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, thanks for chiming in. Let's go to Kelly. Kelly, if you could read the first question and answer it.
So, BLK men do not want solutions to fix the BLK community, only excuses. I feel like that is false because there are so many outlets out here where, there are mentors, there are coaches, there are people that want to help one another. And I specifically, I'm a YT woman here, and this goes for, YT people as well. So it's like, I just feel like I don't know. I'm not saying like certain people are biased or whatnot, but I'm particularly not, and I just want to put that out there. And there are trade schools, there are so many different things that are available for anybody to succeed, no matter their age, race, etc. And that is available, and that is something that, honestly, whether I think most people believe it or not, they want you to succeed. Everybody does, like, honestly, like, I wake up and I believe that most people are good, and I think that is the only way that I can live this life, because I just can't otherwise. And I wish that other people did that, and I understand that that is not always the case, and that's okay. But if more people could come together and actually appreciate one another, you know what I'm saying? It can be a better place here, a better world. I don't know. Not to get, so worldly and whatnot, but it is important. It's definitely important. We have generational traumas that we need to overcome and whatnot, myself, I don't know about anybody else. I'm sure there are other people that have that, but other than that's like a small percentage of what we need to be doing, and we have our own victories to overcome, and then our own passions, and we all have a purpose here. So it's like, do we want to live out our purpose and whatnot? And we just can all do better.
What is she talking about?
I'm
What
just
are we
It's
talking
her
about?
mic. It's her turn. She knows how to land her plane when she's done.
Yeah. So basically, what I felt I needed to say that, and I don't care if you think that's weird or whatever. If that did not make sense to you, and that's fine. Jerome or anybody else, that's fine. I don't care, because anyways,
You
but I
want
would like to ask Jerome if that's okay. Like,
Well, hold
so
on. It seems like you're done. So let's go ahead and land your plane. We're not an open panel yet. So if we can get it to 140K, we'll come back to you, Kelly. Let's go to prayer. Prayer, if you can read out the first question and answer it.
Yeah, what's going on? BLK men do not want solutions to fix the BLK community, only excuses. So this prompt is primarily it's basically about the BLK man. So I'm gonna try my best to keep it on that. Where so to give a yes or no, I'm going to say no, just to keep it very simple and clear. But to explain that, I just don't think that I think us as BLK men struggle with being intentional. So I believe that it all starts, the foundation is primarily in the family unit. And I was actually very happy and shocked at the same time to hear the young BLK chef who was talking about how he wanted to be married by 27. Because that's just not that common in our community, especially amongst the youth. Like, we don't really, we're not very intentional when it comes to dating or seeking what we want from women, BLK women especially. I think that we kind of go in with no goal, and we are like shooting in the dark. I think our priorities are really skewered. So if BLK men were more focused on creating that family unit with BLK women, and if that was their intention moving forward with BLK women, that would be the start. That would be the beginning of creating some form of community and some form of structure where we can then create more authority amongst Black people. But that's not really where our priorities are. A lot of us just want schmecks when we're going and talking to a BLK women. And that creates a lot of problems. For me personally, I'm married to a BLK woman. I have a son. I have a daughter. I have a daughter from a previous marriage. And moving forward with when I was looking to get married again, that was when I was more so intentional about making sure that I find a BLK woman. And that's what I mean. I had to actually to say, nah, I have to go for it. It has to be a BLK woman. I have to find that. There's no other option. And I just don't think, a lot of BLK men are just in that mindset. It's just not that common. Additionally, I think that we are also kind of not able to please the BLK woman enough financially. So there's more to being a man than just financial ability. There's so much more that a BLK man can offer in a home structure aside from the financial part. And I just think that some BLK women, they just are not okay with the fact that a BLK man may not make more than them or as much. That becomes a problem. And that's a whole other conversation, but that's something that we face. However, I believe that if we were more intentional, I think that problem would change. But because we go in with no aim and with no goal and just kind of confused about what we really want and what would work for us as a community, we kind of fall victim to those type of
Okay.
things.
Well, I mean, that's very interested in what you're saying. I wanted to ask you, you said that you were married to a BLK woman previously. You got a divorce?
No, I was married. So I said I was married to a BLK woman. Now I have a daughter from a previous
Oh, okay.
marriage. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So you had a child previously, and then you got married to a BLK woman.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And is it, if you don't mind me asking, because I allow everyone to stand on business on this panel, why didn't you marry the mother of your child?
So I married her. We got
You were
divorced.
married twice?
I was married twice. Yes.
asking you.
You
Yeah.
asked if I was married previously to a BLK woman. I wasn't. I'm married to a BLK woman now.
Divorce. Okay. Now I'm
Yeah, I got divorced I was married to a Hispanic woman, and she divorced me, and now I'm married to a BLK woman.
Okay, so that's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah.
Okay, so you married a Hispanic woman first. That was the mother of your child.
Right.
Okay, so all this talking about, hey, I want to marry a BLK woman, I want to make sure I marry a BLK woman. You never mentioned that you previously didn't marry a BLK woman. That was a missing.
Right.
So, so why was it so important that you marry a BLK woman the second time, but not the first time?
Well, the first time my child came out of wedlock, and I wanted to I always wanted to be married, but I married for the wrong reasons. I married just because I had a child, and I felt like I wanted to give this child a family structure. So that was my reason for getting married, which I don't recommend for anyone. But when it came around to my second marriage and looking to be intentional with marrying a BLK woman,
But why weren't you intentional in the first place? Is what I'm asking. Why was it important to you now, but not before? Because obviously you were dating outside your race before.
Yeah. That's a good question. I think it was more about physical appearance that I was going. As far as why I chose the mother of my child, it was more of a physical thing. Not that I am very attracted to BLK woman, but in this case, we were dating, and it was more of a physical attraction. My mindset was not on family structure and building something for the future. It was more I was more lustful during that period in my life. There was no goals for creating the family unit. I think had I had that mindset earlier, I would have been more intentional with making sure I had a BLK woman.
That's interesting in itself. I'm gonna go to the next guest. If you're just coming up, share the live out to 20 people. Once we get it to 140K, we're gonna go to open panel. Itachi or I don't know what that's supposed to say. If you could go ahead and read out the first question and answer it.
Yeah, man. How you doing today, man, poet? BLK men do not want solutions to fix the BLK community, only excuses.
Oh my gosh, that voice sounds good. I ain't gonna lie. No, but you're not gonna distract me. Go ahead, read the question. Go ahead, answer it.
Yeah, man. I think that BLK men do want solutions. It's just they not really going about it the proper way. Like a lot of BLK men have been brainwashed by the YT community into believing certain things are right when it's really wrong in a sense. So I feel like if we could revert back to our roots and how you supposed to be as a man and how you supposed to provide for your family and go out and hunt and be willing to learn and be willing to have knowledge, then you could be a respectable father figure. But a lot of BLK men are not really, they're not really in tune with it. So that's just my opinion on if BLK men want solution.
All right. Well, you're not of many words, but the voice itself sounds nice. Wait, hold on. Are you on a different page and I met you before? Because you said poetic like you came across me before.
Yeah, man, we friends. My name used to be Future.
Oh, okay. Shout out to Peaky. Peaky's on the panel. Yeah. All right. I hear you. I'd like to hear more. Fly. Peaky, if you could read out the first question, answer it. Zena, if you could share the live out to 20 people.
Yeah, BLK men don't want solutions to fix the BLK community. Only excuses. I agree because you only hear majority of BLK men talk about eyelashes, wigs, and weave. But if you reference something like the Black Panther Party or the Moorish Science Temple of America, these programs were federally funded. You never hear BLK men talk about obtaining any kind of federal grants or having a business relationship with the United States government. They only talk about controlling women. If they really were solution oriented, we would structure, if we were really solution oriented, we would structure ourselves as a business entity within the community and we will work to apply for federal aid. This aid could be used for development programs that assist with public services within the community. That would require us as BLK men to play a role. However, our egos prevent us from playing a role that fits within a structured society, meaning that one of us gonna have to be the janitor and one of us is gonna have to be the director. But because he's the janitor and I'm the director, he gonna hate on me and we gonna tear down the entire movement. This is our biggest issue. This is what we need to fix as men if we really want to be solution oriented. In addition, I want to say to Kelly, I feel your passion and you are a biblical essence. If you truly want to make the world a better place, I'm going to need your social security number so I can obtain a business loan and open up a youth development center within an impoverished community. And you will get your rights to passage. This is your purpose in life. I land.
Wow. Wow, that was very groundbreaking. We're about to go to open panel. Let me say this really quick. First of all, okay, I'm not talking about classism. I'm not talking about marriage. I'm not talking about boyfriend. I just like Ida Cheese boys. Okay, so I see Pia in Lovely Lane's comments. Okay, I didn't dated some of the best of them, lawyers, jewelry store owners. I just like his voice. Maybe it's a guilty pleasure. I like that masculine. Uh, anyways. I don't gotta explain myself. I like the voice, okay? But I've dealt with all different classisms, so let's not go there. Let me clear that up right now. Sometimes those little anyways, let me be quiet. Okay, let's get it to 140K, cause shoot, even Jumbo sounds attractive to me, but he's a married man, so I don't even say that. His intellect sounds very attractive to me, but there's different attraction. You can find attraction in different types of people. Okay, moving right along. We're gonna go to open panel.
So you hold on. No, we're not. We gonna stay right where we at. So there's a couple of people. There's a couple of people that you find attractive, and you find their voices attractive. There's a couple of people. It's not just one. I thought it was just Big Honcho over there, but there's another one. Hold on. You my big sis. I want to know everybody that you like, so I could go kind of like I could go see what they're about. I go and see their page and do all that extra stuff.
Stalker, man, mind your business, Stalker. You got no baby mamas. Poetic will not be the next baby mama.
Wait, Corset, not Jerome low-key sounding a little jelly. Like, what's going on here?
Ain't no low-key about it.
Jelly sounds ridiculous. First of all, that's nasty vernacular. That's the hold on. That vernacular is disgusting work. I don't even like that talking point.
Let's get to the problem. I know it's getting
late. To comment not on Poetic's dating life, because Jerome, she's not gonna be baby mama number 4. So you get my Joe Day and be.
No, that's what you wish that she was, but guess what? You can't be there.
Come on, let's get back to the conversation.
Someone had a conversation. He married the first. He married Becky first, and then once.
Wait, hold on. We're gonna go to open panel, you guys. Hold on, y'all can do that open panel. Let me discuss open panel.
I thought we were open panel. Sorry about that.
No, I still got Zena. Let's get it to 140K. So after Zena, we could go to open panel. If everyone on the panel and in the comments can help get the likes up, let's get it to 140K. If you haven't sent a daily heart me, go ahead and send one. Get ready to stand on business. Remember whatever you want to rebut, because we're going to do open panel in a moment. Zena, if you could read out the first question and answer it.
Hey, yeah. Black men do not want solutions to fix the Black community, only excuses. I definitely speak on this all the time. Just had a whole panel where we were discussing how we have all these people complaining about what's not happening and whose fault it is. And if I even hear one more man talk about men being kicked out because of welfare in the 60s and we're sitting in 2025 where men can now get welfare, I'm gonna jump off somebody's cliff. I really need people to stay focused because the agenda is getting broader and the issues are getting more complex. We're sitting in a time where we are literally having identity crisis. Our children are growing up with no values, no virtues, no nothing. We have completely strayed away from religion. We have completely strayed away from our foundation, our history. We're not aware of who we are, where we come from, and they've literally programmed us to work backwards. So no matter how hard we try to communicate and work and move forward, we fail because we have to completely unprogram with all the wicked things that they have put in us and reprogram with solutions on how we can move it forward. When we start talking about going into the community, advocating, running for your local office, making sure that we're putting our representation where it needs to be, or completely going separate from the society, creating our own political parties. We haven't had an independent party since the 60s, which is what he was referring to with the Black Panther Party. We have not even found enough organization within ourselves to even come back to that. But we've got radical groups like FBA members walking around saying that they're the foundational people, and they're going to hold tight to this.
Hold on. How's FBA radical?
Well, I don't know. I think radical on TikTok, because I don't think they're actually in the community doing the work. I just looked up the FBA website, and the stuff that I'm reading about the foundation of the FBA is not actually what the FBA people on TikTok are saying. Because what it gives is the FBA people on TikTok are trying to start a internal problem with the foreign Blacks, and I'm a Caribbean descent, so it's like, but I'm born in the States. And so, and the
Wait,
crazy,
hold on. Let me clear this up, because I don't believe FBA is being radical at all. FBA is literally just having people put some respect on our name as Black Americans. Like me, myself, I love Caribbean people. I love African people. I have friends and, coworkers, whatever, business partners that are of other, Haitian descent, Jamaican descent. I don't think that's what it's about as a collective. It's about people
right,
respecting Black Americans, because as a Caribbean descent, that often Black Americans are disrespected. They're told that they're lazy, that they're ghetto, that they're ratchet. And a lot of times you guys come here with white tea talking points, white tea supremacist talking points on Black Americans. So I can't do that. I can't allow that to be said, because to me that's personal. And I think just you being Caribbean descent and me being a Black American woman, I would want us not to spread that. I would want us to unify more so. And
no,
not
that's what I was saying.
yeah,
I
not
stumbled in an
but you
FBA
said FBA
attack
is
group.
radical. Hold on. But you said FBA is radical. No, because now you're labeling a collective group. There may be some within the FBA that is, but most of them just want to be able to have a sense of community like almost every other culture has, except Black Americans. Every time Black Americans try to start something, it gets infiltrated. But I can go to certain communities and there's like little Jamaican stores, Jamaican restaurants, or African stores, African restaurants. Black Americans are often having that taken from them. Now, no, I don't believe that we should divide. I don't believe that. I don't
Right.
believe that. But what I'm trying to tell you, but you saying that FBAs are radical, that is harmful in itself, because then it's going to start more of a division. So you're putting more fuel to the fire. That's just a side note. But I love my Caribbean people. I welcome you in this conversation, but we should also just respect each other's culture, because a lot of times they say Black Americans don't even have a culture, which we do. That's just
Yeah.
what.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. When I went into the group, I was thinking, I wasn't aware of what I just, like I said, I started reading on it after the group that I went into and got attacked by the people who I didn't realize that they were in true unison and believing that they needed to go against anything that weren't seen as foundationally Black people. And I said, there was a whole Pan-African movement that went through in the 60s where we were literally talking about trying to tie back to our roots and where we came from. So I thought it was strange that they were saying that, and they were trying to make it seem like there was this all of a sudden there's a foreign attack on foundationally Black Americans. Now, again, I said that sounds more like rhetoric. That's something that was probably implanted by the what they call the pink people, who would make you believe that you need to turn against Afro-Caribbean people or, Pan-Africans. But I've never, and yes, there might be even some people who come from those
Wait, hold
different
on.
spaces.
I don't see anyone tapping. I already said let's get it to 140K for open panel. So if everyone can work together and get us to 140K, and we'll go to open panel after me and Zena is done talking. Go ahead, Zena. Ola, go ahead and share the live out.
Yeah, so I was like, I've not even seen any conversation, any known attacks. I mean, these people are like, yeah, and if we see you, we're going to go against you. And I was like, what? That doesn't even sound progressive. There could be nothing that's going on between Afro-Caribbean people and Pan-Africans with foundationally Black people that you would feel like we need to go to war. There's no way you could believe that, because I feel like we would be dividing. We would be dividing our own people. And even if they're trying to say that they believe that they're, native to the land, I went and started doing research on the FBAs, and they're saying that the earliest ties of being here was in 1526, where they were brought here by the Spaniards, and they, they revolted, and half them went back to the Caribbean. So even then, they were original people that came from the Caribbean. So what I'm saying is, like, why would you not believe that even if we were of Caribbean descent, that we wouldn't be in alignment? Because we are in alignment. I come from an older generation of my father's side of Caribbean people who literally talk about the unison and well, technically, if you believe in, of course you guys don't believe in it, but there's Ethiopianism, which is us believing that we came from the Nile, and that's where all Black people came from. Even if you are believing to be the descendants of, slaves here in America, we still came from that part of the world. And so we're still in alignment, and so that's where I believed, which I've always believed that since a child, and I was raised here. So, but I don't know. I just thought it was radical. But I was like, we should really be working together, because that we have larger numbers. They want us to believe that we're not related to each other. They want us to believe that we're separate so that we don't unify. And that was where I was coming from with it. And I think that we should be unifying, not trying to create division amongst cultures. Like, well, that's counterproductive for sure. But yeah. And then to the second part, does Black men refuse to take accountability?
No, we're just on the first
Oh,
one.
sorry.
On the
Okay,
first
yeah.
one. So Ola House, if you could go ahead and share the live out. We're about to hit 140K. So we're going to do open panel in a moment. But for the people who are already here, let's do a little bit of open panel. So let's start with Pia.
Well, I was going to go off what you guys were talking about. I've been on several panels where I've seen people from Africa trying to tell BLK people where they're from, their history and all this. And I was like, no, BLK people were everywhere in the world. They were not just in Africa. That's what the YT agenda is. BLK people were the first ones in Europe, Australia, all over the world. It is not just Africa. But my whole thing is this: it doesn't matter where you were. The whole point, what she was saying is, we're all still the same. It doesn't matter where you originated from or not. The agenda is to get BLK people against each other based off of little things that are stupid, that doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter if you are from, your ancestors from Africa. It doesn't matter this and that. These people are sitting around and plucking you off one by one and taking all of the land. There's 7 continents and only one is left where there's BLK people ruling it. That's the main focus. There's only one continent left. They rule the other 6 continents. That's what BLK people need to be focusing on. If you don't get the last continent that's BLK to thrive with BLK people, your race is done. It doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter if you're Jamaican. It doesn't matter if you're from Africa. It doesn't matter if you're from the United States, BLK, if you're in the UK. Once that last continent that has resources that you need to survive as a race is gone and is controlled by YT, the whole BLK community is done with. I land my plane.
Yeah, so what's important to recognize about this conversation is that it can become circular. We have to progress forward past the past tense. Right
You're chopping up, Piki.
now, it's important to recognize that the secretary. Can you hear me? Damn, man, I'm on. All right.
I'm gonna come back to you. It's open panel for everyone else except the 2 new guests. Just make sure you share the live out house. Everyone else that want to chime in, go
I
ahead.
did share the live.
Everyone else that was already here can chime in.
Didn't I share this? Well, hold on. Didn't I? I know I did.
Please mute your mic. Already, you guys, if you want to chime in, that's go ahead. If not, I'll go to the new guest. Trying to give y'all a chance to go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was gonna
All
wait
right,
for
so
Kiki.
Okay,
the
can I
the
just speak to the
um the
topic in terms of what was
secretary
being said?
the secretary of housing and urban development's name is Scott Turner. This is a black man, a BLK man. What's gonna happen is BLK men are gonna say, well, look, there go a BLK man that is solution oriented and want to fix the community. That's not the proper way to go. That would be poor communication skills and leadership. Scott Turner was appointed by the current president of the United States. What we have to understand as black men is you cannot, the idea of saying that because you don't qualify for welfare based off your income is not an excuse. You can't use that as an excuse. It's illiterate. You pay taxes to the government for the government to govern the body of people. Therefore, you complaining about, oh, our tax dollars go to Caucasian schools, our tax got dollars. You can't complain about redlining. You can't complain about these things because the true solution lies within aligning us with the federal government. So if we do petition and propose for federal funding, these federal grants, these tax dollars that we pay, we can determine how they are used within our community. Instead, we talk about weaves, eyelashes, and wigs, which are sold by the Chinese within our communities, and we have never went to these institutions and advocate that they reimburse us through scholarships, through community investment. We just continue to go buy shrimp St. Paul's and chicken fried rice and then get on TikTok and blame black women. This is what I say when I say illiteracy is the issue among us. We have to choose to do better as men, not because we are endowed through the Bible. If you want to align yourself with a godly nature, then you got to read. Ironically, majority of BLK men can't read. So how can you say that you can interpret the Bible? That's like the biggest contradiction in and of itself. I'll land right there.
Okay, let's go to the new guest. Ola, if you could read out the first question and answer it.
Oh my goodness. PK, it's a fried rice. Okay. BOK men do not want solutions to fix the BOK community, only excuse. With that, maybe, not all, maybe few people, few people that might be ignorant, maybe they don't know, just like what the brother just said now, few people that, because sometimes when you don't know, you cannot give what you don't have. See, when knowledge is lost, there will be a big problem, a very big one. So to navigate is going to be a problem. So when you cannot even interpret what you are reading, another thing is this: reading something or knowing it is even different. Thought without practice is empty. Practice without thought is blind. So you see, you might have something in your mind and then you did not practice it. It's just an empty, you're just a dreamer. But again, practice without thought is blind. You are practicing something, but you don't know where to go. You are just a blind human being. So for some people, they don't know what is next. Fighting over, oh, we are here, you are here, this, even though I know me and my husband, we do some little thing ourselves, but guess what? That's not the solution. The solution is way forward. How do we move past this stage? We have the same struggle like that in Africa too. Why tribes are fighting between tribes, brothers are fighting. You look at Ghana, you are looking at Nigeria, they look alike. But guess what? They put this big propaganda and they were fighting each other to honor life. How can you move forward from that? You see? So the same thing. So this thing has to be created, and it's not only, it's not everywhere. It's within just the black people in the world. Within black people that we've been taught to hate ourselves so much. You see? And then we are creating, we are looking at ourselves and said, oh, you are not like me, we are like that. Whereas behind us, they are making decisions on people's life. And then we are there fighting for something that does not make sense. Fighting on wigs and lashes and nails, because that is even nothing compared to the money that the BOK community are even generating to the community. And then where those money, the interest and every tax, where are they investing it on? Nothing comes to the community. And the brothers are not saying it. And it's so sad. So if we have intelligent people, just like what the brother said, the way he speak, have people like that that comes together and bring this idea, how do we move forward? Do you think we should pick someone that can aid in this and aid in that? But again, it's hard because when people don't have, they don't know the way to navigate, how do you want to follow them? So there is a lot of things that is messed up. The fighting is never going to solve nothing. It will only continue to divide and conquer. The same thing that has been using. And when the brother talk about Bible, people know. Don't even come and talk about Bible beside me. When you talk about all those books, because I've written it from Genesis to Revelation. When you tell me something and I bring something, then you see where the contradiction. They push this thing to suit their narrative. Because if you tell me that shall not honor life, but then what have you done to the brother here? Burning their markets, doing all these things, and then you want to tell me that shall not do what you have been done to them. So it's just an hypocrisy, double standard that has been done. So don't preach the book for me. You are not following the book, so I'm not going to follow the book either. So the book is just there to guide people's mind, to make sure they're just humble and stay there. But people still believe it. But for me, no, I'm out of that shit. But for the brothers, continue to speak and people will continue to see. But fighting now, I will not be fighting. I'm out of that.
Okay, let's go to House. House, if we could read out the first question and answer it.
Greetings to the panel. I trust you guys are well.
Go ahead and read out the question and answer it.
Okay. Okay. So, I'll go ahead and give my submission. Sorry, can I just sit down? Thank you. Black men do not want solutions to fix the black community. Black men do not want solutions to fix the black community, only excuses. So that in itself is disingenuous. That is a complete lie, because if it's reference to black men who are actively participating in trying to fix the community, that is disingenuous to them. Because I can assure you that in terms of anyone, or rather 90% of the people that are going to actively enter this panel, and they're black men, and they're trying to, in fact, they're engaging with you.
What's your race?
Sorry?
What's your race?
I'm black, ma'am. What?
Asking what's your nationality?
Oh, my nationality. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I'm South African.
Okay, go ahead.
So with this being said, you can ask any person of color that comes onto this panel and ask if they want to have anything that might sort of bring resolution towards their community. If it's reference to men, and black men in fact, they will give you what is resolution in terms of what is going to solve the issue. So black men are seeking a situation where there is not a problem that is being presented, period. Any black man that looks at a situation that might be problematic, if they have any sense of integrity and responsibility, they might be looking at how do we fix it, how do we make it better, how do we prepare ourselves to mitigate the problem, and then they engage the problem. And that is how black men behave. So we're not going to ascribe irresponsibility to black men and say that this is the prerequisite to a black man. He's irresponsible, he's disingenuous, he doesn't know how to engage in terms of problem solving. That's not the case. Black men are the complete opposite. They are powerful, they are strong, and they have set the pace in terms of what society should be. And to that question, I will land there. But to the second one, black men refuse
We're just on the first one. Give me 1 second. Let's go to the next guest, and then we're going to go to open panel, but we still need to get it to 160K. If you haven't sent a daily heart me, please do. If you're in the live watching, please contribute by tapping, gifting the panel, supporting the live goal, something. And if you've just been here for hours and you're not doing that, it comes off weird. Of age, go ahead and read out the first question and answer it.
Black men do not want solutions to fix the black community, only excuses. I feel like that's not true. I feel like black men definitely want to fix the community. You always hear black men talking about, the single baby motherhood epidemic, or just the state of how, black men can't really have commune with each other without it turning into an issue and us getting violent with each other. So I think that shows that, of course we're just complaining, but still we those complaints usually come with some type of desire or need to find a fix for those problems. But I think the issue is a lot of the black men that complain, they get labeled as red pilled or misogynist or a crybaby or a sissy. Like it's all of these labels that we place on men simply to just invalidate everything that they're saying. And basically, it pretty much won't ever change until we start listening to these complaints, but everybody would rather, I don't know, just move on to somebody who's not complaining, I guess. I ain't got time for that shit, even though it's
No profanity.
excuse my French, even though it's trying to fix our own community, nobody really want to hear it, especially black people. And I land there.
Wow. There's been a lot of interesting things said. We're going to go ahead to open panel. Let's go to 160 so we can stay in open panel. And remember, my panel is about standing on business, so please do stand on business. While you're standing on business, allow people to land. When you're done talking, say you mute your mic and go ahead and mute your mic. Me and the mods don't drop anyone. If you want to drop someone, send them money, pow, pow, put their name in the chat. Stay, you just came up, share the live out to 20 people. We'll get you in a moment. Let's start open panel with Zena.
Right. Yeah, I think when we're talking about solutions, we have to always keep in mind that we have to actively be participating in society. I do find that a lot of the men of our community are actively partaking in the things that are taking away from our community. I do hear a lot of men talking about the single parent households, and then you ask them how many children they have and they'll tell you, and then how many mothers and they'll tell you. And it's like, well, that's a part of the problem. So you can't complain about that because you're part of it. Then we're like, well, how about we start thinking about how we can contend in the economy when it comes into earning more money. BLK women are taking the initiative to get more education because, again, we're in a technological age. You have to have education in this day and age, or something that will help you be able to earn an honest living in order to be able to sustain a family, sustain your children, and live a decent life. The men are like, well, we're not doing that either, but that's because something else disadvantaged us. It's like we have a million disadvantages. The women are expected to get up and trek forward despite all of the issues that we're experiencing, and we have to keep ourselves up, we have to keep our children up, and we have to keep our men up. And so every time we're trying to work towards it, the very people that we're trying to work towards it with is fighting against us. And even to where he
But
mentioned
can I
about
interrupt?
Yeah,
hold on a
this is
second.
open
No,
panel.
you got to share the live out and wait
Yeah,
your
but I
turn.
think it's more
Hold
genuine to
on,
let
let
her
her
land.
finish. I don't think she said land her plane. I just said the rules.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I interrupted her.
That's what I
That's my bad.
said. I just said let her land.
Don't
Thank
talk
you
back to me.
guys.
I'm not even talking to you. I'm talking to Stay. What is wrong with you?
All right, Zena, go ahead. But can you try to land, sometime soon, please?
You can't rush nobody and turn that
And
music
she
down
was
in your
good. That was my fault.
background.
I interrupted her. That was my fault. That was my fault.
Y'all all wilding out. Let's let her land. House, I don't know why you're in the comments talking about TF. You already seem like I'm about to go off on you. Age of Aquarius, please turn your music down your background. Let's let Zena land.
But can I go after her though,
You
respectfully?
go off on
No,
me.
you need to share the live up to 20 people.
What was I about to say? The main point of where I was going is when we're even talking about the red pill rhetoric that BLK men are trying to adapt. That's a piece of misogyny that makes BLK men feel equal to their oppressor, and they're using it to subjugate their women, which is absolutely insane. Seeing how we're already equally oppressed, why you would want to further oppress the woman that's trying to help you stay afloat? Because all the today's society and the women that I see are the ones trying to keep their men irrelevant, keep them afloat, and in the households, even if they're struggling with baby dads as not good fathers or husband material, but they're still procreating because that's biology and that's just a natural thing. Because BLK women are least likely to marry outside of their race or outside of their culture, and so they're contributing to an epidemic because they're trying to carry along men that have just given up and decided that they're not going to be contenders in society. Instead, they're going to be the people who consume and don't contribute. And then they leave it for us to figure out the mess, blame us for the things that they've put us through. And like we're not equally going through it at the same time.
Try to argue against.
But I'll end there because clearly whoever this guy underneath is
So
Yo,
Zena,
this
unable to
moderation, this
control
type of
himself.
so
moderation is
Zena, hold on, brother,
disingenuous.
hold on. So listen, Zena, do you think that all black men are doing
You
this?
need to cash out for questions or shut up. You know the rules. You know the rules. I already done blocked you from 5 other pages, and now that I let you back, you're not even
It's a
following
rhetorical
the rules.
question.
Master, I didn't
Y'all
drop you
toxic
from
as
5
fuck.
different
Hell
pages.
no.
Oh,
No.
okay, you can't come up here cursing, so I'm going to drop you. You could come back up once you shut up and stop cursing. Master, I didn't block you and I let you come back. Follow the rules. You can
It's a
reply to her.
rhetorical question. It was a rhetorical.
You need no rhetorical questions are allowed. You do this every time.
Yeah, okay, I get it. Even though you, never mind. Anyway,
Let's skip him. Let's go to someone else. He doesn't know how to act.
I think we
May I
so
speak?
you gonna not let me talk because you thinking
Let's let Prayer go ahead. Prayer, go ahead.
let everybody else ask questions though? That's
No, I
crazy.
don't. I never do. I always say cash out for questions. You
Yeah.
come here to crash out every time you get a
So we can't ask no questions unless you get a cash out?
Yeah. So I could appreciate what Zena was saying, but I do think that we give up on each other too easily. I think people focus a lot more on salaries, and I'm not necessarily speaking for myself because I am the provider in my home, but there was a point where I was not. But I think in relationships there's more focus on salary rather than ability to accumulate wealth. And if you look at the statistics, the people that are the millionaires that we have in this country are not making necessarily 400,000.
A question.
So the millionaires in our country, they're not all making 400,000, 200,000, 300,000 and up. Many of the millionaires are making like bottom 6 figures or even 90K, and they're living a frugal lifestyle to save up to accumulate wealth. Most of the time, the people that are making that high income are spending it as fast as they're getting it. They're not necessarily trying to build wealth because they're already living a lifestyle where they think they're wealthy. But until you can go around 10 years without having to work, vacations included, if you can't maintain your lifestyle, let's just say 3 years. If you can't maintain your lifestyle for 3 years without earning income, you can't even speak that word wealthy. And the people that are able to do that don't necessarily have to be making 400,000. They're just working together as a team to save and accumulate wealth and invest their money properly. And I think we just give up on each other. We just don't even give ourselves that chance to even have that conversation and do that and make a plan. We just, oh, you're not making enough. I can't do it. And it's normally, black men or BLK men, we are not making as much as the BLK women. We are not. And the BLK women tend to be the minds in many situations when it comes to finances. But it's very rare that the accumulation of wealth through saving and things like that, those conversations, we're just not having them.
That's inaccurate information. You're spreading misinformation. The wealthy don't spend because of irresponsibility or improper wealth. Well, let me finish talking. They don't spend because of irresponsibility or wealth mismanagement. You do these things. You structure yourself to evade taxes legally, which is systematically okay because that is exactly what the government does with government funding. So what I'm saying is that I'm speaking it into existence, when you attain your first $1 million, which you will, it is in your best interest to allocate assets that don't appreciate, but you can write off as expenses. Therefore, you evade the highest percentage of tax. This is why the current president was elected. He restructured the tax bill or the tax brackets, which you'll see a increase in the number of BLK people who are in the middle class, although you just are above the poverty line, which will put you in the middle class. So we have to educate ourselves financially and truly understand the system that's in place. It is not predicated on women. Secondly, the reason that finances are brought up within a relationship is because of quality of life. If we as a community came together, we can provide a higher quality of life at a more affordable cost, which would decimate the idea that we aren't living well, meaning that we as a community could invest in the local park. We could dig it as deep as we can go, and we could fill it with a body of water, and we can call it a lake. And then when you go to take your wife on a date, you can say, hey, let's go to the lake. It's a man-made lake. And we fill the hole with water, and we put sand on the grass, and you can have a picnic on the lake. And this would allude to a higher quality of life. Now, if you're speaking about designer, why wouldn't we as men, why wouldn't Age create a design brand called Of Age and just sell it at $1,000? However, for every shirt that he sell at $1,000, 25% of it goes back into the community and is used towards furthering education of our youth. So it's not a him and her issue. It's a us issue. I'm gonna land right there.
I feel like you said basically the same thing. Just with you're in the same fit. We're in the same court. You're just saying different things to make the same kind of point. Because yes, when it comes to investing and all those things, I'm a homeowner, so I understand what you're saying as far as taxes, right? But so the host never asked me the 3 things that I'm doing for my community. One of those things is I believe in affordable housing. So my 2 tenant spaces, my 2 units are below market rate. I can very easily be somebody to gentrify my community, but I choose not to do that because I believe in affordable housing for Black people, for BLK people, pardon me. Now, the only reason why I'll probably be able to accumulate that wealth that you spoke into me, and I appreciate that, is because I'm laying next to a Black BLK woman who is driving me to do that. Because I can do it for myself, but it'll be for the wrong reasons. But when you have a BLK woman next to you, and there's a BLK family, a BLK son, a BLK daughter, and you're trying to build wealth for your community, because as men, there's no drive and ambition when you're just doing it for yourself. We as men, we want to do it for the community, our community. Firstly, that's going to keep me up for an extra hour or two when it comes to arranging my stocks. It's gonna sit me up for another hour or two, when it comes to choosing to purchase land in Africa, which is dirt cheap, right? Well, not dirt cheap, but it's affordable for us at this moment. And these are the kind of things that usually having a BLK woman next to you in a family will inspire. Without that, I'll probably be focused more on Louis, Gucci, making sure I have a BMW financed rather than buying a car that's without having to finance it, paying low insurance, and having that car for the next 10 to 15 years. Right? So my mindset is automatically switched because I have a BLK woman. I'm not predicating it on them. However, I just don't think that the conversation and that mindset is very prominent in our community.
Hearing you say that, I think we're on the same page. My disagreement, lied within how you spoke towards the idea of wealth management. I still don't think that. I'll say this. I think that you can dig further into financial literacy because speaking towards home ownership and leasing, that's not necessarily the full scope. A lot of both of those items primarily exist as liabilities, specifically depreciating assets. It's so easy for us to become upside down on a home loan. Um, so yeah, I'm interested to hear how your talking point further develop. But okay,
Beneficial. What did you want to come up and say?
Black men do not want solutions to fix the black community. Excuses. Black men refuse to take accountability. I grew up I'm 45 years old. I know some of y'all probably younger than me. I grew up a Tupac fan. Only reason I knew, and listen, check me out where I'm going with it. Stay in the whip with me. So I, you know what I'm saying, I didn't know who Tupac was when I heard Brenda's Got a Baby, but I knew who his mother was, and I knew who Matulu was. So I knew who he was raised by, but I didn't know he was a rapper. I didn't know nothing about him. You know what I'm saying? I only knew his mother. So you know his mother was a bad person, right? She was cold. But um Tupac said one time on this song, it's called Everything You Owe. And it's on that um To the End of Time album. But on that end, it's called Everything You Owe. But he said on that song, he said, the same about talking about problems, I bring solutions. Where's the restitution? Stipulated through the Constitution. We hunt your night. He said you hunt our nights. He said you hunt our days. Now we back to hunt your nights. Listen to the screams of the lives you sacrificed. In the case you don't know, ghetto born black seeds still grow. We coming back for everything you owe. So I'll be skipping through TikTok, sliding through people's, lives and whatnot. I really don't. I just really be wanting to watch the videos and the comment on Sarah. But I don't want to go live, right? But I always hear these people, these brothers and sisters, black people, of African diaspora having identity issues with Africans. You know what I'm saying? It honestly, tell you the truth, man. My mother would have made me found somewhere else to live. I couldn't live in her house thinking the way FBAs and y'all think that today. She'd have hit me with a brick in the face and she'd have told me to get out the house.
Damn, a break?
Yeah, she would have. She would have did that. I couldn't have came in my mother's house talking like that. In my era, I'm 45. So in our era, in the 90s, our parents did not let us talk like this. And that's why a lot of us now are going through what we went through because we had the issues that y'all had, and our parents did not want us having them issues in the house, and they made us leave. So we had to get out the house, and now we was on the streets, living on the streets, trying to have the same issues, until.
Thank you, Gloria. Hold on. Thank you, Gloria, for the subscription. Appreciate it. Go ahead.
But I'm just saying, I don't understand how melanated people, don't matter whether you born and raised in Africa or you born in America, you know how we got here. Why are we having these issues? Why are y'all having identity issues on TikTok? We had in my day, yeah, we had identity issues. We had some of the same issues y'all had. But we had them face to face.
Are you BOK American?
I mean, I'm whatever God Yahweh put me here to be. I don't identify as nothing really. You know what I mean? Because I don't see how skin tone is coming into play. But I lie in the gray area. So it's probably a lot of people in here that disagree with what some of the things I'm saying, but I lie in the gray area. My mother did not.
So you colorblind?
Huh?
You colorblind?
When it comes to skin tone and heritage, yeah, I'm colorblind.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, if I take a YT man's hand, a Chinese man's hands, and an African's hands, and an FBA hands, and my hand, and we all stab each other at the same time, can somebody tell me where all of us are going at the same time? We all going to the hospital. You know what I'm
I'm
saying?
going to my mama's house.
So I mean, I land my plane with that, but I just don't get where all of these identity issues amongst our people are coming from, man. And I get it. People talk to me the same way when I was like, "Oh, you light skinned nigga, and this and that, blah 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 blah."
They used to call you
None of
light
that.
skin, so
None of that.
that
Yeah,
picture in the profile is not.
They call me light skinned, but none of that ever
Wait, hold on. So the
made me hate
picture, hold
myself.
on, I'm talking. So the picture in the profile is not you, right?
Nah.
Oh, who's that in the profile?
Oh, in the profile, yeah, on my pic, yeah, that's me.
And they called you light skin?
Yeah.
Looks like you're dealing with identity issue.
I'm not. I know I'm not light skinned. That's what I'm saying. I know I'm not light skinned. That it never got to me. That never got to me. I used to go home from school and laugh like hard with my sister or my brothers or something like that. I would laugh hard like, yo, this nigga just called me light skinned, bro, and we would crack up laughing.
I think
Crack up laughing.
you're dealing with some type of identity issue. There's nothing wrong with knowing your history.
No, I'm not dealing with an identity issue. Identity issue is when
Beneficial,
somebody.
I'm talking. I don't think there's anything wrong with someone knowing their history and speaking up for the history of their ancestors. There's nothing wrong with that.
So where? So why all these topics about black men, black communities, and yo, we supposed to already, you in your heart, you supposed to already know who you are. So when you get on TikTok, your live shouldn't be about black men do not want solutions and all that. You know, your TikTok.
Come up here and tell me what my life should be about. You can't come up here and tell me what my life should be about.
I'm not. Hold on right quick. Oh.
No, you don't. All right.
My fault.
All right. Anyways, you guys, I'm about to end this live in a few minutes because I'm about to go back live late night in like an hour. So,
y'all be having identity issue crisis.
Someone saying Cash App, appreciate the Cash App. But yeah, I'm about to go live in like an hour. Definitely follow me, subscribe. I need some subscriptions to the YouTube. Go ahead and subscribe.
That was me that said that.
If
You're welcome.
okay, appreciate you,
I want to come on. Can I come on?
Yeah, sure. I'll be back live in about an hour, and I'm gonna bring a different topic in about an hour. So I appreciate each and every one of you guys for coming. Subscribe before you go. It's only a few dollars. Subscribe.
Unblock me, Poetic.
Subscribe and I'll unblock you. Master, hit the Cash App. I'll unblock you. $10 to unblock you. So hit the Cash App. Shout out to Peaky. Too bad I had to end the live right when Peaky came up. I'm joking. It's nice. It's always nice to see Peaky, but yeah, I need to take a little break. I've been streaming for like, how long I've been streaming? I've been streaming for like 6 hours. So I'll be back live in about an hour. Maz, if you can meet back in an hour, it's Saturday. Come on, y'all. Maz, come on. Let's turn up tonight. I'm gonna have some groundbreaking topics in about an hour after I take a little break. Cartel, I see you keep creeping up in here. Wife Mom, I see you here not tapping. I don't know what's going on with that. But yeah, I got some people I gotta block, and then I'll go ahead and go back live again. Y'all have a wonderful night. Appreciate everyone who gift the live, who contribute to the live. Hope to see you in about an hour. Thank you, Ola.